yes, here we go. So, hey, you guys, welcome to the live. And of course, um, Alexa is here. It's been a
Hello.
minute, been a long time.
Ben.
Alexa's with us tonight. Melissa from American Justice Channel, and she should be streaming this from her channel as well. And Melissa, when you do have a second, just put your link in the description so anyone that's say not following you, Melissa, as we covered the Elizabeth and Lyric case the other day on this channel, and well, I won't get into that that I'm messed up on her live stream that she was doing, but anyways, it turned out I think really good from the stream that we did that we redid that day. And so we were covering that. But anyway, so Melissa's been covering the Sebastian Rogers case as well. And she's just kind of starting out. And Alexa, I think Alexa, she still hasn't decided exactly what she's going to do with her channel yet. I don't think, right, Alexa? Just to
Well,
ask.
I mean, no, I want to finish first. My father. I mean, the new CEO starts on the February 3rd. Actually, I will stay for like a month just to, kind of like transfer power kind of thing, just in
Yeah.
case they need me and how it is. I did things my way, and I'm sure he does. He's gonna do things properly. So I am going to stay for a month, but that month should be easier. So hopefully, end of February, hopefully I can start
Yeah.
paying attention to the channel and
I was
decide.
going to say,
Yeah.
I
I
think
mean, I
Alexa,
have to learn. I mean, that's stupid. I think it's the editing that keeps me more like I'm so scared of it that I keep saying, "Ah, no, I'm not gonna do it." But I'll try. I'll try.
even though I'm still here, because like I
No,
said, the
I know,
evening.
I know, I know. You've been nice to say, same thing with John. John is like, you know what? I'll teach you. It's not that bad. But that's what you guys say because you guys are good at it. But I'm
But
not.
it truly is not that hard, to be honest with you. I mean, adding stuff and playing around with it,
Mhm.
that's just playing around and realizing what you can do. But the actual editing part, if somebody's keeping it simple at first,
I
isn't
think
hard.
I'm
But
going to have like one of those boards, and I'm gonna be like, okay, you need this. I had to draw. My lovely drawings. Remember the bridge draw?
yeah, my personal favorite program, at least for me, because I don't really like change that much. Kind of if I'm used to something, I like to stick with it. So I use Wondershare, and I use Canva as well. But
Yeah,
Wondershare is the main editing one, and
yeah.
that one has like a lot of cool features and stuff like that.
Believe it or not, one of my kids likes to edit, and I mean they both do, but one of them is better than the other one. And I've seen, and he's telling me I've been like looking at him, and he's like using CapCut, and like then he has this other program. I forget the name. Like my
Right.
husband showed it to him, and they do like edits of like soccer players and things. And it's
Oh, okay.
amazing. It's amazing. I'm like, I still cannot wrap my head. Like, how do you put like a picture and then you put words? Ugh, like I can't. No, I know. I'm telling you. I think I'm gonna sit here with my little paper and be like, okay,
Yeah.
little,
Your
you know.
whiteboard.
Yeah, my whiteboard. Yes, I should
Yeah.
call it like whiteboard with Alexa.
And okay, and so Melissa, again, um, you're live streaming to this right now from yours, and you're just kind of bringing up your channel, really, in a sense now. So just quickly before we go on to the cases here, um, like I said, I got your link up there. So if you guys aren't subscribed, but just quickly, just say the kind of like the gist of what you're going to be doing with your channel at the moment.
Well, at the moment, I'm just kind of doing Sebastian with you. I did a live over the Delphi documents on my own the other day. I haven't made up my mind if I want to cover missing kids or unaliving of people or cold cases. I'm not quite sure where I'm going to go just yet exactly. It might just be a mixture of all of it.
You're right.
So just
Exactly.
kind of true crime in general.
Exactly. So, anyone that watches this channel knows that we've supported quite a few channels throughout the years here to either help them get over the 1,000 subs, even though I know it's changed. It's like 500 can get you partially there in a sense, and 4,000 hours and stuff like that. And so, again, anyone that's deemed as a good friend to the channel and stuff like that, we're always like to help out. And if anyone ever helps out this channel, then that's always awesome as well. But it's just, again, for me, it was always about bringing awareness. the more people that watch, the more awareness you could bring. And I think that was always just the most important thing over and above anything else. And again, if YouTube's gonna pay you to, because they have ads regardless. If they're gonna pay you to do that and stuff like that, then why not monetize? I didn't monetize till I was like, I don't know, 2,500 subscribers in. Didn't even really actually know about it all, but it really just became about awareness of it all. Like that's the most important thing to me, to be honest with you. Do you feel the same? You guys feel the same?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
I
mean,
mean,
if
if
I
you can
can
get paid, I mean, why not? It's a job. I mean, why
Yeah,
not do
you
that?
know.
That's how I feel. That's how I see. I
Well,
don't see anything wrong. There's a lot of people that say that you're lucrating with using murder for money and everything.
yeah,
But no, if people are deciding to watch you, you're doing like a job.
yeah. I
So
mean,
you should get
those
paid.
people, yeah, and those people will always be out there. And same thing. So for Melissa, like I said, what the most important thing for you, I guess, what would that be with the channel?
bringing awareness to cases. I don't want to cover like what necessarily everybody. If there's 20 people covering it, I don't know that I would cover it, but I just want to bring awareness to cases. I mean,
Yeah,
would I monetize? Yeah, probably.
of course.
But that's not like my first and foremost. And I will say, I know, Sonny, you know it because we talked about it the other day. But in my lives, all of them, I have a list of people. I did actually change that though. But you and Alexa are both on that list. So every time I go live, it says other channels to follow, and it's you and Alexa and one other person. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
I haven't actually gone back and re-edited mine because I just kind of like deleted them all because Facebook changed its way. So if there's any more than 10, it says, like Facebook, before you could have whatever. But then all of a sudden, I noticed when I went to go live stream the one day, Facebook, it said you can only have 10 links on there. So I actually just haven't gone back to actually edit it properly again. I just kind of copied and pasted and took that part of it out and just kind of keep hitting my thing. Those are just little side things that I should do again, that I will do again on there. And just want to say hi to Charmaine. I seen a message coming from Charmaine, guys. She's been all around. Charmaine's like kind of like like a little energizer bunny, just kind of popping and bopping in and out of different places in Alberta, BC, and stuff like that. And but anyways, yesterday we were gonna do a live yesterday, you guys, and sorry we didn't. But Alexa wasn't feeling well. Charmaine couldn't make it, even though she thought she could at first. And Melissa wasn't, I don't think, feeling too well either yesterday. She was probably, I think, really tired or wasn't feeling too well. So I just said, whatever, we'll do it today. No big deal. And I wasn't horrified by that at all. I was like, so I get to stay in bed even longer today. Okay. and look at things like, so instead I just got up and I was looking at the flashlight video for Sebastian Rogers' case again and stuff like that. But anyways, you know what? So you guys, Alexa's a former criminal profiler, language body expert, graphologist on there. And so Alexa, it's been a while since she's been on a live with us because, well, first of all, helping with her dad's business, Christmas time and everything like that. Anyways, it's just one of those things, eh? So,
Yeah, because we were supposed to, I think, I think when Richard Allen got convicted, and I think something happened to me. I
yeah,
think I got really busy. Then the holidays. I think I came for New Year's Day. That was the only time. Then it was my
yeah,
birthday.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
then we were supposed to do, but I broke a tooth and I got an implant, and then my implant, my body decided to reject it and it fell. So literally, I was like, and I had to fly overseas to get it
pain,
fixed
yeah,
because I had gotten an overseas fix.
yeah. Well,
So yeah, so that was
definitely
my
glad
whole
to have you today.
yeah.
And
Thank you.
like I said, especially in regards, well, to a couple of them, really. Sebastian Rogers, because that's
Mhm.
one that I've really wanted to, you know, pick your brain on. And
I mean, I have watched you guys. I even watched the one with that you did with Jennifer Coffin Doctor.
oh, okay, yeah. That was really
Yeah, that day actually I was on the plane. I remember. That was the Friday I was supposed to fly
that's
back.
right. That's
And then we
right.
got grounded. Yeah,
Yeah,
so you guys
yeah.
kept me company.
Yeah, that was, for me, that was, to be honest, like for me personally, that was really special because out of anyone that I kind of follow on Twitter and stuff like that, and I've known about Jennifer for like a long time since Delphi, like
Mhm.
in the first year and stuff like that. I don't usually like to bug too many people. I'm just not that person, like meaning I probably could have asked like Sunny Slaughter and different people to come on the lives. And I mostly just don't like to bug people. And then there's sometimes, I just remember I was listening to her that particular night, like watching one of her videos. And then I thought, you know what? Whatever. I mean, I've reached out to Jennifer before. No offense, Jennifer, but she didn't answer me back at that time. That was from like, I don't
Maybe
even
she was
know,
busy. I mean, she
years or
sounds like
so
she's
ago.
busy.
Yeah. And she is like Jennifer, I just remember when she, all of a sudden you just saw her everywhere, like pretty much Idaho case, Delphi case, and she was just like on News Nation, Court TV, you know. But the one thing I always respected was that, that she would go on YouTubers as well. So it's almost like no matter how busy she was, she made time, whereas a lot of YouTubers can't even give you the time of day
Mhm.
because they're so high up on their own horses and stuff like that. And they'll only usually have guests that have like a couple 100,000 subscribers and stuff like that
Yeah.
instead. So, whereas Jennifer is actually a somebody to me,
Yeah.
unlike a lot of YouTubers to me, they're a bunch of nobodies that became somebodies because of the people that watch them. Whereas Jennifer has this, outstanding career as an FBI agent. And when I remember reading her biography, I'm just like, wow, what a powerhouse female she is, like just the stuff that she has underneath her belt for knowledge. But anyways, so besides, I know back in the day of Ron Logan, there was that little moment there where I was like, Jennifer, come on now. I mean, Ron Logan, really? But look at what's happened, right? We'll get into Delphi, but we're going to do Idaho first, Sebastian Rogers, and then we're going to do Delphi. Idaho, um, we'll probably give it about maybe 25 minutes of our time for this one. Um, and but anyways, I was just going to finish off that saying, so yeah, so for me, I reached out to Jennifer after watching a thing, and she, had answered me back, and I had no idea that she was like away camping or something like that, and just getting back in. But anyways, so and then she was just on the mob crew, like about a week later here and stuff. Anyways, I just know that very appreciative, yeah, because I don't really go out of my way, like I said, to bug people, and maybe I should do that more so, but I yeah, I just kind of do my thing and I really don't try to bug people too often, besides you guys. No. so, hey, everyone. Oh, I do have to say one thing because, so, Alana, whoever you are, I don't, I know your name, Alana, because the name comes up in the PayPal, so I don't want to say your last name, but I'm pretty sure that's so. I want to say this. Alana had, I guess, made a donation to me of $100 back on January 5th, like a day after yours and my son's birthday there. Anyways, I'm not sure who Alana is in the chat, but just so you know, if your name actually is Alana with an A for the last name, not say give you, I just want to say thank you so much because honestly, I want to say that wasn't there because I had been in my PayPal a few times because I was going through another thing and normally it will say like use your PayPal balance, but it's almost like it just popped up this one day. So when I went into my PayPal like about 5 days ago or something, I was like, why does it say I have $138? Because that's conversion from obviously American to Canadian. And I'm like, where the heck did this come from? So, anyways, Alana, whoever you are, bless your heart. Um, I don't, like I said, I don't know who you are in chat, but I just want to give you a big solid thank you so much. That was such an unexpected, how I want to say, a pleasure to look at my PayPal and go, oh, it doesn't say zero on there. But anyway, so I just want to say, just because I meant to actually say it on the last live, but just say thank you so much for that donation to the PayPal. And it was from January 5th. I can swear it was not there. It's like it just popped up, and I'm just like, what? Wait, what? Anyways, that was so sweet. Unexpected, usually you get, 10, 15, whatever. But all of a sudden I just see this like $138, and I'm just like, well, that's gonna pay a bill.
Yeah.
Because it like, and that's the one thing that we were just talking about, you guys, not to get into this, but obviously it's not free to like, meaning it helps, because obviously nobody's twisting our arms to get StreamYard or Wondershare and stuff like that. But those are things that you need if you want to have a YouTube channel and different things. So, and because I'm Canadian and I pay in US, so yeah, those donations do help for that stuff like that. So it's not expected, but it's appreciated. And again, then it goes back to the YouTube paying for ads. I don't mind taking from YouTube for sure. Wonder. But anyways, so thank you guys for all your support, the ones that have supported. But I just had to mention that one because I would feel like a heel if I didn't. And then knowing it was back from January 5th. So anyways, thank you, Helena, whoever you are. Okay. So first case we're going to get into is the Idaho case, and you guys that have been following it, you obviously know that it's called the Idaho 4. There's 4 victims. Brian Koberger is the one that's accused, of course, of taking these lives. And recently they've had this. What kind of hearing would that be called? I know that they're trying to do this hearing for like a Frank's motion, I believe.
Yeah.
And
He's basically saying that the DNA was unconstitutional.
yeah,
And they obviously they wanted to take it away because but that's the most important thing. They're saying that touch DNA could have been anything. That he didn't have to be there. But I mean, it's getting like, we'll speak later about it, but it's getting like Richard Allen, follow the breadcrumbs, everything adds up. Yeah, it's there, but
I
what
know.
are the odds that you touch DNA happens to be in a place where 4 people were unalived?
Exactly.
And my
You know?
understanding of it, Sonny, weren't they also trying not just to get the DNA out, but they were trying to get the roommate that was left alive? They were trying to get her statement out
Yeah.
because I guess at one point she had said she didn't know, or she couldn't tell, or she could,
She
whatever.
said, at one point she said that it felt like a dream, that she thought she was dreaming. And they took that literally, that then if she was dreaming, then it couldn't be real.
Yeah.
So they're saying that maybe, she imagined the whole thing. So I think it's going to be a fighting of words,
I think for that, my own personal opinion when I was watching that, and it's one of those things is that, do I believe Brian Koberger is guilty? Yes. Why? Because it's kind of like Richard Allen stuff, when there's ample things to support that. But especially when you have the genealogy DNA, and stuff, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, but your sheath, your is left there with, your touch DNA, and, they do it from the garbage and stuff like that. I really kind of felt like, first of all, watching the judge, it's like the old guy that's bored as crap, and it's just like, okay, let me listen to you. Okay.
Yeah.
But I almost felt like Ann Taylor, I think that's her name. I was almost embarrassed actually watching her, because he kept coming back at her, and you could see that she just kind of kept circling the same thing. They
don't have anything else. Yeah.
Right. Like, it's almost like the desperation coming through, and like, oh, so he wants his cake and eat it too. He wants to have the 4th Amendment, but yet he didn't do it, and you're trying to say that this needs to be thrown out, but yet you're trying to protect his 4th Amendment rights and stuff. Like, well, if you didn't do it, why would you need to protect, So it was just one of those things, is that obviously they don't want that in there. I mean, obviously not, right? So they're going to do anything, but it's like the judge just kept coming back at her, and then there was a point you could see where she was getting annoyed by the judge, and you could just see it. Well, Your Honor, and then they do that little sweet tone with it. But I just thought that it was a little bit embarrassing, because he just kind of kept coming back at her with, well, like, so why don't you think, or that, about the trash and about how it was collected, and she's trying to use an ordinance that's of the area and type of thing, and it's like she's trying to have the cake and eat it too. And it was just kind of like watching somebody that honestly just kept putting it out there, getting basically a slap back by the judge, and she kept going and going, and like, well, we don't see it that way. Well, if the garbage is out on the street, it's
No,
public.
also, they because that was another big thing that they were making a big issue about it, saying that nothing was found in his car. To make such a big,
Yeah,
unaliving, there had to be something in his car. But let's not forget that he had 7 weeks to clean that car.
yeah, oh yeah,
So I mean, and we know for a fact that
yeah.
he used a car wash at least 5 times. So
I don't.
Didn't it come out that he had his car detailed too, right?
yeah,
Shortly after?
hmm
Yeah,
hmm
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. You
So I
know,
mean, that dilutes
basically,
any DNA.
the gist of the DNA is that the FBI weren't like weren't supposed to use certain systems like CODIS or whatever, the
Yeah.
ones that they weren't supposed to use that, and because of that, then they then broke the law in a sense. And then of course the prosecutor is saying, no, 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 like, thank you, Mr. Oliver. Tonight, sheath.
Mr. Oliver super chat. £1.99. You're awesome. Thank you. Those poor kids. The size of the knife sheath. Crying face.
On there. Yeah, absolutely. It's a horrific case, regardless. So thank you, Miss Dog Lover. But yeah, so like the gist of that was is like, like the prosecution is like saying like, no, like if you look at the footnote, it's saying like that this doesn't apply, to the law enforcement. This is kind of more for like the general public. And then, so like I said, so it's really about, I don't think that honestly it will get suppressed at all. I think that she was shooting up a Hail Mary, in hopes, but I honestly don't feel like it will get suppressed. Anyways, I'm just
This
gonna
is,
play.
Sonny, before you play it, this isn't a case I have, really followed like intently. But
Mhm.
Alexa, correct me if I'm wrong. If you throw something in the trash and
hmm
you put that trash bin on the side of the road, they don't need a warrant for that, right?
No, because it's already
Okay.
public. Yeah, it's in a public. Yeah, that
And
becomes public. hmm
Right.
and there's nothing saying they can't use like the genealogy sites. They don't need a warrant for that. So what is it about this DNA that they're having an issue with? Because from what I understood, that if you put trash out, that becomes basically public property. You've thrown it away, you've released it, it's not yours anymore. You've put it on the side of the road. So they don't need a warrant.
No.
And then if they use a genealogy site and they're allowed to do that, where are they coming up with that they can't use the DNA? Because I didn't really watch a whole lot of it.
I honestly don't understand because
It's
first of
about
all,
the
this is
FBI.
exactly what happened with Rex Heuermann, and that's how Rex Heuermann got his DNA. He threw that piece
One
of
second, I'm still
crust,
here.
the pizza crust, and that's how they got it from the garbage, and they were able to match his DNA. So that's how they got him. And remember the Golden State Killer? I forget his name right now. I'm sorry, but you know who I'm talking about. The Golden
Yeah.
State Killer. He also they got him through genealogy. That's how they were able to arrest him. Because obviously there was no DNA. He had left some DNA at the crime scene, and I think it was I think it was a relative, like a second cousin or something, had done the 23andMe, and that's how they found him.
Mhm.
So many years later, like
Yeah, they're
40
they're
years
really
later. Hmm?
trying to push this whole privacy thing like
Oh,
about the privacy, like
oh.
they're really trying to play this whole privacy,
Yeah, there's Joseph
and
D'Angelo. Thank you. Yeah, Joseph
But
D'Angelo.
how can you expect privacy, Sonny, if you've thrown it away? And when you do those DNA genealogy sites, from my understanding, there's a disclaimer in there that says it could be
right.
used by law enforcement. So
And
how do
that's
you
the
expect privacy from that?
Well, it's not even that. It's just like obvious, like because that was like I said, it's kind of like a few factors there because they're trying to claim like the privacy of the whole genealogy and that the FBI, that the reason that they ended up getting the DNA is because of those, like these two other programs, I believe it was, and that like that the FBI basically wasn't entitled to do it that way, especially I guess I know how to say it myself, wasn't entitled to do it that way, and that somehow this is, taking away his Fourth Amendment right to privacy. And then, like, the judge is kind of coming back at her saying, well, like really, when you put yourself, if I was to give my DNA, it's in the hopes that you're putting your information out there to the public and that you're gonna find out who your ancestry is, you know, and so basically the prosecution was saying like no, like about the garbage that they didn't need a warrant for that because it's public property, and she's still trying to play on the ordinance of the thing. And again, to me it was just somebody, to me it was Ann Taylor, for me personally, just somebody grasping at straws. The judge did make a comment at some point, so like it was something to do with the DNA, like basically how much would this burden, like the prosecution, and he's like, well, like greatly
Yeah,
type
I
of
think
thing.
that's the only thing they have. So that's the only thing that
Right.
they're trying to get it and saying that the
Yeah.
FBI had no right because I mean, this should have been done by the police, not the FBI, because this was not a federal case. So
You
that's
know.
what they're truly trying to push is saying why is the FBI involved?
Well, let me play this clip. I'm not going to play the whole thing because it's 43 minutes long. I'm just going
Oh,
to try to start, at, I think it's like the 32-minute mark where they're, I think, more talking about this.
okay.
But
That's
anyway, so let
Chris.
me,
Recognize Chris. Who's the other gentleman?
I don't know.
He looks like
Can
a
I ask one more
detective.
question before you do that?
Okay.
I, like I said, I haven't followed this case really that closely. Did they get Brian Koberger's DNA, or did they get the dad's DNA and connect the
The
dad's
dad.
DNA
It was the dad.
through genealogy? Because if it's the dad's DNA, then Brian Koberger wouldn't have an argument for privacy, right?
Right, that's what they were trying to say as well, right? Like, but the whole point that for them was the defense is that the FBI wasn't allowed to use those other programs, and that's how they achieved that the attachment to Brian Koberger on there.
Yeah, because
Uh,
remember that he was throwing his
I'm sorry,
garbage. That's why there was no. Oh, sorry.
1 second.
You're awesome. Thank you. It looks like this judge won't take any yes.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Thank you, Miss Dog Lover. I don't think that this judge will ever take. He's. I don't see that either. Just somebody
And
that's like, all right,
there,
like,
there was no DNA. Don't forget that there was no DNA in his trash because he was using gloves and putting it in his little Ziploc bags and throwing them in the neighbors. Remember, like 3 neighbors
yeah,
down in their garbage.
yeah,
So that's why they
If
couldn't
that
find
doesn't
his
scream
DNA.
guilty, I don't know what does.
Right.
right.
That's exactly how they found him. Remember that when
That's how they
they
found
broke
him.
in, he had his little gloves in the
Gloves
kitchen,
on,
putting everything, his trash
Ziplocs.
in his little Ziploc bag. That doesn't
Yeah,
look suspicious at all,
at
right?
all. Right. Because everyone
Uh,
normally does that in the morning,
yeah,
early in the morning hours, that they sneak into the kitchen with
yeah.
gloves
Can you
and put
imagine?
their garbage into Ziploc bags and put it into their neighbor's trash. No. So an innocent person wouldn't ever need to do that. So, anyways, the bottom line is that it really just boils down to, obviously it's no different than Delphi, right? They're trying to get their client off. Simple as that. The prosecution's job is supposed to be to, find the person's responsible, get to the truth, versus the defense is, I don't give a shit. Like, I just got to get my client off type of thing. And at whatever cost, I could never be a defense lawyer knowing full well, especially because that they know when they're like, that they don't necessarily believe the shit that they're spewing out there to the public. Like, oh yeah, my client's so innocent, da, 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 da. Right? I mean, I could never do that myself. I could never ever entertain being a defense lawyer, knowing if somebody is guilty of many of their clients that they've dealt with, and go, yeah, you know what? I know you're a rapist, but you know what? We're going to prove that you didn't do it because there's just not enough evidence and this and that and da 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 da. I couldn't take this side of that if my life depended on it. Prosecution, absolutely. I'd be all about truth and stuff like that. But again, when you're in the mix of those things, truly, right? There's always that red tape stuff and stuff. You know what I mean? It's kind of like being a nurse, right? It seems all good, helping people and all this, but then there's the political bullshit of those type of jobs and stuff like that. And I mean, even as for presidency, right? They shoot a bunch of bullshit at you, and stuff like that. Half of it's, bullshit and stuff like that. But yet, like I said, they got to sell it. And in this case, it's like trying to get rid of that DNA because that's one of the most vital things to connect Brian Koberger. Not that it's the only thing, obviously, but it's, obviously his touch DNA on a knife sheath in the girl's room, is very important. But anyway, let me play this clip now. And then let's see here. I got so many tabs open. Okay, let's just play out some of this.
It's not something that should be used as probable cause for an arrest, but they treat it as a tip. And I've seen people talk about it almost like an anonymous tip, and law enforcement doesn't like to mention it. And I think that's what happened in this case, because it's not in the arrest affidavit. There's no mention of it, and you don't have to mention everything there, but it seems like it played a role here, yet law enforcement doesn't necessarily want that to be part of the record. Why is that, Bobby? Why do you think that is?
I don't know why it is, but my guess is, and just to be clear, IGG has a really big role in some cases, and some cases it's the only thing that leads you to the suspect. So it's very valuable. This is a new area of DNA investigations that's very valuable. I just happen to think in this particular case, they had the Elantra, they had a Washington State University student registered to a white Elantra that seat. So they were on their way to identifying him. In this case, IGG was kind of a very big help, but it wasn't everything in this case. In some cases it is. I think they don't want to mention the IGG stuff because remember where it all comes from. It comes from a voluntary database that, Cece mentioned earlier that, not all people dedicate their DNA to this. And the biggest services like the one I'm in, one of the bigger ones, doesn't allow law enforcement to query it. So, when you're dealing, you don't want to make people hesitant to give their DNA into these programs and into these companies because they sensationalize it and they say, oh, the law enforcement's looking at all these people in these databases, and then you get, as a business owner, you wouldn't want that to happen either. You don't want people hesitant to put in, and so I think like it's a quiet, kind of tool they pull off the shelf that they can use. Find the suspect and then put it back, and then not tell anybody. Not that they don't tell anybody, they just don't want it like all that publicized because they don't want people pulling back from participating in that.
Yeah, the next show I want to do is Bobby Chacon. I want to know where your ancestry goes to because I think that would be really interesting. Chris McDonough, thanks for all your help. Bobby Chacon, thank you as well. Great to see you both. Still to come, what happens if the defense is successful and the DNA is suppressed?
Law enforcement may or may not have used databases that they had the right to access.
Now, back to the Court TV podcast.
Another critical piece of information that you learned today, Judge, is that law enforcement may or may not have used databases that they had the right to access. We don't know.
So this is where the defense appears to be going when it comes to the DNA, is that they're saying they may have used data that they're not permitted to use to tie this defendant and to arrest this defendant and to tie him to the knife sheath, the DNA that was found on the snap on the knife sheath. They may have used data that they weren't supposed to use. They want it all revealed. And ultimately what they want is they want the DNA suppressed, not admissible, which brings us to the next question in our investigation, which is, what happens if the DNA is suppressed? What if the defense is successful in one of their motions to keep the DNA from being a part of the trial, to keep the DNA away from the jury? Join me, two guys who know Idaho law very, very, very well. The attorney represented Chad Daybell, John Pryor, and trial lawyer and former Idaho Attorney General Dave Leroy. All right, John, what's your analysis of this case if, in fact, the DNA is gone and they can't connect the suspected killer to this knife sheath that was found at the crime scene?
Well, I think, Vinny, what they're talking about is the IgG evidence and excluding that in terms of the databases that they used. And in that case, that's just that evidence is really evidence of exclusion. What they're trying to do is pull away as many people as they can from that to do that. If it's excluded, it's a part. I mean, the defense is doing it because it's just one more piece that they can not have to worry about or address that might implicate their client. If we're talking about the blood evidence, I think that's huge. I think it's a huge issue if the blood evidence is excluded.
So, Dave Leroy, if you can't connect the defendant to something that was found at the crime scene in this case, which was the knife sheath, if you can't make that direct connection, if you are somehow denied the ability to do that by some of this pretrial litigation, a lot of which is under seal, how strong is this prosecution case? How difficult will it be to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt?
Well, this case is still provable beyond a reasonable doubt, but the most significant evidence in the case is the knife sheath, which was not only evident with the DNA, but it was found under the body of one of the victims and under a cover that was adjacent to her body. Therefore, it was probably left when it was covered up at the scene to tie any individual to that scene, and that particular knife sheath is the most singular significant piece of evidence in the case. If that should be lost, and I don't think it will be at the trial level, if that should be lost, then it still is a circumstantial case that I think the prosecutor can prove. But the whole effort here, I believe, is not to win a trial, but it's to create a brand new constitutional right to a privacy protection under the U.S. Constitution for the DNA of third parties, including relatives. If you can argue that you somehow have a privacy interest in that, and you can therefore independently suppress that kind of evidence at a trial, then they've created a whole new area of constitutional law. That's where we're headed with these arguments. I don't expect an Idaho judge at the trial level to buy into that. I wouldn't expect the Idaho Supreme Court to find that to be valid, but it will be presented one day, I presume, should a conviction be had in this case, to the United States Supreme Court. That's where they want to head. This case is capable of conviction without the evidence, but that's the reason we're having such a fight about the knife sheath. It weakens the prosecution case if it's lost, and if it stays in, it creates an argument against the United States Constitution. So
what would be the impact here, John, potentially, if the defense is right in their assertion that the data that they accessed, they're not entitled to access? They somehow...
Well, I agree with David. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, if they were able to access something that they weren't supposed to access, so what's the impact of that? Is there an impact on this case?
Well, the impact is that evidence, if they used an inappropriate or were inappropriate in accessing a website, the evidence is excluded. I agree with David. This is still a circumstantial case, but obviously if DNA or IgG evidence is excluded because inappropriate actions by law enforcement or others, it makes their case a little harder. And I agree with David as well that it also sets it up not only for an appealable issue that could go on for years, but also setting up the possibility that a higher court would at some point adopt a situation where you're invading people's privacy. And I wholeheartedly agree with what David's assertion there.
So looking at how this case was investigated, and I think I understand it, despite all the things that are sealed. And what the assertion is that they used all these different pieces, but one of the pieces they used to get to the next step, to get the next piece, was this IgG. So if the IgG gets thrown out, do we get into the world, and I'm going to say it, I know it's from law school, but it's for real. We only have a couple seconds here. Is this, and just a yes or no, is it potentially fruit of the poisonous tree that everything that followed must get thrown out, which could throw out the arrest, the probable cause here? Is it? Just give me a yes or no, because we're really short on time. David, you first.
You get an A on the bar exam. The fruit of the poisonous tree will be exactly what the defense argues here, to throw out the DNA if there is a constitutional right of privacy in someone else's DNA.
All right, we're out of time for tonight, but you know I'm going to be calling on both of you throughout.
Up that there, on there. Okay, so Melissa, quickly. So it was basically, again, the fact is that the defense is basically trying to say that they weren't allowed to use some of the IgG, whichever programs those were, beyond CODIS or whatever, that they weren't allowed to use out because that goes against like the privacy and da-da-da-da-da. And then in prosecution was saying, well, no, like in the footnote here, like the exclusion to law enforcement, meaning that if they're strictly using the IgG specifically for finding the answers of the identity, right, of the person, then they are allowed to do that. Defense is saying, no, it's saying that, did it like, you're not allowed like to use this, blah, 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 basically. And that's where they're kind of having this thing. Well, he wants to claim his Fourth Amendment, in a sense, for privacy, but yet it's his dad's DNA that they've used to attach to it. So that's why they're saying they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. So it like kind of like what Vinny was saying and what they were talking about was that, this could set a whole new set of laws, perhaps, in rolling with regards to privacy acts and stuff like that regarding the IgG and, connecting it that way. Who knows? Is that like when I was watching the hearing, that's basically what I took away from it was that they're like, no, they didn't. The FBI wasn't allowed to use this, because, they're saying that in the wording, basically, that this is like, going against like the rules of using it, and that's privacy. And then prosecution saying, well, no, because like it's specifically saying like law enforcement, if they're just checking the identity, meaning that they weren't checking for any mental health issues using it. They weren't trying to use it beyond the scope of identifying the person's DNA, to Brian Kohberger. And that's what they were using it for. So that's where this, like where the judge or whatever, will have to decide, did they break the Constitution or whatever? Did they break the rules on obtaining this? So Alexza.
Okay, can I say something first? The IgG is not like CODIS. IgG is found in bodily fluids and it's found in your blood. So it's specifically to a person. I believe it's called, hold on. immunoglobulin, something like that. I can search it up exactly. But that's basically a marker in your blood or bodily fluids that is specifically to you. So that's not like CODIS. I just want to say
Right.
that.
Yeah, I can't remember the programs that they
Yeah.
spoke about or what, when they were talking about that, because
Yeah.
it's all, but it was
Yeah,
understanding the
yeah, but
gist.
they're basically trying to excuse, to take it away.
Mhm. And
You type it
um,
in.
Melissa also said something about, and I don't know the depth of this because I haven't followed the case extensively in about a year, because I kind of just been waiting for it to get to the trial. But there was other blood that was found there, but I can't go into depth and talk about that because I just don't know. I just know that I had heard in watching one of the documentaries or something about that there was blood. There was, I think in a couple spots, and somebody, if you guys know in chat, just feel free to say. But I just remember that there was other blood found, but I can't tell you exactly if it's Brian Koberger's. I don't know. Most of this case is sealed, but if anybody does know the answer better than that, um,
Yeah, I think that's how you spell it. Actually, you know what? I could Google it. I think that's how you spell it.
yeah, on there. So okay, so I don't want to, like I said, stick on this case because obviously, it's still on its way of playing out. They just did the hearings, like I think on Thursday, Friday, whatever, and then obviously the judge will,
I
make a
spelled it
ruling.
wrong, but
Yeah. So,
that's how
so before we move on from this case to Sebastian's, is there anything else that you wanted to ask Melissa in particular, or Alexa? Say.
No, I
Oh,
mean, what are the chances? Sorry, Mrs. What are the chances that you guys think that this is going to be thrown out and it's not going to be able to be used? What do you think?
I don't think it's going to get thrown out.
Oh, sorry.
I would hope that it wouldn't, but I just don't know enough about this one to really speak on it. But I would hope that it wouldn't be thrown out. I mean, because for me, in my little brain, it doesn't make sense for him to be able to say, well, I have a privacy issue with this if, first of all, it isn't even his. And then, second of all, if they aren't supposed to access this information through whatever site or program, then how were they able to access it? You know what I mean? Like, so for me, I would hope that it wouldn't be thrown out, but I don't know enough about it. That's why I had asked, what are the chances of that?
I mean,
Hoping
they do
Alexa
have
would
a
kind of.
point. They do have a point that I do feel that at one point they do have to make some laws when it comes to DNA, because I mean, I don't want the DNA of my kids being all over the place because I don't know what they're going to be doing with that DNA. You know what I mean? So it's like your blood. Like, I understand for crime reasons. I get
Right.
it. I understand. And I have no problem with that. But
Yeah.
just, it's going to get to the point that everybody's has to be almost like give DNA. It's going to become like fingerprints. But the
Yeah.
thing with this is that this is so specific. And not to tell you, like all the family secrets that are going to start coming out, because then you're going to be able to see how many kids your parents had. And, you were told that you're your
You know,
parents' kid, and then no, you're adopted. Oh my God, this is going to bring so many things. But I do believe that they do have to start regulating the DNA.
right. And honestly, like I said, Melissa, when it comes to, like I said, that part of it, um, prosecution doesn't feel like there was any breaking of any laws or constitutions, I should say, with regards to this, that this isn't just your average ordinary person. This is a crime scene investigation, and all they wanted to do was get the identity. And again, it's them saying we didn't break no laws, and the defense saying, well, you're not supposed to have access to this. And like, is what they're trying to hold the stance on, is that like, you didn't have permission, that it's only accessible for whatever reason or whatever. And they're saying no, like in the footnotes, that like, this is for a homicide of 4 people, and we're just looking for the identity, and no, we didn't break any laws, type of thing. So it's really going to boil down to, was there a constitution, broken of this? And then again, so I don't think it's going to get suppressed myself, but we'll see. I mean,
I
it's going to play out.
I do remember reading, now I remember something reading, that also what this was going to create an issue was that the person who did the DNA test, that now she has to come, they have to introduce her into the case. And that's one of the things that they were fighting and saying, why should they introduce, why should this person be attached to this case when she had nothing to do? But they have to bring her because she is like basically a witness now to this case.
Yeah.
Because thanks to her, they were able to find him.
Yeah.
So, and I think the lawyer just said it, that they're trying to exclude that person that the genealogy was done
Yeah.
with. So
I
it's
mean,
just, I get it, but
I was going
you
to
know,
say, I get what they're trying to do. Will it happen? Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But if there's one thing I did want to point out myself in watching this hearing, so Brian Koberger, first of all, looks like he lost more weight or something, because he's come across looking a lot more thinner rail. But what I did want to say is that, although you could zoom in somewhat, but it was kind of blurry if you did. But the thing that I took away kind of in watching Brian Koberger is that it's not like he seemed to give a shit about the victims. What he seemed to care most about was just listening intently for the thirst of knowledge and just gathering, like, input, input, input. But it's almost like that person that's sitting there soulless, that doesn't care about the victim side. He's just looking at it from this whole trial and everything that he's hearing, and it's like more juice, input, input, input. That's how I felt when I was watching him, that he was so invested in everything that was being said, like, who cares if I even kill these 4 people? Like, it's almost like what you would say, psychopath, person that just doesn't have any particular feelings or care, that he's more invested in almost like the game of the whole trial and stuff. That's how it came across to me when I was watching it.
to me it came, and I said it in the thing. It almost looks to me that he is the one pushing and manipulating the lawyer to what to say, like what strategies to use. Like, let's you use
Oh,
this.
well,
Let's use
talk to
that.
me. Yeah.
That's how I feel. That's how it looks from my perspective.
Yeah.
Because I think a lawyer would be like, no, like why? But I think it's him, like being he is the puppeteer, and
Yeah.
she is just a puppet of his.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Melissa?
I got 2 questions. One, wasn't he in law school, if I remember correctly?
No, he was a criminologist. He was
Criminal-
doing his PhD in criminology.
Okay. And then, so there were 5 people home, right? And he killed 4 of them and didn't
6.
realize the other one was home.
6.
Oh, there were 6 there. Okay. Because
And
it's like, what are the chances, because of her making the statement? I think you said she thought she was dreaming or something like that. Isn't that what you said, Alexza? So
Mhm.
what are the chances that they throw out her testimony as unreliable? Can they do that if she says she felt like she was dreaming?
I don't
Can
think
they
so.
try to prove her unreliable? Is
I
that
mean,
I'm sure they
it,
could.
I think they're trying to, but it's not going to stick because I mean, she did see him, and she did say that he had bushy eyebrows, and I mean, he did have bushy eyebrows. So apparently, whatever she saw, but it's just they're trying to break the credibility and not letting it
Yeah.
in because of using that word that she thought at first it was like a dream-like state, something like that. But she used the word dream, and that's what they were like, you can't use that. But I don't think that's gonna stick. I don't think that has anything to do because I mean, when you're in shock, so then you can't put that into the record because I mean, when we get shocked, what does the nervous system does? So I don't think that's gonna stick. I think they don't have anything, so they are just trying to throw whatever sticks into the wall or do motion so we can delay and delay and delay and delay this because I mean, the consequences are big. I mean, he's gonna be put for the death penalty.
Yeah.
So there were 6 people there. Did he not know that the other 2 people were there, or was this targeted? Like I said, I haven't really followed it. I've caught little, maybe 2 or 3 minute clips here and there. So did he not know that the other 2 were home, or was this targeted for those specific 4?
Well, I
That-
mean, Ethan wasn't supposed to be there, and he just
Neither
happened
was-
to stay over.
I mean, really, neither was Kaylee.
Yeah.
She had
Yeah,
just
but she
removed
came,
the
but
web-
she had said that she was coming. That was her last night.
Yeah.
That she was, but then people knew that she was supposed to. I personally always saw that this was targeted. This was the thing that to me, this screams revenge, unaliving. He probably got obsessed. I always thought it was Kaylee, and
Right.
I think Kylie,
Think
sorry,
Katie or
Kylie. I think he got obsessed with her,
Maddie.
and he thought that I'm going to go on a live. He didn't realize that day that they were sleeping together in the same bed, so therefore he had to unalive Maddie. And I think with all the noise and everything, Zaina, oh no, what's her name? Zaina, yeah. What's
Yeah.
her? That's how you pronounce her name, right? Zaina
Oh shoot.
and Ethan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying
No,
to
it
think now.
sounded wrong. I don't know, but the other girl, Zaina and Ethan.
Jeez.
Probably met him because they were awake and he had to unalive them because they were there. And I think the reason that he didn't have to unalive like the what's her name? God, what's her name? The girl that saw him, the dreamlike.
Dylan.
Yeah, I think
Dylan.
that the reason that he didn't kill her
Yes, Amy. Yeah.
because at that point she didn't serve any threat to her. She
Yeah.
just saw him. He was probably exhausted because, unaliving 4 people in that amount of time, that takes a lot of energy. So that's one. And number 2 is there's no threat. She wasn't posing any threat to him. So just walks away. That's my personal opinion. That's how I always saw it. And that's why because otherwise, why not just unalive her? Just
Not a very smart criminal if you literally know somebody looked at you in your face and you leave an eyewitness. Like, you can't be very smart and do that.
You know what? There's a lot of. I think he is very smart. I think there's a lot of adrenaline going through his body. He's not thinking at this point. His plans change because I guarantee you, and I can almost, and we're gonna record it now, and we're gonna put it back, and we're gonna put the date. I guarantee you, he didn't mean to unalive all of them. He probably meant to unalive just one, and the other ones were just tactical, what we call tactical kills.
Yeah.
They just happen to be there, and you have to get rid of them because they're in your way.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, that's.
You know what? The thing is with this case, Melissa, is that's kind of like the questions, right? Like, who was the target? Was it Maddie or was it Kaylee? A lot of people think that it was Kaylee, the one that had the little doggy, which is the one that's at the very in the screen right now. She's the one at the bottom with the girl on top of her shoulders. So she's the one at the bottom. That's Kaylee. And Maddie is the one that's sitting on her shoulders there. And so they
confused them.
Yeah, because they ended up being in the same room, in Maddie's room, and the sheath was found underneath of Maddie, who was closest to the wall. And Ethan and Zaina were, again, there's this whole thing with this case, right? We don't know the answers yet. That's all going to hopefully come out in trial, but it's a matter of, are they trying to close the doors to the trial as well? Like everything suppressed. Go ahead.
But we do know that we do know a little bit of information that gives us that gives us a little bit of a clue. Because remember when the coroner spoke, she said that Kaylee? No, Kaylee. Why am I having trouble
Kaylee.
remembering her name? Kaylee. She had more wounds
Right.
than anybody else. So that to me, and like I told you with the other case, that means usually when there's more wounds, to me, that signifies or that translates that was the target. Usually the target will have more wounds than the other ones.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, you know what? At the end of the day, like I said, I mean, who knows how this case is going to come along because everything is pretty much suppressed, like not suppressed, but sealed. And I'm pretty sure that they're trying to seal the trial as well. But who knows exactly how that's going to happen. We'll see how it plays out. Just a very devastating case. Honestly, like it's just sad. So wherever the truth lies, I believe Brian Koberger absolutely is the person that did this. Again, it's one of those things is that who sits there, puts gloves on to take out their garbage and you're innocent and stuff like that. Come on now. And then you happen to have a Elantra, vehicle, and you happen to live in Moscow area, the Pullman area, and then you go in that area and then you're just stargazing. It's the typical bullshit that the defense has to try to, twist into their favor and suppress whatever they can. My thing is, for me personally, my court says that he's guilty, and then it's just a matter of maybe trying to understand a little bit more truth behind, this whole thing about who was the target. Was there any connection to either the restaurant or online? What made him what would have made him do this? Like I said, did somebody piss him off? And, uh, again, it will be interesting to see how this case plays out. Sadly, for beautiful, young adults, lives were taken, and two people, Dylan being off to the left side there, that's Dylan Mortensen. And for the life of me, I'm so sorry. I cannot think of the sixth girl's name all of a sudden because it's been quite a minute since I've even had to remember the names, besides them, because we always talk about the main ones. But Dylan is because she's been kind of taken through the trash a bit. Can you remember, Alexa?
No, that's what I'm trying to
Guys,
remember.
who's the
No,
one in the right-hand side there besides Zaina?
And they all in this picture just look like they're having the time of their lives at college. I mean, it just
Bethany,
breaks my
thank you.
heart.
yeah.
And that picture was taken like the same day.
Was it the same day or was it the day before? I think it was the day before. It was the day before.
Well, meaning not the same day, because obviously the day fell into the nighttime, but so meaning of that day earlier. Like, I mean, February, no, sorry. Shoot.
Oh, it was a recent.
13th
Saying.
was the date that they were killed, right? 13th.
I
And
always thought it was the day before, but it wasn't. Whether it was the day before or that day,
Yeah.
it was the recent. It was a recent picture.
it was like again, Kaylee had come down. She had gotten a new Jeep or whatever it was, vehicle. She had come down. So again, it's just one of those things. Was it Katie? Was it Kaylee? Was it Maddie? At the end of the day, kind of like with Delphi, you just want to know the truth. That's all you're ever pressing for is just the truth. Okay, we need to get off of this case now.
I will say, if there is a silver lining for me in this case, and like I said, I don't know a whole lot about it, but for me, if there's a silver lining in it, it's that they were together. They weren't alone. And I know that probably sounds really harsh to say.
I know. It's kind of one of those, things that it's like almost getting a backhanded compliment, really. Is that, they were all best friends. And so 4 of them are now together, and the other 2 have to deal with here on Earth with those issues. Sadly for anyone to even have to experience this is just heart-wrenching on there. But anyways, I'm gonna move on from this one, guys, though, because we need to get into the Sebastian Rogers case. Now, quickly, I'm just gonna stop the screen. I'm gonna put up your thing there for a second. And just explain to people what you're doing with this one, Melissa. So we're on to the Sebastian Rogers case, and this is one too where I really want to pick Alexza's brain. But okay, So this is a 37 file PDF that you had sent me. So just explain to people, if you could, the gist of this for anyone once it actually fully gets released.
Okay, so what I did is I kind of just went back to the beginning. And at the start, I made a list of basically from, how to submit a tip and all that. But you'll see I have day -1, which is when they went to Costco, right? And then I have day 0, which is when they went bowling and had the spaghetti pancakes. And in this, I'm putting the day, the event that happened, a link to where I found the information, and then if I have anything to say in that or a timestamp. I've went over the Texas Roadhouse. I've went over a lot of different interviews that they've done. And so I still have to go. I did the 911 calls.
Yeah, just go in your order. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through it to show people. Don't get sidetracked by me here.
And then what I have left to do after all this, since I've went and I've done most of the interviews that I need to do to catch me up, I'm going to now go back through here and make a timeline best I can, which I have kind of done. And then I'm going to make a list of contradictions. And I'm going to start with, Katie Proudfoot and do her contradictions. And then I'll go through and do Christopher Proudfoot and his contradictions. I am primarily focusing on Katie and Chris because I know Seth was at work. And, well, frankly, I believe Seth. I don't believe the Proudfoots. And in all honesty, I feel like the clue to what happened is with the Proudfoots, whether it's just Katie or Katie and Chris. So I've just kind of went through and I've done all these interviews and done timestamps and what was said. Some of them are quotes. Some of them are just a gist of what happened. Some of them I have my own personal feeling in there and a side note. Basically, if I need information, I know exactly where to go, exactly what timestamp to go to. And it's going to help me make the timeline and the contradictions between them to try to get to the truth a little bit easier.
Yeah. And there, just quickly as well, let me just go find it as well. There was a channel today that put out actually something that I was going to work on, but then I realized I didn't have to because this channel did it today. And let me just
Dr. E, I think was the name.
Mr. E's Crimecast.
Mr. E.
Yeah. Okay. So 1 second here. Just gonna stop screen for a second. Oops, I went nice and close. Okay. So yeah, Mr. E's Crimecast. So he put out this one today. Sebastian Rogers, Sunday, September 5th. Anyways, so these are all to do with like the interviews. So kind of like what we were just showing you, what we were just showing you there with Melissa's timeline, and it had all the interviews. Basically, it's, Katie on each interview telling about that day, right? You guys all know that some had more details than others and stuff like that. So this is, again, Mr. E's. And so if anyone's interested in that, because it was something that I wanted to do too as well. But hey, then I basically left a thing on this thing, message on this thing saying, well, thank you. Because this was exactly what it was. So anyone that wants the link to that, I'll drop that there for his channel. And again, so if anyone wants to just to listen to all of Katie's things as she went through each of the YouTube channels and interviews or TV ones about, what happened that day. He did say, it's funny, he had a hard time where they were mentioning about the Monday too much on there. Another thing that I want to do is, let me just go back to it for a second. Okay. I didn't realize I didn't have this one in Sebastian's list, like meaning, you're supposed to add it to the playlist, but I was never always good at doing stuff like that. I got better as I'm going on with doing that one. But anyways, so this was the first time we had covered the case. So again, Adam, had sent me this, said, "Hey, Sonny, like, look at this. It's all over TikTok with regards to this child." I believe it was that same night that I had sent it out on Twitter, just because I wanted other people to become aware of it, right? Because that's what we're supposed to do, is whenever we see something, a missing child, share, blah, 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 blah. This child's face, named Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, instantly I gravitated to this, to me, this is this child's face. I know he's a teen. And I knew we had to cover it. So I added this one back into the list. So and this isn't about being braggadocious, but because I had said this to Jennifer the other day, and most people don't know that this channel was the first one to actually cover the Sebastian Rogers case on YouTube. February 27th is when this live was. Obviously, he disappeared on that. So whenever somebody wonders or questions about the integrity of Sebastian's case or this channel, this was something right from the get-go that gravitated to our hearts. There was a case that, again, we wanted to cover, looking at this boy. And so it was, I would say it was like within the next, so they did the Duchess interview. So if this is February 27th, the Duchess interview was on March 3rd. And it started popping off the next day or two after this live. And I was happy to see that, because you know how some cases just don't get, the traction that they deserve. So it was really great to see that this case was getting the traction. However, we didn't know at the time, of course, it was going to turn out like a lot of cases that we see nowadays, where it turns into like a Wild West circus act. And especially like in this case, there has been a ton of threats towards people, and you don't understand why, because it's like the point of this is that you're trying to help find a missing child and figure, and this to help find the child. So why is it that people are deterring from that? It doesn't make any sense that these loony people exist. But anyway, so if anyone ever wants to go back to that, basically on this particular live, we covered Sebastian, but we also covered Elijah Vu at the same time. It was because the intent was we were going to do an Elijah Vu, but then because of Sebastian's case, well, we wanted to, of course, cover that and do that one. So we know that we're January 25th. So tomorrow will be January 26th. And we know that Sebastian, the 25th or 26th is when Sebastian disappeared. And Alexza, before I get any further into Sebastian's case, anything that you've watched, you know what?
Actually, you know what? Can you put something on? Because look, my eye is like tearing, like really bad. I just have to go, and my eye is like tearing really bad. So put something on. I'll take my mobile and I'll come back.
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
Sorry.
Okay. No. So let me stop screen and I'll go bring this up for a second. Now this is, let me close that off. Okay. So this is on 5D's channel. And I know it has Nick the Hat up in the corner. If anyone knows Nick the Hat and At Night and stuff like that, that they have been following this case, intently, boots on the ground. And there's been, a lot of stuff with like the Lore Lodge and SF Investigates, and then it's kind of like, the war a little bit on Twitter happening or with YouTube channels. But anyways, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Nick, at Night and all that, just trying to seek truth and answers. You got SF Investigates, who's getting paid by the Proudfoots. And I exactly remember when SF started getting into this case. because he was following Riley Strain on there. And but anyways, he gets paid by the Proudfoots. So definitely, I think the people that were listening to the Lore Lodge is that I mean, I get it when somebody says that they're just seeking the truth and stuff like that, but you could also tell that it was just like it was basically like one-sided towards the Proudfoots and then knocking Seth, you know, and so but especially when you're getting paid by somebody, I mean, at the end of the day, what do you like? I know he kind of came out SF Investigates saying, well, I'm just here to seek for the truth. I don't know if they had anything to do with it or not do with it. But yet you sit there and said that you're 100% sure that they didn't. And then you go on the Lore Lodge and then you say something like that. All I saw was, to be honest, like I said, I just want to be honest with that interview. I felt like there was definitely more questions that needed to be asked on there. But I understand when two people don't fully know the case from the side of following every drip drop of every interview, every live that they've been on versus more what I call surface in a sense. So that's where we know there was more questions we were hoping to hear. But I just felt like SF Investigates, he's like if you think that Christopher Proudfoot is narcissistic, SF Investigates just really truly has an ignorant big mouth, like somebody that just literally puts himself on the top of a mountain and it's like talking to peons beneath him. It's the same thing that Christopher Proudfoot does as well, but I'd say that SF Investigates has a very much more higher narcissism than Christopher Proudfoot even, but he was very stuttering. He's not a good speaker. Let me put it that way. The guy is definitely not a good speaker, but on Twitter, he's just a right a-hole, to be honest with you, to people. And when he wants to use the word professional for himself, I find that very laughable because, typically most professional people, they just kind of keep it to themselves and try to figure out answers. And if they are talking, they try to keep it, just, to the point, generic in a sense. But that's not how he's been. He's been just a babbling idiot on Twitter, saying such ignorant things to people and to how he talks. And so when I saw him on the Lore Lodge after his mouth, all I could think about is, dude, you literally should not be talking publicly because all you do is trip over yourself. And especially when somebody's trying to be very careful of the words that they're saying. But he just came off to me like, let me just start from, let me just make this clear. So you see, like, and then he did that a lot throughout it. And I was just like going, oh, dude, you literally just made yourself look like a blabbering idiot. And yeah, so whatever, right? It was alive and it was information. And, I appreciate the Lore Lodge and him for doing it. Take whatever information with the grain of salt to what you believe in this case or not. I just thought that it made him even look like more of an idiot by actually speaking because he was just jammering. Did any of you guys watch the Lore Lodge?
I did, and I tell you what, I thought he talked in a lot of circles, and I thought he talked a lot of word salad, just like Christopher Proudfoot does.
When you say this guy is a professional, what type of a professional is he?
Oh,
he called himself a
search and rescue.
Oh, search and rescue.
Yeah. I mean, look how when the Lore Lodge tied him down when he said that, like something about involvement with Ali. And then once the Lore Lodge tied him down, it's like, well, I mean, they work with Ali, but they're not like actual Ellie type of thing. And it's just like, dude, this is the thing you try to do. You try to build yourself up to be this big marshmallow puff, and then really you get your pin poked in it and then you start deflating the more you're talking and the more the credibility of stuff that he has said doesn't seem credible anymore, to be honest with you, because it seemed like he was backpedaling on things that he had said on Twitter. And yeah, so he just almost came off like losing a lot of credibility to me, because it's like what he's saying on Twitter and then what he was saying there. It's almost like when Christopher Proudfoot, got caught on Nancy Grace and going about the polygraph test. And then he's like, no, I didn't take it. That's what it reminded me of with the SF Investigates, is almost like he's getting asked these questions and then you just hear the stuttering. So Alexza, as a profiler, a criminal profiler, just watching that particular interview, what would be your takeaway from
The
SF?
interview of the parents.
No, of SF Investigates, then the Lore Lodge interview.
Can you play a little bit? Because I went to the bathroom. I'm sorry.
Wait, I can barely hear you.
I'm sorry. I went to the bathroom. Can you play
Oh.
just a tiny bit? Or let me just see. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I went to the
It's
bathroom.
okay. You know what? You watched the Lore Lodge one with SF Investigates on it, correct?
No.
Okay, so that's where I thought you had said yes just a few minutes ago
No.
when I'd asked. Okay, so in saying that, it's okay. If you didn't watch it, that's okay, because we can come revisit it regardless. So I was just going to ask you what would have been your takeaway on SF for his demeanor, how he came across with all his stuttering and stammering and whatever, but doesn't matter.
I can Google him quickly.
No, don't worry about it, Alexza. We got so much other things to cover on this. Okay.
I'll get back to it. I'll see it.
So I'm going to play this. This is 5D here. And he's playing a clip, it looks like, off Nick the Hat's, channel. And this is Hong. Okay. So Hong is another person that's been covering the Sebastian Rogers case, in conjunction with Nick the Hat, Dog and At Night, trying to just find answers for Sebastian's disappearance. So let me just play this quickly. So the premise of this particular video is that the first part he's going to play, that's part we're going to listen to. Apparently Katie's cousin is the one that had put up, I don't know if it's like this post. And so that's what the premises of this particular video is, okay? What supposedly Katie's cousin's post said about this. Okay.
This will be my last post, and
Okay.
Of course, after I went live, Katie's first cousin said something that we should all listen to on Facebook. Now listen to this.
This will be my last post, and I hope everyone reading this will understand why. Since this began, I struggled with the thought that a member of my very own family could ever do something as heinous as getting rid of their child, like every single YouTuber was saying. Then I watched the first interview and became a skeptic. Second interview and felt sick. Third interview, all doubt was gone, but held hope, maybe an accident. Then she left town saying he could be anywhere by now. Blood relations only hold so much hope and faith, and I couldn't pray this feeling away. Months later, so many lies, YouTube creators flipping the script as if they were threatened. No way, I thought. They never went to a single vigil, couldn't find time for searches. Lie-D on a summer custody petition, fully cleared by LE, in no danger or threat. She seemed to love her summer with someone else's child, forgetting hers. Now anyone who is steadfast in finding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is met with threats, fake profile harassment, and legal action. Gag orders, First Amendment rights stripped. Every day, I truly feel like I want to apologize. But every day, I want to scream at every state and federal representative for the state of TN and ask them, can you not see what is happening in this county? What mother steals her missing child's name out of the mouths of people who want him found? Why is nothing being done about the threats to the people searching? Then I want to ask my extended family, why are you all so quiet? Do you think this is okay? I don't. If you did nothing wrong, prove us wrong. Let people search without fear, hang flyers without getting the police called on them. Show his name and picture. Stop spending your time and money in court and on lawyers silencing people over lies. Let people help bring him home. Otherwise, tell us what happened. And I hope.
Now, that's not coming from me. That's coming from Katie's mom's first cousin. Now, you have.
With that being said, I wanted to play that again. So, obviously it's one of those voiceover things where it's playing the Facebook post that was written. So like he's saying after he did a live, then Katie's whatever mother's first cousin. But it's all true. Regardless, it's all true. Why is the Proudfoots lack of showing search? You know what, Alexza? Just want you to speak on this right now, to be honest with you. Me and Melissa have talked about this multiple times, but I want to hear what you have to say.
I think I am thinking along the same ways that you have been, thinking. I think we're on the same trail because the parents, they don't speak immediately. I'm not 100% versed in this case, but I do know some facts. But I know that they don't speak right away. The first interview is a couple days. And even in the interview, to me, she doesn't seem desperate. I would be doing anything. Why are you not out there putting, they ask a question that bothered me so much when they ask the question. It's can you tell us anything about your son that might help, what is he like? He likes to go to the stores and he likes to go buy the tomatoes because he loves tomatoes. He likes to ride bicycles. Those things need to be, they need to be known. That way, if somebody sees him and they can be, or somebody can be more aware of those things. And she didn't. It's almost like she didn't care. She didn't say anything. She didn't go over anything. It's almost like she's not helping Ali. And also another thing I noticed is almost like they are scripted. The words that they use, to me, it seems like they're scripted. It's not coming logically. How can you tell me your son goes missing from his bed, but the door is going to be locked? That makes no sense. You honestly think somebody's gonna kidnap your child and they're gonna have the courtesy to lock your door? Come on, no, this doesn't make sense.
Well, let me.
Mhm.
Go ahead. Well,
No, and another thing that it's almost like she puts specific that thought. When she hears, I think she was first. I thought it was falling asleep, or she was on the phone, and then she hears the big thought. To me, that it's a culpability thing. It's almost like I'm going to say it because, and I need to put it anywhere because if anybody heard that, I am going to come out and say, hey, like Richard Allen, I was here, I didn't do anything. And that really caught my eye because
you're right.
first of all, why even say that you heard that? That gives almost the impression that something happened to him in his house. That goes against you. Instead of helping you, that actually does the reverse. It puts all eyes on you.
Okay, so let me stop you there for a sec.
Mhm.
There's two things here. Melissa, Melissa, the first time I know we heard the thud in Nancy Grace and in Chronicles. So let me ask you there's a couple questions I want to put out to you first. One, as a criminal profiler of doing that for 16 years and just body language, on the Chronicles, or sorry, on the first one, the Duchess, what do you think? Okay, that was their first interview. Now, they've claimed that they were told not to do interviews at first and blah, blah, blah. But anyways, so beyond that, that was the 8th day, okay? I believe it was, right, Melissa? 8th day?
The 8th or the 11th?
Well, it was on the 3rd.
It was the 8th day.
8th day. So in saying that, what do you think about just in, not having any judgment towards Seth or whatever on this one, but what do you think about Chris and Katie going on a YouTube channel? Now, she does say something about, I think this person that she knows the crowd, about Christopher's mother's friend, cousin, or right?
A friend of a friend, yeah.
That's kind of how she got supposedly the interview.
A family member of hers knows a family member of theirs.
Right. Yeah. And so now it was more specific because I remember that they literally said that she literally said, meaning the Duchess, had said something about a cousin of like her mom or something, like it was like that. And maybe that's the same thing that was speaking. But my question to you is, just from the perception point of view, instead of going to national news for your first interview, you decide to sit on a 5K channel and do your first interview. What are your thoughts just based on that for a child that has gone missing? And then their first interview is on a YouTube channel instead of national.
I mean, we can take it from two ways. We can take it from the way that you go and say, because she was friends with somebody in YouTube, speaking publicly speaking, not everybody feels comfortable, especially in, this time when, your son is missing and you're grieving and everything. So from that perspective, we can look at it and say, hey, maybe she was a grieving mother, that she felt more comfortable going that route. But based on what I've seen, the whole picture, if I am looking at the whole picture, what I've seen after that interview, to me, it doesn't make sense. Because I mean, if you want your child found, you want to access as many people as possible. I understand going there because I mean, if you can get 5,000 people, hey, 5,000 people.
Well, that's 5K subscribers.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. But let's pretend that all those 5K are going to see this video, right? Let's pretend. Obviously, it's not going to happen like that, but let's pretend. But why not go and do the news too? And I never heard. I understand. Usually, Ellie tells you, and I've been there because when I worked, I worked with Ellie very closely, and they usually tell you, I don't want you to. If they tell you specifics, they say to you, I don't want you discussing specifics. And sometimes you have your lawyer with you. That's when in a lot of interviews you see the lawyer there, and then you're like, can I say this? Can I discuss that? If you're not sure, but Ellie's never gonna say, do not go on TV and look for your son. I've never seen that. I mean, I didn't work with children, but from what I've seen in the few cases, I have never seen this. It's almost like, I don't know. It's almost like, to me, it comes off as almost like she doesn't want him found. And this is the vibe that I'm getting. I'm not getting a mom that is doing everything.
I was gonna say, well, because I'm gonna keep asking you some questions. So Melissa, she's been, like I said, covering the timeline of whatever more extensively than I had because I had done mine back in April. One of the things that I'm sure that she's thought about, like ourselves, is like in the earlier interviews, Christopher Proudfoot, he uses the word, and then the mom, went down to wake up her son, and he always uses the word, go ahead, Melissa, say it more specifically, the son, instead of Sebastian.
Yeah, so whenever he's talking about Katie, it's always the mom or mom. When he's talking about Sebastian, at first he never says his name, and still to this day really doesn't that much. He refers to him as the boy, her son. He just does. It's almost as if he's removed.
Detachment. Exactly.
Yeah, from him.
That's what the question actually is.
And in fact, let me just read this to you. He said at one point in an interview, he said that they stayed on the phone for a while, and he told her she needed to go to bed. So after that, he said, so then mom goes to bed, wakes up early to wake up her son and get him ready for school. Mom made an effort. Mom called me. The boy wasn't in the house. but he will constantly refer to him as like the boy. He doesn't like to say his name. He doesn't even really like to say Katie's name at first. He constantly refers to her as the mom, not my wife, not anything like that. It's like mom and the mom. And I've noticed even to like some of the later interviews, you almost have to pull Sebastian's name out of his mouth, like it's like pulling teeth, for him to say his name. And he is constantly, and I do mean constantly, cutting Katie off.
Okay, I was gonna say, we'll stop at the one because we'll get to that as well. So the question would be exactly why is he using, why as a criminal profiler would you think that he is using the word the mom, and especially later on in the later interviews he starts using Katie more, like way more, but in those early interviews it's like, yeah, the mom, the boy. So from your professional perspective on that, please.
I think detachment and self-awareness. I think he's making sure he's detaching himself, but also by doing that, he's catching himself, like talking, like he's being very careful. Because don't forget, if they did this one wrong thing and it goes down the drain, like they will be, everybody's gonna see through. So it's like, they have to put that charade. So I think he needs to detach himself. Either maybe he feels that he was not the one, that even if they both did something to this kid, but maybe he feels that he wasn't the main one. It was her decision making, it's her kid and she got rid of her kid. He just helped. So that's why they use attachment. And also self-awareness, very careful what you're speaking. I mean, if how many years have they lived together? Do you know how many years Sebastian had lived with the stepdad?
So Sebastian was 15 when he went missing. He was a seven and a half when Christopher and Katie got together. So basically half of his life, seven and a half years.
Yeah.
So he was 15, right? 15.
Yeah.
So
He's 16
okay.
now.
So that's a long time. So by then, I mean, you form kind of an attachment to that person. You have spent 7 summers, 7 Christmases, 7 birthdays. So there's an attachment. It's not like it's a new relationship. I think that's why. I think detachment, in his eyes, he doesn't feel that if they're the ones who did something, he is not viewing himself as the main person who did it. It's her.
Yeah.
It was her.
And
that's
again,
why- Mhm.
and I just want to point out again, right? At this point of the junction, there's no charges against anybody.
Yeah.
We don't know what happened to Sebastian. We're just going over the interviews and thoughts about especially from Alexza, who I've wanted to tackle this case here with us about Sebastian Rogers and some of the details, in regards to Katie, Chris, or Seth as well, of course, and just get her insight from a criminal profiler perspective. So I'm going to go. So in saying that, I just want to go. So I'm going to go on to the next point here. So my next point would be about the thud. And Melissa, again, say to Alexza, she said noise, I believe, in Chronicles. And then she went on to say just a thud. And that was how many interviews in was Chronicles?
Okay, so on day 22, we are at that point 1, 2, 3, 4. So on the 5th interview that they did, when she talked to Chronicles of Olivia, she at timestamp 2:25, he was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise. I don't care what you're doing in there, but you need to go to sleep. So that was on day 22.
Hold on. Day
5th interview.
22 of being missing?
Yes.
But the 5th interview. Okay, gotcha.
So 5th interview, day 22 of being missing. So then, let me go down here so I get this right. So then in Sorry, there's a lot of them here.
Welcome, Baba.
So then Nancy Grace, it goes, so that's 5, 6. So the 7th interview to Nancy Grace, it goes from some noise to just a thud. And that is day 29 of him being missing. Now, on the second Duchess interview that they did,
Yeah.
I believe, let me double check here.
Yeah.
They had asked her, and I quote, "I just want to know if maybe thinking back on it, is there anything you can think of that seemed out of the ordinary prior to him going missing during the night before you noticed he was missing?" That was the question asked directly to Katie. And this was her answer. And I quote, because I had to rewind and do this multiple times to get it exact. "I honestly didn't notice anything that was like, oh my God, that's weird. I mean, we had a really good day. He wasn't in trouble at all. We went to bed on a good note. And I don't know if maybe he just wasn't saying something, but nothing. And I've gone over this so many times, I'm ill. But I didn't see or notice anything that was like a red flag. That's day 21. But day 22, she goes to some noise. And then day 29, it's just a thud.
Yeah, just a thud. So yeah. So that right there, Alexa, and thank you, Melissa, for reading that so that people have context. Exactly that. So we're talking like 5 interviews in Chronicles of Olivia. She says about the noise. Then
4
one-
interviews in, then
4
5.
interviews. Okay. And then she says just a thud on Nancy Grace. Never mentioned that at all in any of the other interviews, and then inputs that in there. What are
And
your thoughts?
listen to the things, a couple things that I was able to just pick from that. And I'm not a statement analysis. I just, I work among them, so I'm able to pick up. And with body language, I am, with body language. Sometimes, when you speak, you pick up on a couple words. But she says, first of all, I did not notice anything. How your child goes missing that night, and you're telling me that you can't remember anything that happened that night? I understand. If and I use that example with Melissa, and I said to Melissa, if I ask you, Melissa, what happened to you on October 22nd? She's gonna be like, I don't know. I don't know what I did. But if I tell her, Melissa, do you remember where you were when September 11 happened? And you start saying, you can even remember what you were wearing. What did you eat? What did you do? Who was the person you spoke to? Did you watch the news? Did you not? So that was very interesting. I did not notice anything. Then she says, we had a normal day, blah 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 blah. And it wasn't like he was even in trouble that day. Why mention that? Like, why? So what would happen if he would have gotten in trouble that day? Would you punish him so sadistically? Was he being punished so sadistically that you have to mention that? So that's to me, that's a big red flag. Why? It's almost like they're putting the narrative. They're throwing little things. This is scripted, and they're putting little things of what to say, so it looks. See, this is the thing that happens, is that the people that commit those crimes, they think that they're trying to give information like, I didn't do anything. We had a great day. But by saying these things, people like me pick up those things, and they look bad for you, because instead of being able to say, I can exclude you from being investigated, I go, oh no, I would say to a detective, this is the person that we have to look at that, because why are she saying that? And she has gone over many times in her head, and not like nothing comes really. That honestly doesn't make any sense. And then the next day you mention about the noise. So to me, it's either they put that noise because they want to make sure they're covered. They're covering themselves and they're saying, hey, what about if somebody heard that noise? What about if the neighbor heard that noise? We have to say, so then you know what? Tomorrow in the interview, you have to say it. And that's how they, unfortunately, that's to me, they don't have credibility. To me, this is a narrative that they're using, that they're, it's all scripted. And they're putting certain words that they're thinking that they're absolving themselves from any culpability, but instead it's making them look bad. And you will see. I mean, if I think they are the ones who did it, but when it comes, if there's no crime that is perfect, it's just the way the circumstances are. Either the police didn't catch, things properly. But I mean, hopefully we will know what happened to him.
Cause so from a criminal profiler perspective, because you just said, like, I feel like they're the ones that were involved. Not that they've been charged, but your own thoughts. So from your point of view of watching any interviews, okay, just explain what would lead you to believe that based on this case, Sebastian, no answers, but where for you where'd you get that basis that they had something to do with his disappearance?
Well, and let's say this. I mean, it would be unfair to say that every single parent that goes missing has to be on camera crying, because I understand not everybody process emotions the same, will process emotions differently. And for whatever sadness looks to you, it might look different for me and for Melissa. So let's get that out of the way. I will never say that. But to me, especially as a mom, then as a before I'm a mom, and then if I put myself in criminal behavior analyst, I can see there's no emotion. She has I not once, and not even reading her body language, when she cried. When you cry, there's 43 muscles in the face. Okay. And when you cry, the gabella is this party right here. You start crying, it comes from the eyes. And some people are ugly, they have what we call the ugly cry. And when you cry, it's something that you can't stop. It's not something that you can rehearse. Even, I mean, yeah, the actresses and then the actors, but it's different. But you cannot feel that emotion. When you hear something like that, like a child missing, sometimes you hear those stories, you yourself are so invested that you yourself start crying. And I noticed that at one point it's almost like she's looking at him and it's almost like, oh, I have to cry on cue. And it's almost like she cries, but she never wipes tears. Like tears run this way. Tears don't go like this. And she goes on top, like almost like this. And I'm like, that's not how and you use the same tissue too. Not once you change your tissue. So apparently you're not crying enough. I mean, and I'm saying, and I get it. I get it. That's one. Number two, I I personally don't like, it's she's not doing anything. Like, what are you doing to be looking for your child? I mean, in one point she's like, "Oh, I'm sitting here. Maybe he will come back." Are you serious? When I lose my lipstick, I look everywhere. And that's my lipstick. Imagine losing your child. I would be at the police station every day. Did you find anything? I mean, we used to have cases, sometimes you would tell the parents. Like I felt so bad for the detectives because they would be like, you know what, I'll call you if anything comes. I promise, I'll call you every day. And sometimes they didn't have time, and the parents had to show up and be like, did you find anything new? Did you come? And those are the people that you can really see that they're looking for you, their kids. These people don't seem like, look at them, they don't have in the face. There's no emotion. Like, look at them. They speak almost like robotic. There's no I see them and I don't connect with them. I don't feel bad for them.
Same.
And then I started asking myself why. And obviously, children don't go missing. Something happened to this child, because a child cannot go missing. A pen can go missing. A child cannot go missing. So, and usually, most of the time, it's the parents, because the last person that saw them, in this case, children, parents. And here we also have another layer. And I'm sorry, to sound like this, but he was also on the spectrum. So he wasn't a normal teenager that maybe you can start saying, you know what, maybe he met somebody online and maybe somebody came and
Right.
picked him up,
Right.
because we knew that he was not online and he was very controlled online.
Very little. Yeah.
So we can take this out of the equation. So who else can it have been? I mean, nobody came to the window. So to me, I say it was the parent.
Well, I was going to say, and we will come back to that. Melissa, before I come back to you, I'll play one clipping from Nancy Grace. And my reason for this one is there's Christopher Proudfoot especially probably has the most inconsistencies, kind of like what Melissa's saying. There's quite a few times like where he just literally takes control. But anyway, so at this point of Nancy Grace, she's asking him about basically, basically like, are you going to work? Oh, okay, well, I guess you've been gone for like a month and a half. But anyway, so this is about his work, okay? And he was working at the St. Jude's Hospital in Memphis. He does claim that he was, most of that morning, he arrived back on the 26th around 1 p.m. That most of that morning, up until the point that he arrived, he was on the phone, with the sheriff's office, still talking with them, and obviously that can be proven, regardless and digital stuff. But anyways, so just to point out, one of the things that this is during the same interview though. Okay, so listen to what he says here.
Currently working or was working at the St. Jude Children's Hospital construction project.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Well, you've been gone ever since Sebastian went missing, so I understand. When you are home, do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Okay, so that was his answer at that moment of the live, right? Well, that's up in the air. Okay, so now we're going to go to the 23:45 mark of that interview. And let's see here. 23, let's start it right there.
We were given information that you guys have left the home. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Yeah. No.
I'm going back to work.
You're going back to work. What about you, Miss Proudfoot?
No, I'm not going back to work. Not yet, at least.
That's not the question.
Did you leave the home also, Miss Proudfoot?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
Okay, when will you be back? Do you know yet?
No, not yet.
Are you concerned about being away while the search is ongoing?
Absolutely, I am.
Then why are you going?
Because my son could be anywhere, and we're looking everywhere and anywhere.
Okay, so we'll stop that there. So Alexza, pointing out what he said about his job is up in the air. Then when it's re-asked, he goes to go back to work. How can both be true?
I think it's because the way he said it. It was Nancy Grace, the one that picked up the word, because it was in the wording, the way she asked the question, and then he said, "Well, it's almost like it's up in the air," and she picked it up, and that's why she said, "Also, you're not working." And then he said, "Well, it's up in the air."
Yeah, it's up in the air.
That way, I can give him the benefit of the doubt because it could be wording, the way she put it, the way he said it. I get it, but to me, this looks. When you're being, have you seen those movies when you're a kid, when you have been kidnapped and somebody's in behind and they have a gun in your back and they're like, you're going to call your family and you're going to tell them you're okay. And you're like, yeah, I'm okay. This is like, this woman has been instructed to say this thing. I am going to leave my house to be with my husband. Seriously? your son went missing from that home, wouldn't you want to stay in that home? I would. I would be like, maybe he will come home. Especially again that he's in the spectrum, and maybe the only thing he remembers is how to get home. I would be. You would have to take my body in a black bag from that house, and just why when she's asked why there's no emotion, because I have to call my
Well,
husband.
so as the clip does play, because this was my thing. When she said that, I was like, okay, you know what? Quit feeding us a crock of crap. The reason why
Yeah.
you left is because you were afraid to be alone, because of all the internet people that were hanging around, and someone that get a load of this as well, right?
Or the
Someone,
memories of what happened there.
pardon, well, or that too. Again,
The memories of what
but someone that works for Brinks, because that's who she worked for, is Brinks, yeah. And so you work for Brinks, you have an autistic child who's not, as they said, not known for eloping, and yet you have no motion detectors, no security cameras. I'm sorry. I just like, regardless, I just find that hard to equate in my, I know that they don't, but I find that really hard to equate that you have an autistic child and you work for Brinks, and yet all these other people have Ring doorbell cameras and they don't have squat.
I didn't know
Right.
she worked for them.
Yeah. And there. Okay. So as for that part, I want to say this and then I'll go to Melissa for a sec. Okay. So as for this part, I really feel like she's a zombie and she's just saying the words. It's like I feel like she doesn't even really want to be there. Actually, she doesn't even come across like she's a zombie because Sebastian's missing. It's almost like, first of all, they're on a whole different behavior. They're acting totally like as if they're good school students. Sitting there, yes ma'am, yes ma'am, yes ma'am, and all that stuff. But I'm not, like you said, I'm not feeling this connection to the fact that she's sitting there because her son's missing and she just wants everyone to, look for him. And, we're working our butts off trying to search for him too and stuff like that. I'm just feeling like this empty person, that's just that the answers that they're given. It's almost like they're irritated with answering some of these questions. Melissa, for you on this particular interview, how did you feel about the Proudfoots?
Very calculated in what they were saying, but at the same time, not calculated enough to cover up their own lies.
Right. And just to clarify, Baba Rose, that actually is not factual. I do want to say, because we always want to put out the truth facts about the things. And honestly, Nina thought that they had cameras, but she wasn't sure if they did or not. She just would have expected. There was never actually anything said about cameras in the kitchen. I have went back and looked at that when people talked about it. I've just recently played Nina's interview, and at no point did she say that. So again, if that's what you think that the knowledge is, I'm going to tell you that is knowledge that's not true, that there was nothing said about cameras. Some people have repeated this, and I think it became something that somebody thought that they heard, and then other people are repeating this. But definitely during Nina's interviews, she had no idea. She just assumed that they had cameras, but nothing about the kitchen or anything like that. So again, and that's just from somebody that's that wouldn't know. And I went back to that interview on Smiley's, and there was nothing ever said. It was said about him stealing snacks or taking snacks, but never anything. And Melissa, you can answer this because you've gone through all 5 interviews. Have you?
If I could just interject real quick here, Baba Rose, it was actually confirmed and posted publicly by Michelle After Dark or something like that. They did at one time have cameras around the home, but those cameras were deactivated before this event took place. And by this event, I mean Sebastian going missing. So there were no active cameras at the time of his disappearance except for the neighbors. And
But
that
they
has
did
been
have
stated
cameras.
multiple times.
Now that was stated by at night. So that came from at night. Okay.
Yeah,
So
at night.
So Ali didn't say so. We didn't hear it. The Proudfoots had said no, that they didn't have any cameras when asked by Nancy Grace as well. So again, at night, Nick the Hat and that, again, they're doing all this back work. So just the only thing for me as factual, like as factual, is did it come out of Chris's mouth? Did it come out of Katie's mouth? Did it come out of Steph's mouth? That doesn't mean that those aren't lies, okay? But did it come from the horse's mouth? Did it come from Ali's mouth? Or is it third-hand information? And again, I put those on different levels, right? When you have people like Dog the Bounty Hunter or Nick, and meaning like the information gets graded higher for sure than if it's just an average Joe Blow YouTuber, in a sense, passing along information from a Facebook post that you don't know, stuff like that. So I just grade those, but I always take everything with a grain of salt, and that stuff sits in my head. So that came from at night. That what Melissa's talking about there was in that Twitter post. So when you say Michelle After Dark, right, all her information comes from other people's videos or Twitter and different things as well.
Yeah, I misspoke. It was at night.
Yes, it was that had said that. So I just want to be clear because when I'm talking personally about timelines and stuff like that, this is stuff that Katie has said, or it's come out of Chris's mouth on YouTube channels, and then versus Ali and the information that we have from them. So that's what I deem as factual, but doesn't necessarily make what they're saying true in a sense, if that makes sense. And the rest of it is just things that we come across. Okay. Like this is being said about the camera lights from this person. SF is saying this about the camera lights. Okay. Then we have Bobby who talks about the camera lights and stuff like that. Now, before I move on to the next thing, is there anything specifically that, Melissa, one thing that you wanted to specifically ask Alexza yourself at this point?
Okay, so if I had to pick one thing, it would be the belt issue. There's a couple things I have wrote down,
the belt.
But if I had to pick one, it's the belt issue. So day 24, in the in the Smiley interview. So let me find it here so that I am saying it exactly correct here.
And there they are.
I just had it, so give me just a second. I had it all pulled up and then I had to go do this. Okay, so during the Smiley interview on day 24 of Sebastian missing, he was asked about the CPS report about him hitting Sebastian with a belt. And so this was his response. He said that Sebastian had went to school with no belt. And that's why he had hit Sebastian. He said, Sebastian went to school one day. We were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, where's your belt? Sebastian said, I ain't got one. Christopher Proudfoot said, whack. Kind of got him. So he goes to school and he tells his teacher. And of course, the teacher is a mandatory reporter, as you know. The school made a report. So after that, he said it was that afternoon that CPS showed up at the house. We're sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, he's a 15-year-old child and he's not happy because he's in trouble. So he's being punished. He knows, he makes a report that and the lady come to the house, and the same lady we've had and then he stops and corrects himself. She's had a case before. The case that was before was something that didn't even happen. It was like 3 stories shoved into one, and it finally got debunked. So a little bit later, he said, now, mind you, he says that the lady tells Sebastian, she takes him outside, the CPS worker, and she takes him outside and says, you're not really supposed to lie. You can get in trouble for that. So then later on in that same interview, let me find it here. Like I said, I had it all pulled up and then I got off of it. So I'm sorry. Like I said, I had this pulled up.
Okay, but Alexza, do you understand what she's saying so far? Basically, that Sebastian, he got that Christopher Proudfoot said that he'd only smacked Sebastian once with a belt because he lied about not wearing a belt. And then he went to school and told the teacher about it. And then this CPS worker that showed up while they were having dinner, that he made the comment like as if he had seen, like, had her before. That's kind of how it came across, right, Melissa? And then
he had started to say that he had a case with her before, and then he changed it to we had her before.
Yeah. And then basically Christopher Proudfoot there says, basically that she told Sebastian like you're not supposed to lie, like you're not supposed to be lying about things and blah blah blah. And of course Christopher kind of washed it off like as if Sebastian was like lying about the incident or something. Is kind of how I remember that being said. But did you find what exactly? Because you're quoting exactly what Christopher Proudfoot had said.
But I mean, still, why would you belt a boy who is in the spectrum because he forgets to put a belt? I mean, even my kids go to a private school and they have to have the belt that's their code. If they don't have a belt, they can get suspended. And even if they forget, I wouldn't do that
Did you find it?
To a normal teenager. Why would you do that to a kid who's in the spectrum?
Right. But that's Christopher Proudfoot, Mr.
So that's a big red flag. See, those are the things that he never should have even met. Oh, but I guess because CP, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Melissa, did you find the rest? Okay, go ahead.
So then a little bit later in the same interview, crap, I just lost it again. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, here it is. He was asked, so you hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt on? Christopher and Katie both replied no in unison. And they changed it to Sebastian lied to us and he only got one lick on the outside of his clothes on his buttocks. And that's exactly how he says it. He just emphasizes the buttocks part. So it just doesn't, like, he had this huge story. Like, it's like 3 paragraphs long. It took up a whole page of notes for why he hit Sebastian with a belt because he didn't have a belt on. Right? Because he said that Sebastian went to school one day. We were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, where's your belt? And Sebastian said, ain't got one. Whack. Those exact words kind of got him. So he goes to school and tells his teacher. That was that timestamp to put this in, like how long it took for him to change his story. That was at 1 hour, 7 minutes, 58 seconds.
Of the Duchess second interview. Smiley, that's it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And then at 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 35 seconds is when he was asked again, so you hit him with a belt because he wasn't wearing a belt, and it changed to no, it's because he lied.
But I mean,
Yeah, and then,
why would you still hit him?
Well, go to the next one quickly, Melissa, with Alexza. Go to the Nancy Grace one.
When he was asked about
the same thing.
Okay. So in Nancy Grace, when he was asked about the belt, give me like 2 seconds here to get scrolled down. and find it. So I'm sorry. I had all this wrote down, but I didn't write timestamps because I'm stupid.
No, it's okay. It happens. Even if you had it line up, sometimes you have things line up, and when you're live, it happens.
Okay, give me just a second.
Okay, so while you're doing that, I'm going to Alexa, just give me 1 second here. Duchess interview 2. Profit. That's the first one.
Okay. So
Okay.
on Nancy Grace at the 25-minute mark, Christopher was asked about the belt by Nancy. He shuts his eyes. He took a deep breath as if he was annoyed that it was even asked. And he said it's because Sebastian, he said he wasn't sure exactly. He couldn't quite remember, but it was probably had to do with something that Sebastian went to school and lied. And that's why he smacked him, gave him one swat on the outside of his clothes on his buttocks. And that's how he says it. But does not remember exactly why, but most likely something to do with school. And it was right after that, where I had asked you about what you heard about the word lying about in the Nancy Grace interview. That was right after that conversation.
I think they're saying and they're changing the narrative in this interview with Nancy Grace because obviously she's a lawyer and she knows the law. And you know that if you cannot hit kids in certain parts of the body. So that's why they specifically said I just basically just spanked him like I just belt him like lightly right in his right in his butt. So it's known that it wasn't like, it was across, it was on the back or anything. They have to see again, the narrative. They're
And I
trying
will say,
to.
Alexa,
Mhm.
I will say, to go with what you're saying, every time he repeats the story, there is one thing that is very consistent. Like you're saying, it's always, I smacked him once. It was on the outside of his clothes. And then he emphasizes the word buttocks. Like he just really
because they are
emphasizes
mandated.
it. So I agree with what you're saying because it's like he knows where that line is.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That before he didn't say it because nobody picked up on. But he knows that Nancy Grace is a lawyer and she's witty, and she knows that there would be the second questions like, "Why are you hitting him?" So before he's even asked, he goes, "But I just took the belt and it was lightly one button." That's it. Because they know that by law, technically, you can spank your kids in the butt, even for religion's reasons, as long as you don't leave bruises. Da, 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 da. But if he would have said, "I just belt him," then it would have been a different thing.
Of course. Alexa, just quickly on that one, I just want to say to that same thing that we're talking about. So Katie actually, out of all the times that Christopher overtalks her and Katie kind of hides behind Christopher, Katie actually went to go answer that question. So, what I'm finding is funny is that this question was about Christopher Proudfoot, and Katie starts answering it. Now, Katie typically hides behind Christopher, and Christopher usually takes over her conversations. And in this case, it's like she jumps in. And then it became something about, like that was like 3 years ago. Kind of like when she asked him about his car, and it's just like, I'm not really sure.
She's the mom, and he probably didn't know that law. When you're not a parent, you don't know many laws, but when you're a parent, you know that. I learned that laws because my kids, like once they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna call," I never hit them. Once my husband threatened one that he was.
But it's like she went to justify. Yeah.
And that's when I learned the laws that you're allowed to spank your kids, and also for religion's reasons. You're at least in New York, but I know in other states too. And I think that's why specifically that I think that's why she jumps in, because she knows that by law that would be okay, and he wouldn't be in trouble. He will not be seen as this heartless man that belts this poor boy that disappeared. It's just, oh no, 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 he hit him slightly just in the buttock. So
Doesn't it, like, for me, it's like, in my head, I'm like, why would you even bring that up? Like, why would you?
because it's probably CP. That's probably the
But it's kind of like, most of the lives, to be honest with you, they weren't these lives screaming, Sebastian, he's missing. I'm just, please, you guys, just pass out flyers and do this for us. And it wasn't really so much about advocating for Sebastian and how he's missing as much as it became
about
like
covering themselves. And I'm sorry, it's not CP, it's child services, CS.
CPS.
But because they knew that, what happened, what they're doing is they're doing a narrative because they know that things are going to leak and people are going to find out that they had a case with child services. So if it comes from you, it's not going to be seen like, hey, I told you, I was honest. I said it to the police too, that we have a case with child services. But if they don't say anything, it looks like suspicion. But what they're not realizing that this narrative that they're doing is looking bad for them.
Which it totally, to me, has.
It's making it worse. It's better to just shut up, and when the things come out, just let it go.
Okay, so because I know, like, we got to keep plunking along here. So the next thing I'm going to play for you, and you guys know I've shown the receipts, as the other day when Christopher Proudfoot, when somebody asked him on a Facebook post, like, hey, did you and Katie both pass the test? His answer was yes. Okay, clear as day, yes. But anyways, so at this juncture,
he passed the polygraph. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, the polygraph test. Okay, so again, you're looking for a child. My question is, why are you lying? Why are you telling mistruths? What is it you're hiding? Is it ego? Is it, the wrath of the community, or just bold-faced lying? So I'm going to go to that. So at 1:45, pretty much, it's at 1:44. We'll just play this out. And this is by the second interview on the Duchess. Okay. So we'll hear what he's saying when he's asked about this the first time. So let's play it.
Transcript. So unfortunately, you don't know the full story. But if people want to ask, I'm okay to tell you. Yes, I still have a current custody case going on in New Mexico that actually has absolutely zero bearing on this case with Sebastian. I do ask people to refrain from bringing that up because it has no bearing.
Certainly does.
And all you're going to do is put assumptions, and you're going to allow people to have their speculations and bring out more false information. And what people don't understand is every time somebody puts something out there, or they call into the law enforcement agency and says, the stepfather did it, you need to check the stepfather. Well, now you've just pulled a body away from the investigation because they are mandated to deal with that.
Right.
And I have told everybody from the very beginning, the TBI put a news link out, and in there it does state that all three parents have extremely been cooperative and constantly or continuously working with law enforcement. And there's absolutely nothing to show that we are responsible, foul play, any of that nature. People have asked about interrogations and polygraphs. All this stuff has been done. All of it has been done.
That was one of the questions that I had up next was, have you both taken a polygraph test?
The results are passed.
Chris, can I ask something? Because I know that people was going to ask it afterwards. The event that happened, was that toward you or by you?
It was toward me.
Okay.
So to give you I'll go ahead and paint that story very crystal clear. I was holding my daughter in my left arm.
Do you want to hear this part,
Okay,
Alexza?
mind you, she was a little baby. She was up against my chest, cuddled up next to my cheek and my shoulder.
Yes, I want her to hear this.
My ex-wife accused me of having an affair with a coworker, who was not much into men. I'll let you go that direction wherever you want to go. Just wasn't into men. And that coworker was my boss at the time. And she didn't like, and I was like, "You're kidding me, right?" And I showed it to her. She's very hot-headed. She didn't like the answer, swore up and down I was, and she connected and slapped me across the left-hand side of my face where I was holding my daughter. If you can do that while a man is holding a child, or a woman is holding a child for that matter, if you can slap that person while they're holding that child, that says something about you.
Yeah.
And I
1 second on that one. Okay, I want to preface this because we just played Nina's clip. So Nina is like the 4th wife out of the 5th of Christopher Proudfoot, Katie being the 5th. So she says that a text had come in on his phone that said something like, don't quote me exactly for this, but this is pretty much the gist of it, that said something like, "Hey baby, what time is your flight coming in tonight?" Something like that, or gonna arrive. So Mr. acting like he's this, portraying of like the one side of it, again, with context to what, say, the message had said from Nina's side, it wasn't this, hey type of thing. Hey, how are you? It was hey baby, what time is your flight coming in? To that. Okay, so I'll play a little bit more of that out.
Can I tell you something just now? But do you see, and you guys pick up how he detaches himself from things? What is the first thing he says is, "Oh, but she's not into women. I mean, she's not into men."
Right.
As I'm saying, I cannot have an affair with her because she's a lesbian. Basically, that's what he's saying. So you see how he always tries to be one step ahead of people.
Yep.
With an error. It's amazing. Narcissist to the 100th power.
Absolutely. Now I'll be going over this particular live in Sebastian live more so for this, but I'll just play just a little bit more, but then I'll go back to the timestamp. So he's already said yes, okay, about the polygraph test. He just said, "I'll just answer yes," whatever he said. And so basically, yes, the answer is coming across to everyone that, did you both take the polygraph test? And again, this is Christopher Proudfoot style. I'll just say yes, type of thing, whatever exactly his words there. But so we're going to come back to that part. I'll just play you a little bit more of this.
I'm not going to be in that situation. I wouldn't expect any person to be in a situation of that. So I had to do what I had to do based on being a parent, which was best for my child.
Right.
I'm probably gonna leave that there because that could be a whole different topic in itself. So again, as if he's somehow the victim. So he wanted her to have an abortion. He didn't actually want the child. He was actually very mad about this child. Basically, in the whole kind of story of this is that she was in the hospital with, I think her daughter was ill, and she was in the hospital, and then she gets served with these papers because now at this point they're living in Hendersonville versus when they started off, I think they were in California or something like that. But anyway, so she gets served these papers, basically, what was it, a restraining order, Melissa, against her? And so she couldn't have Faith. Was it a restraining order that it was? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a TPO that time.
TPO, right. And so, anyways, so basically, the judge sees through the whole facade of this, and basically that him and his mother had basically put her in a trap. Like, it's like when you set somebody up, okay, purposely. And so he's trying to portray that it's because of, this slap and, and he has to do what's best for the child. Okay, wait. So Nina's already told you that he's smacked, was doing, the Christopher Proudfoot was doing the nails of the daughter, Isabella, and she didn't want him, like, clipping the nails or whatever, and that she pulled back and he cuffed her right across the face and split her lip open. She's talked about how he's same thing with the son, like spanked him so hard and stuff like that. So she's already set a path from Nina's side, right, about the abuse, what he's doing to her other children. That's not Faith. And when she told Christopher that she was pregnant, he wanted her to have an abortion, and she was mad. He was mad. But she was going to have the child regardless. Anyways, that is a whole thing in itself. But Christopher Proudfoot, right, he only tells you the part where she's getting slapped by Nina with this child in her hand, and he had to do everything he could to protect him. And the whole basis of that live was about, is this why Sebastian left, right? Like, why, if Sebastian left, why would he leave? Okay. So that's the gist of that area. But let me just quickly go to the polygraph test, second part, which Melissa has at 156.
But if he would have left, wouldn't he have gone to his father? Because, I mean, he loved his father and he enjoyed being with his father. So the logic thing is, if he would have some miracle way found the way to get out of the
He
house.
knew how to go from his house to his father's house.
Well, then
he
would have
knew the
gone
way.
to their father's house.
Well, right, and we'll come back to that part of the topic, like because that's kind of like the gist of some things when it comes to Sebastian's disappearance, and we'll come back to that for sure. So this is 156.25. Let me just see if I can. Let's see, 156. Come on, we'll start it from there.
And passed because it got cut off by a different question, and they feel like you did not answer that. So I'm just asking one more time. This is the last time, guys. I'm going to revisit this question.
Okay, for the record,
Mo, he said he passed it according to Amy.
well, hold on. Somebody asked the question: was a polygraph taken and has it been passed? Yes. I didn't specify who or when, but what I can tell you, everything has been vetted completely. Polygraphs have come back as passed. So I'm confused as in why they're all wondering if myself, my wife, and the biological father took one. When law enforcement agency has come out and told everybody, even in the TBI news link, if you guys hadn't read that, please go out and read that. That's got a lot of great information in it, especially it's probably the most up-to-date information.
Yet 10 minutes
But
ago,
they will even tell you.
confirmed twice he passed.
At this point in time, they have no reason to speculate foul play, anything on the parents. Everybody's been extremely cooperative of anything and everything they've asked us.
Okay. And Bobby, why did that happen? Because it's public. It's a public post. And these are questions that people are asking.
Okay. So when he was asked it the first time, and they asked if both of you had passed the polygraph test, which matches up with him answering yes to the Facebook post when somebody asked the same thing. He said yes. So Alexa, in that second part, you heard him say about the polygraph test again. Did you take?
Hold on, Sonny, you missed a step.
Okay, go ahead.
Because it was asked, have both of you taken a polygraph? Christopher Proudfoot said the results are passed.
Yeah.
Then it says, is that both of you passed? Christopher Proudfoot, yes. Is that both of you? He specifically said twice now that they both passed. And then it went to this.
And then it went to, well, I didn't say who. Like that's the point, Alexa, is that all of a sudden when he's talking about it in this portion, like whatever, 20 minutes, 15 minutes later, whatever, 1:45 to 50. Okay, so 11 minutes later, all of a sudden it's like, this is the guy that's a narcissist and he's the smartest guy in the room. Hey, you know what? I didn't say who. No, you effing well did. You already said in a Facebook post and right there that both of you passed. And that's when Duchess says, at this point when they're playing the second part of it, to somebody in the chat going, yes, he's already said yes, he did. But yet here, all of a sudden it's like, well, I didn't say who passed. No, you freaking well did 10 minutes ago, both of you.
Well, the first time he doesn't say if she passed. He just says, "Oh, it has been done. It's passed," but doesn't say if she took it. The second time, he does say that they both passed. And then the third time, that's when it says, "Oh, but I'm not saying who."
All within like a 15-minute time span.
But why? See, those are the things. Like, why play with games? You know what? Be honest. You know what? Again, culpability. Because consciousness of culpability. Why not say, you know what? I failed one. If you have nothing to hide, I mean, there are people that we'll get into polygraphs later on when we go into the Richard Allen stuff. But I mean, polygraphs are not 100. Nothing is 100%. No profilers, no criminology, nothing will be 100%. Those are tools to help law enforcement, dilute whether they think somebody is guilty or not, of a suspect or whatever. Tools to aid, not tools to solve the case. And there are people that fail because they're nervous people. They just start sweating and they just they are telling the truth, but they fail. And this is why this polygraphs are not accepted in court, because the law and everybody knows that there are people that are innocent that fail them for this specific reason. So if you have nothing to hide, why not say, hey, I failed it?
Right. Exactly. And Nancy Grace specifically said, so when it came out that he didn't take a polygraph is when Nancy Grace asked him, Mr. Proudfoot, have you as well taken a polygraph? And he's like, no, ma'am. Right? And that's when everyone was like, oh, you effing liar. You literally.
Then she offered him one and he didn't take it.
Yeah. Right. And then he said the reason was because TBI told him not to.
Yep. Ellie told him not to.
But Seth
not to what? Not to take one, or not to say?
Not to take one.
Yep, not to take one, because there was no need for him to take one, because they knew where he was at and they knew he was at work. So there was no need for him to take one.
So the police told him not to take one because he has a solid alibi.
That's what he said.
According to him.
Yeah. So Seth took one, and Seth's first one came back inconclusive. He was tired.
He's on camera. He has camera.
Yeah. No, exactly. Second time he took it, he passed. So she had offered to Christopher Proudfoot and said about the polygraph test, so if I provide you one, will you take it? And he says, name the time and place, and I will. Right? Then next thing you know, I talked to TBI and they told me not to take it and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now he is claimed since with Gray Hughes that he has taken and passed. You can't believe a word out of his mouth. So if we can't believe him, why would we believe Katie if a child is missing and you're lying through what is supposed to be about a missing child, and you can't even be factual and fluent and flowing in how you're looking for a child, what typical parents would do? Why are you lying? Why are you telling mistruths? Is it narcissism, egotism, all about him? Because he does turn these lives about himself a lot, and it never becomes truly about Sebastian. So my question to you is, why do you think he's lying? Is it to do with Sebastian's disappearance, or is it to do with his ego and his narcissistic trying to almost like he does make things about himself? So is it he's trying to look good, and he thinks he's not going to get caught in these lies or something? I don't know. That's where I'm kind of at a loss.
I think it's a little bit of both. I think, when you're a narcissist, you always believe that you are the smarter person. Nobody is above you. You have everybody control. You have everybody manipulated. You manipulate everybody. Nobody can get past you. But then when they find somebody witty, like, like Nancy Grace, then then they start sweating because they're like, oh my God, crap, somebody that knows, or it's faster. So then they have to start working harder. Here, he starts with the, oh no, we passed it. But because they keep pressing it on. And then, I think it's my take on this is he is lying. I don't think he passed the polygraph. And I think he didn't pass it because he has something to do with this. It wouldn't make sense. So you were not taking a polygraph test because you were not home. That would be the number one reason to take it, because you were outside. You could have came in and taken the kid. So why not just even volunteer? How many parents, the kids go missing and they're the first ones to call their wife and they're like, hey, I can do a polygraph. And at least not stupid. You see those things and you
Well,
go,
that's what I need to ask you right there is, okay, so everything that's public information, so meaning if you're putting things out there, like let's just say he didn't pass, but he's putting it out there that he did pass, right? Because we don't know. He told Gray Hughes he did. Okay. So again, but because he's left this trail of not believing him, and because of how the perception is to the public, but it's a lot of it's because of his answers and his double talking and the lack thereof answers with regards to Sebastian Rogers and the disappearance out of Katie. And it was like pulling teeth to kind of get her to talk. So my thing to you is, if you know that what you're saying, that you passed a polygraph, like if Ali is knowing this information, would they just sit on it? Would they just kind of let them unravel themselves?
yeah.
Like,
they're not gonna come. Elia's not gonna come out and say no, he didn't take it. They're right now. I bet you those poor cops are sweating, trying to find some connection, because they probably in their heads, the lead detective is probably saying, "This two are not passing the smelling test, and we have to find something." And right now, they're struggling to find that little piece of connection that can connect them A to B. So they're not gonna come out and say anything. Oh, another thing with Chris is so afraid of people's perception and
Yeah.
the public's court of opinion.
Yeah.
Who cares? They're not going to judge you.
He
They're
did.
not going to sentence you. You're not a celebrity that you're going to be canceled. So who cares if somebody doesn't like me, or somebody looks at me and says, "Oh, what a witch, what a," I don't care. But he's so concerned, and he actually said it before, and he's like, "Oh, but then people put narrative, fake news about me, and then they bring stuff." So what?
Yeah.
Why are you paying attention to that? The only thing that can get you in trouble is if you did something wrong with the law. That's it. But the emphasis of the public opinion. Why are you so concerned about your image? But in the concern about the image is because I think he's fishing. He's trying to figure out. And the thing is, they're not being smart, because if you're seeing that the public perception is being that you're not being liked, you're not being believed, I would start acting up in the next interview. I would be more caring. I would be more, maybe crying a little bit, trying to show more emotion. But they're not doing this.
Okay, so Alexza, right there, you are leading into my next question for you.
Okay.
So they kind of go together, these two timestamps, but you're saying how they would be crying or showing more emotion. Instead, all I'm getting is constant laughing. And Sonny, this is the same interview that all of these timestamps are going to come from. So instead of me reading it, would you be willing just to go to the timestamp?
Is it the WSM4 one?
No, it's this Smiley interview.
Oh, okay.
You need me to send you the link?
Yeah, just send me the link quickly if you
Okay.
could. Yeah. Alexza, while she's doing that, can you? This is the thing. 8 days later. So what Christopher Proudfoot said was, this is going to be a case to be studied for sure. 8 days into it, their first, like right near their first interview there. Second one, was it? No. Anyways, he talked about it recently on Elevated Truth. Who would say that within the first 8 days? I think, yeah, it was the first interview. Who would say that? Like, why would
You know who? You know
Yeah,
who?
I know.
Brian Koberger. Remember?
Yeah.
That he mentioned something like that, that, his name was going to be known one day, kind of thing. People that are narcissists. This is a complete narcissist. That he knows that, this case. So, first of all, why would this case be studied? We don't know the ending.
Right.
We don't know the ending. We don't know if he's found, why is it going to be studied?
Yes, it was the first interview on day 8. The first Duchess interview, he said at timestamp 31:58, it's a case to be studied for sure.
Why would you
so
even
why
say
would
that?
you make that comment? Because you're hoping that he will come back. So what? There were no mistakes in LE. It's not a case like Richard Allen, that there were mistakes done, and then maybe you need to correct them. So why would you even say that? It's because you already know the ending. You know what's gonna. You know
That's
what's
what I
coming.
say.
You know that they're not gonna find him. They're gonna find a body. I hate to say that, and I'm sorry. I don't want to sound cold, but in my opinion, I think they're not gonna find him alive. Unfortunately, I don't think this kid is alive anymore. And I do pray they're able to find a body and they're able to bring this to people to justice. I hope it's not going to be like one of those cases, like many kids, that they go missing and they're never found, and the
Yeah.
parents get away with it.
And again, yeah, we'll get into that part soon. What timestamp do you want me to go at for this Smileys?
Okay, so the first timestamp is 8 minutes and 30 seconds. And I just want to know what she thinks about this comment.
Okay. I was pretty much right on it. Okay, I will do it 8:34. Here, I'll turn it up. Booster charge. There you go.
I don't think anybody ever thinks this will happen
You
to
have
them.
to go back.
Hey, Chris.
Hey.
I go 8:34.
Yeah, you surprised.
So then, it was only 4 seconds off. So
Yeah, it's like a really quick comment. It's 4 words.
Okay, let me just go back. Let's go back to 7:23.
And sorry, there you go. If you'll just click on that. But I do, still with anything that we personally go through, there's nothing, it's not the same. And I understand that. And so I am very sorry. I'm very sorry for you all 3 of you. I can feel when his dad talks, Seth, I can feel that pain. And it's just different. I'm not trying again to accuse, like I said, anybody. I'm just trying to make sense of everything. And that's all I can say. I can't be fake. I have to be honest, So.
Well, it's your opinion and you're entitled to it, obviously, but I can tell you that the pain that his father and I, and even my husband, are feeling right now is immeasurable, to be honest with you. And I have never in my life would I have ever dreamed that this would be a reality.
Yes, ma'am. I don't think anybody ever thinks this will happen to them. Hey.
So never in my life would I have ever dreamed that this would be a reality. Is she saying the reality of him missing as a good thing, or that they're going through so much that it's a bad thing? I can't decipher that one. Because if you remember in the other one, in the Hands interview that they did, this was a dream I never thought would
be a reality. I think if it wasn't for the other one, you can take this as maybe give them the benefit of the doubt, and you can say, you know what? No parent has ever. It's going to think that this new norm will be their reality, and I will give it to them. this one I'll be lenient and say maybe that's what they meant. But you and I know that this is not true because you sent me the other interview with another person. How many days was the other one? How many days apart was from this to the other one?
That was, I believe, hold on a minute, I'll tell you. That was day 11, the other interview that I sent you.
Okay, so
day 11 and day 24.
Okay, so in that one, she says basically this is her reality. Like she never thought that this would be her reality. Who would say that? That your child goes missing? Who thinks of that? So to me, this means that they will have, they have to be careful how to say this. Allegedly.
I feel like they were happy.
I think they probably had a conversation that in a world scenario living without him, I think that's what this is going to. You know what I mean? Like they were talking between them in a world. What would happen if he wasn't in the way? Because apparently he was a pain in the ass to them. You know.
Well, that's how I took it at first too, and then I was like, no, give them the benefit of the doubt because you don't want that to be your reality. But it's like they've said it twice now. The first time she censored herself. So like I just wasn't sure how to take it. I thought, well, ask you about it. So then my next question is they have this, they are constantly laughing when they answer questions. It started day 8 in the very first interview. So in this one, at the timestamp of 1 hour, 28 minutes, it was said basically, could he have left out his window 1 hour, 28 minutes, 48 seconds? Basically, could he have left out his window? And they said he would have screamed, and then they laughed. So just take a listen to it and tell me how you take this.
It's like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he landed on it and screamed.
Yeah.
And notice they're laughing as they say
so
it.
let me get these people. I know they're itching
What was the
for
timestamp
some
again?
hard questions.
128:45
on his own.
Okay, 1 sec.
On the outside. Flower bed and barefooted.
Pay attention to
Yeah,
the
we'd have
laugh.
heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
Yeah. All right, let me.
Okay, so 2 things there. He says we would have heard him. Okay. So it's funny how he uses these word we on certain things. But we would have heard him. And then like she's saying, Melissa, about like, like there's this constant laugh, and I'll go back to that on a different live or a different interview. But what's your take on, first of all, the word we?
Is that to me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
he's not there.
Why we when you're not there? You made it specifically clear that you were not there, so you wouldn't be in that case scenario. She would have listened. So see how sometimes, and this is somebody that's coming from the, he likes speaking in the third person. So to hear was a perfect time to say she would have heard it, not me.
Right.
So that's number 1. Number 2, the way they say it and they both laugh at the same time, it's almost like, did this really happen? Because it's almost like they're telling a story that already happened. That's how I take it. I mean, I don't know if I'm
To me, it was almost sadistic. Like, like the thought of their 15-year-old child or her 15-year-old child, however you want to put it, being in pain brought them enough joy that at 24 days missing, they could laugh about it.
I mean, I didn't take it. This one I didn't take it as bad. I think that maybe they know that this kind of scenario has happened before, and this brought a memory to them. And that's why they both start laughing simultaneous, because it's something like, when you tell an inside joke with your husband, you laugh, just the two of you, because nobody else knows the joke. So I took it as that. But at the same time, what is it that he said? He says, "Oh, he would have screamed, right?
He would have screamed and we would have heard it.
And we would have heard it." Yeah, that
Alexa, for that one, it's kind of, to me, like when you say first of all, to say the word we, again, why would somebody even use that if you're not even home, considering, like we've said, you're always displacing yourself, but yet by the same token, he does these things where he uses we's in the wrong thing. But it also kind of reminds me of, a little bit of, we already kind of know what happened and he didn't go out the window, type of thing. Like, so yeah, he would have screamed.
Yeah.
But maybe not. But it's just those little red flags that you kind of just catch along the way with it. Okay. So is there anything else you wanted to add to that one, Melissa?
No. Not to that one. There was just one more thing I wanted to play, but it sounded like Alexza was going to say something. So
no. I just said
which is the time.
So the last timestamp I want you to go to is 1 hour 57 minutes. And I just don't know how to take this. It was 57 even, so.
Okay.
But you can answer this one, Katie. Why did Sebastian wear pull-ups at your house?
So Sebastian wore pull-ups when he was having his regression, when he was having issues with wetting the bed or wetting his pants. He had issues where he would wet himself at school, and then occasionally would wet himself at night. Now I know that Seth went and said that never happened at his house, but I do know that it did. Of at least a few occasions that I know of. But that's not the point. The point is that he did go in and out of pull-ups based on when he needed them. So if he was during a regression phase, he would go into the pull-ups, and then once he, got back on track and he was not having wetting issues at school and or home, he would go back into, regular underwear. And that, unfortunately, is just something that has been happening for, ever. Sebastian was late to potty train and has had issues going back and forth with it basically his whole life.
Okay, so we all know what Seth said to that too. Like whenever he was at his home, he didn't make him wear no diapers. So your take on that about this Sebastian?
A 15-year-old child
wearing pull-ups. A lot of people think that that's to do with what was happening at home, whether it was abuse or whatever.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I agree. I think that's a big red flag. Let's start by I'm not a psychologist, but I think I've taken enough that I know. If she talks about regression, that he has a regression, it's the term really is called autistic regression. It's what it's called when an autistic child becomes, but that's not a norm. That is not something that is expected of an autistic, even though the child is autistic. When they learn certain skills like speech or a conjugative thing, writing or whatever, it's not normal to lose that unless something is happening. So if you're telling me that child has an autistic regression, that's a big red flag. What's going on? Because this is not normal. This doesn't fall in the category of an autism. This is not under the umbrella that it's okay to go backwards. So autistic regression is a big deal. Why is he regressing? And we know that bedwetting is usually associated, especially in children, with CP and also emotionally and physically abused. That is something that is proven, that usually kids that are being abused, that's what they do. Remember John Benet Ramsey? She was a bedwetter. So
yeah.
So 15 and but the dad is saying that, and I did catch. I saw the dad speaking about this, and the dad said that he never had these issues in his house. And I truly believe that. I think that seems obviously not perfect because nobody's perfect, but I do believe he has an interest in finding his son. And the dad said that this is not true, that when he was in his house, he never used pull-ups. So you're telling me that day when they were at dinner, he was wearing pull-ups? I don't know. I think,
Yeah.
no, I honestly, I think he was being abused and this was his way of the kid, having that autistic regression because he was being physically abused.
Yeah, poor Maddie. Maddie Soto's case there.
Well, that's what I thought when I first heard it too, because anybody who, follows true crime or, has been trained to see red flags for CA and SA, it's like that is one of the main signs in the medical field that we're taught is, if a child's bedwetting after a certain age, that's a big red flag for SA and CA. And it's like, then I heard that and I'm like, at 15, he's wearing pull-ups. What? Wait. And I didn't that's how I took it, but I was like, no, I would ask you about it because I knew you were coming on tonight. I'm like, yep, I need to ask her about that because that's something I've always been taught through
And
my profession.
read I'm sure you can find like a journal, a medical journal. It's called autistic regression, and read on it, and you will see that that's not something like she's playing it because the mother is playing. It's like, oh no, that's normal. He's things where they regress, and that's okay. Like making it's normal. Autistic regression is not something normal. That means that after the child acquires that whatever that new thing that he learned, he shouldn't lose it. So at 15, you're telling me that you didn't train him to go to the bathroom by himself? So that means when he did number 2, did you clean him too?
If he's wearing his pull-ups.
Yeah, but you still have to clean him.
Yeah. Oh no, I know exactly.
Yeah. So you know what I mean? So to me, but she's normal again. This is what they do the whole time. Is before I tell you, I'm putting this narrative, and the narrative is, oh, it's okay, and she's already excusing it because it's normal to have that regression. No, it is not. Autistic regression is not normal. But when after being learned is not normal.
Okay, so I wasn't planning on playing this, but I think I will because I believe that this is the one where, I'll play it. And then...
Can you just give me 1 second? Just 1 second.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Let me just go get that drink because I'm thirsty.
Yeah. Anyways, again, you guys, I mean, I know we're at the 3-hour mark here, and this is what happens, I guess, when, especially with this case, Melissa, it's such a mysterious case in the sense of, the vibes that you're getting from the Proudfoots makes you really question about the disappearance of Sebastian. And
to quote our favorite person, Doug Carter, it's very complex with a lot of tentacles.
And it's a case to be studied for sure. That one that always blows me away, that comment with that. And this one, you guys, this is the one I think at the start here where Katie starts laughing. Like when she's kind of asked, I think this is the one. Let me just make sure.
There's a couple of them. Page 20 of the notes is these.
How are you coping?
Page 20 or 18 at 11 seconds in, all the way basically through 1 minute.
This is on the first interview, right?
Yes, part 1.
Yeah. Okay. So just watch it, Alexa, for a second. Okay.
I want to say real quick here, at timestamp 113 and timestamp 119. Pay attention.
Okay.
I can't hear.
And that was it. No, well, I mean, let me just check on this. Hold on. I mean, that's the loudest it's
We're
gonna
on a
get.
constant roller coaster.
See the nose? Remember when I told you that she wipes her nose?
Okay, hold on.
Many other.
She wipes her nose and her eyes, but then looks at the tissue like, is there anything there? But basically watch her body language more than anything.
Yeah, basically she's being asked to walk through the day. I believe it was. Because I'm playing it as loud as I can with booster on.
The first time at 11 seconds, she is asked, how are you coping? And then just walking through the day, basically.
Okay.
So first, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one. And it's a
They're
Want you
just
to- Can you play that back? But I'm just gonna say this first. Did you notice how she starts suing herself and rocking? When you start rocking yourself, it's a way of soothing yourself.
right.
That's what babies do when they go to sleep, right? Rocking. But also notice how he starts mimicking her by doing it synchronized.
Okay. So
Isn't that
we'll
something?
play it again.
So first, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other.
There, because I want to talk about that. I mean, how are you coping? And like, how do you take that somebody literally starts laughing and then looks over to Chris and he's like, oh, you know?
And Alexa, keep in mind, this is day 9 of their son missing.
Yeah, but sometimes people, when they get nervous, they laugh. I know people, and sometimes that's why you can never take one gesture and associate it. Oh, they're lying.
Right.
They're looking this way. They're lying. No, you have to look at the whole thing and get to know their baseline. But one thing that caught my eye first, like I said, the rocking, and then he starts rocking. Look at the way. It's almost like she tries to cry, but she couldn't make herself to cry because that's what she wanted. And there was like that weird pause that it's almost like, I can't cry on cue. And then she does this, puts it, and then she looks at him as I'm
Yeah.
saying, like, help me. Like, why? You cannot express how am I feeling? First of all, I would be offended if somebody asked me that question when my son is missing. I would be like, what do you mean, how am I feeling? How do you want me to feel? But look at that.
Yeah.
No emotion. Like, and look at the way he looks. It's almost like I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching out. Maybe I'm watching. I don't know. Maybe I'm
And I
reading.
noticed, Alexa, why she's soothing herself doing the rocking like you're talking. When they first start to ask the question, if you look at him, he takes this deep breath of, here we go, got to do it again, kind of breath, like
It's because
almost as if he's
she knows what happened and she's having to relieve this. And every time she relieves, she goes through this emotion again. Instead of being sad, she has to now pretend to the world that she's a grieving mother, but she's not. She did it herself. Or they did it themselves, allegedly.
There we go.
This too, to me, I don't know. I
Again,
would be
looking at the
really
whole picture, I know, because it's not just this one. It's just the combination of it all. So you said, so let me play this out to the 1 minute and whatever second mark you said.
So at 113, she laughs And then instantly it's like she remembers she's laughing, so
Right.
she changes it back to the very somber, and you'll see her several times like wipe her face like
somewhere.
and look at the Kleenex.
Okay, so I'll just play it from the 55-second mark.
Always.
And sorry, guys, I'm playing it as loud as I can.
He's gonna walk through that door. And the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him.
There it
Walk
was,
us
that
through
quick
that
switch.
Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through. We've got so many people.
waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So here we are, 8 days.
Am I imagining this, or is
I mean, I don't take it as too much. I think we're like really nitpicking, but I mean, it could be that she catches herself smiling. I mean, it was something that it brought her. You know, even when you're sad, you get memories that are fun, and then you can laugh. But I think the normal thing would have been finish your laugh and then go back. But the thing that I think that you're trying to say is she catches herself. And it's
yes,
almost like she is not allowing herself to laugh when it would be completely normal to laugh because you're remembering something fun and you're saying, yes, it's going to happen. But the fact that she's catching herself,
exactly. It's like
no
it. I get why they were laughing, like in this situation, in this one, like, but as a total, that is kind of what they do. They just laugh. And I notice that a lot of times Christopher Proudfoot, when he laughs, the next thing out of his mouth is a complete and total lie. But if they would have said he's going to have more friends than he knows what to do with and laughs and lets that laugh be, I wouldn't have thought so much of it. It's the fact that they caught themselves and went right back into it like they were playing a role.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not natural because the natural thing would have been like, yeah, like even when you're sad that somebody dies and somebody tells you a good memory, it's okay. You can laugh and then go back to your sadness. But they catch because it's gonna look bad. It's almost what they're saying is like, oh shit, it's gonna look bad that I laughed. So let's get back into character.
You know, for me personally, like what always gets me about, first of all, Christopher Proudfoot, for him to me to make that statement, like, you know, when he comes walking through that door, that, you know, like we're all just gonna celebrate because we love him and miss him so darn much. When
You don't
really,
even say his name. Mhm.
which in reality, I think to me, and this is just like you said, when you watch everything and the whole, you know, scope of it, to me, that's just a bunch of bullshit rolling out of his lips right there. You don't give a shit about Sebastian, you know, and you're acting like kumbaya when he comes in, you know, like we're just gonna be like one great big happy family. And now her, when she goes from laughing to this, you can tell just by her eyes there that she has went in thought. Like you can tell to me that she's thinking about something.
The memory. Yeah, she's accessing her memories. Mhm.
You know, exactly, she's accessing her memory. You can see it in her eyes what she's accessing. Maybe it was the thought of that, and then all of a sudden it just went to the reality of him missing, you know, and she's just saying, you know what I mean, because I do that, everyone does that. Something comes up and then it brings us, like, it's like if I'm telling a story, like when I was doing on one live, right, you're talking about abuse or something like that. As I'm telling you the story, I'm accessing all those memories because it's like the movie is running through my
Yeah,
head.
the visual. You're going to
Yeah.
your visual part of
Yeah.
your brain and you're actually seeing them.
And so here in her eyes, it literally tells me that she has gone to a memory, whether that's a memory, you guys, of that she has the guilty knowledge, you know, of what happened to Sebastian. And, you know, and then she's kind of going through that through her head at the side, like knowing the truth, or whether they're totally had nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance and she's just accessing that, you know, that thought about her son that obviously has put her back to being sad. You know, I mean, I know that Proudfoot's, to me, actually, I know I wanted to play a whole nother clip with the whole JLR thing because I thought that that was really important in the scope of different things. Probably just going to save that for another live because I know we still have to do Delphi. It's already at the 3 hour and 10 minute mark. So what I want to go to right now then is this, is that
You want to do this one and we do Delphi another day?
no, because Delphi's, I'm not going to make it as long as what I originally thought. We can,
Okay.
yeah, I'll cut that one back because mine's about the gist. We'll do the kind of gist of Delphi on this one. So I want to go to this part. So for anyone following the Sebastian Rogers case, right? We don't know. Oh, actually, Melissa, tell me on the Duchess, if you could. Tell me what timestamp it was where she started talking about the day, the spaghetti pancakes. Not the Duchess. Yeah, the Duchess.
Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. 1 hour, 27 minutes, 50 seconds.
Okay. Okay. The Duchess second interview. 1 second. Okay. Sorry, stop screen with this one. 1 hour and how long?
1 hour, 27 minutes, 50 seconds.
Okay. Okay. So Alexza, bottom line of Sebastian Rogers, right? Everything, most of this whole case is based around what Katie Proudfoot has said. Very little is based around Seth Rogers or Ellie for that matter, meaning when it comes to the timeline. Anything that we really know is out of Katie Proudfoot's mouth. So obviously Sebastian Rogers, again, it was the 25th. She says she heard the thud at this time. It's the last time she spoke to him. She said that he went to bed at 9 o'clock. We know that Sebastian Rogers did make it home that day, right? We know that according to Ali that yes, he did take out the garbage. So let's just give that for the benefit of the doubt. Okay. A neighbor sees Sebastian's light on, Katie's light on, blah, blah, blah. So anything past that point of say 7 o'clock area is really, again, just Katie telling the timeline of this time he went to bed. A neighbor says, okay, the light went out at 9:08. That yes, about close to 12, about 11:45, that they see like walking back and forth or whatever, that the light goes out. And so then the 12 to 6 becomes, okay, actually, maybe you might know the answer to this one before I get in. Why would they say the 26 if do you believe that they have something for the 26 that we don't know about that can kind of confirm something about Sebastian Rogers being alive? But yet by saying that there are no dogs that tracked his scent, so that became to be false, that wasn't true. So why would they use the 26? Is it because they're just leaving the posters alone and they're just using her timeline of 12 to 6 because that's what mommy said? Or like Jennifer Coffindaffer, do you believe that there's a reason why they're using the 26? And don't get me wrong, they've used the 25th in Salmon on Seth, the dad's biological dad's shirt. It says missing since the 25th. But we have nothing that we know of that has ever showed that he was alive. Besides,
we don't know, but we know what Ali, but we don't know what Ali has though.
No, we don't know what Ali has, but we do know in the posting says that he was last seen in the Stafford Court area on February 26th. But the dog thing didn't become true about Sebastian. So do you think that that's like, why would they say the 26th? Is there much meaning to that because of the mother saying 12 to 6, or that you think that possibly they do have something that will contribute to the 26, meaning Ali, but we just don't know about
I
it?
think that maybe Ali has something.
See, I think
But I think if they knew that wasn't the date, why not correct it? They would correct it right away. But to me, to me, I don't know. It looks like they might have something. Hopefully they do. Maybe they have the
Okay.
video, they have something.
Okay. So
I keep thinking they're going off the time that she reported him missing, though, as well.
we know that there's mistakes, obviously made. We know
Yeah.
that what they said he was wearing, was what they were given, but then it was retracted to say he was wearing black pants with white stripes, and a black shirt
That bothers me because I
and
mean,
no shoes.
you saw your child. You actually said that you went and said goodnight. Wouldn't you have seen what he was wearing? Like I can tell you, like
Yeah.
as a parent, your kids go and when they even change their underwear, that I know what I put out, and they have a different color. You're like, why did you change your underwear? Like what happened?
Okay, so to answer that real quick,
Yeah.
when I was watching one of these earlier and I was taking down all the timestamps, Seth himself was in the chat. Chris and Katie were up on panel. Seth was in the chat, and Christopher Proudfoot and Katie both said that they told law enforcement that it was wrong on the flyer, and we're trying to get them to change the flyer because it was wrong on the flyer. And Seth backed them up and said that is true, that he himself had called them and told them that they had it incorrect on the flyer and they won't change it.
Right. On there. But so, well, I mean, we'll leave that one because obviously we can't really answer. Like, we don't know the answer. It was just more of what Alexza's thoughts would have been about the 26, but yet we still don't know the answer to that. But just because, again, Alexza was a criminal profiler for 16 years, stuff like that. Just her take, no different than Jennifer Coffindaffer's take, being an ex-FBI agent, on the case. She feels like that.
What did she say?
She thinks that there's something to that. She believes that there's something to that. So again, it's just questions that we have. But so in this particular part that we're going to play, so again, knowing that Sebastian, and this will circle back around to the things about what's likely about Sebastian and the disappearance, and his phone being left on the counter, and how that equates to possibly the answers of him not disappearing on his own versus, something else that happened to him. So on this one, the Duchess second interview, and this one in Chronicles of Olivia is where she gives more extensive explanations. But the one thing that she says on the Chronicles of Olivia, and she kind of says the same thing here, is your child is missing. And as you're doing an interview on Chronicles of Olivia, which was like March 20th or 21st or something like that, I believe, she says, fun fact, I made Sebastian pancakes. Like she literally says, fun fact.
March 18th, 22 days missing.
Okay, so March 18th. So let me play this part out here about the day Sebastian goes missing and what she says. But my point somewhat on this one is going to be, why would you point out a fun fact that you made your kid breakfast on a day that you're getting all this stuff happening and you happen to go missing the day, that same day mysteriously, and Seth Rogers has said that Sebastian normally does not do this many things because, you don't want to overstimulate as well, but that this was out of the ordinary to do this. But anyway, let me just play it and then we'll go from there.
You walk everybody through that and what led up to you finding out that Sebastian was missing.
Yeah. Sunday morning, I'll just start at the morning. Sunday morning, we got up and I made a fun breakfast for us, spaghetti pancakes. Google it, y'all. We FaceTime family while we were eating so he could brag because that's something he likes to do. And we were laughing and joking on FaceTime and having a good time with that. After breakfast, we got a call to go pick up our niece and go take her to meet up. So we did that. We went and picked her up, and we met her mom at BJ's, and we were there with family members. We come home and put our groceries away, and then a little bit later we went to the bowling alley, a local bowling alley here, and we played games. And then and this is just Bubba and I, and we went to dinner, just the two of us, and then come home. He took the trash out because that's his chore. And he come in and he was playing in his room until bedtime. And at bedtime, I told him, I said, "Hey, Bubba, it's time to go to bed." And he goes, "Okay, good night, Mama, I love you." And then he said goodnight to his puppies. And he went to bed.
Okay. And walk me through what happened. You said that you were on a phone call, you were on the couch, and then you went to bed at midnight. Walk me through exactly what transpired during that time before you went to bed at midnight for you.
So, well, my husband, he works out of town a lot. So we normally sit and talk every evening, and I normally fall asleep on him. And he'll tell me, "Wake up, you got to go to bed." And and that was right around midnight. So I got up and I put the puppies up and I went to bed myself at midnight. And I went to sleep, obviously. And then at 6 a.m., I went to wake him up for school, and that's when I couldn't find him. And sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Take your time. Take your time. Tell me, did Sebastian take any type of medication before he went to bed, or that would make him sleepy? Or if he did take medication, it was just in the morning, or did he take medication at night before he went to bed?
He did take medication nightly and daily.
Okay.
Just for HIPAA reasons, we will not disclose
I
what the
understand.
medication is.
I was just trying to think, if there was something that might have made him sleepy, like if he would have woken up, all these different questions that people have asked. So,
right.
But you don't have to disclose any particular. Nobody needs to know that, specifically. I just wanted to ask. Do you feel any particular way? Do you have any thoughts about Sebastian's disappearance? Do you feel that he may have walked off? I've seen a lot of people in chat saying that he went out the window versus he went out the door. How did the door get locked? That you found the door locked? Can you walk me through exactly what that looks like and what you found? Was the door locked? What do you think may have occurred for him walking off versus
that there? Because the point of that particular one was about the day. So she says a fun day. And then in Chronicles of Olivia, she says, "Fun fact, I made him pancakes that morning." Again, she goes on. At no point does she talk about a thud or a noise being made, even when she's asked, about, like, was there anything out of the abnormal, or whatever, and they're just like, "Yeah, I just can't, I'm racking my brain here. Can't think of anything."
This is the first interview, right?
No.
Oh,
This is, what date is this one on again, Melissa?
This is day 21.
Day 21. Second interview on the Duchess.
Gotcha.
So again, at this point, No, nothing about any noise in any interviews has been brought up. She
It's the
goes on
fourth interview.
the fourth interview, yeah. But anyways, so basically, she makes Sebastian spaghetti pancakes. It's a fun day. That they go on FaceTime, talking and joking and about, I guess, the fact that mommy made me some pancakes. Then they get a phone call from the niece or cousin, whichever it was it niece or cousin? And then they pick her up and they meet up with the mother at BJ's. He has a colossal popcorn. She has snacks, so brings them back home. Then a little while later, she says that they go out. They go to the bowling alley, and then she points out it's just them too. They just go out, and then they go to the bowling alley, and then they go to Texas Roadhouse, and that's the clip that's out there showing the Texas Roadhouse now and the interaction. And that's definitely one I'd like you to watch, is the interaction there. But anyways, so basically, it's day filled. Okay. They don't get back home till obviously they came home to drop off snacks and then go back out to the bowling alley, go back out to Texas Roadhouse. They get back home at about 6:30, or that's when they leave the Texas Roadhouse. And then supposedly, Sebastian taking the garbage out. And then, she has said basically that Sebastian has played in his room, another time she just said, and then, he was playing, whereas other ones she would say in his room. But my point is that in Chronicles of Olivia, when she's talking about the day again, she's like, fun fact, just fun fact there, just made my kid spaghetti pancakes. So on a day that he disappears, right, according to them, he has his fun-filled day, and she decides that she's going to make him some fun spaghetti pancakes because she's such an amazing parent that's desperately seeking where her child is. Anyways, that's how I see it. What do you think about that? Just what is that telling to you of anything or not?
To me, you want me to start, or you want Melissa?
Yeah. No,
honestly, to me, it sounds like this day. I mean, let me ask you. Well, maybe we don't know the answer yet.
Hi, Ray.
Were they always this busy? Was this something norm?
No.
This is out of the norm. To me, this almost sounds like
the last.
I don't know, like the last time that I'm gonna have fun with my kid, and I'm gonna let him do and eat whatever because in another interview, I remember that I heard that she said something like they were strict with where he couldn't eat candy all the time. But in this story, in this day, he eats candy like 3 times, and you're okay with that? Like, why? This to me sounds almost like the yes day. When you give your kids like a yes day, a yes day that they can do whatever they want. Also, that when she goes on camera and speaks with the cousin, is it like almost like an alibi to make sure that they see him? Like, I don't know. I mean, if this is out of the norm, like, why do all this on this day? They even went out for dinner. That's that video that we have, right?
Bowling video, yeah, dinner.
Like, why? Why so many things? Was this like, I know what I'm going to do to myself?
And you're making special pancakes.
And exactly.
And I want to point out something, Sunny and Alexza. When I was watching videos earlier, they said that the medicine Sebastian took every morning and every night actually made him have less of an appetite. Because when he is off his medicine, they said he gets super hungry and he'll eat pretty much anything that you put in front of him. So I want to point out that for breakfast, he had spaghetti pancakes. Within an hour of breakfast, he went to BJ's because that was the very next stop. And he had a colossal popcorn. Then they go and they bring their snacks home, and then they go back out and they go bowling where he has more snacks. And then they go out to Texas Roadhouse where it looks like he's starving. He's like scarfing down his food, right? And that is an autistic thing. My son does it too. But if it decreases his appetite and he's ate literally all day long, how long has he been off his medicine?
Yeah.
Like that is something that popped out to me because it decreases his appetite, but you have been feeding the boy since he woke up.
And then he claimed the whole HIPAA thing too with the medication, which doesn't even apply, but whatever. But yeah, it's
Well, that's
it's
very
no
interesting. I didn't know that the medication didn't make you hungry. So
Yeah,
that means
that's
that
true. Good point,
probably
Melissa.
the kid that day, she probably maybe took that medication away so he could, so she could take him and eat all those things. So this was probably pre-planned. This was definitely
Well, Seth had said when he was asked on his own channel when they were doing a live, he was asked about this, like, is this considered a normal day? Basically, Seth said, look, I know exactly where Sebastian is and what he's doing, right? Meaning he calls him after school all the time, like he knows when Katie has him and da 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 da. Da. And he said that no, this isn't a normal day. That, like again, this is way more than he typically does in a day.
I think
I
this
can't
is a
remember.
normal day for anybody. I
Yeah.
think this is like a
So,
birthday day, something special.
right. So to me in my head, now, okay, let me add a little bit more to this. So Seth had a reading and a talk with Donna Serafina, the psychic, Reverend Donna Serafina. Okay. Now I know her from the Suzanne Morphew case and the Lori Vallow case. But anyways, so she was third hand information. So she's repeating stuff that Seth has said. And I'm sure probably Seth has said it somewhere else on a different live. But so their marriage was basically on the rocks, and that Christopher had told Seth that, their marriage was on the rocks. Basically, that he didn't want to deal with Sebastian's shit. He didn't want to deal with Katie's shit. That he had his own shit to deal with. And, anyways, basically, the marriage was on the rocks. Remember, we're talking about a guy that's been married 5 times. Okay. Can you imagine him cheating on Katie? Oh my God, never. Could you imagine him, ever thinking about divorce? Oh, probably not. Right? Why would you want to have like 6 and 7 marriages? Because you're
And
the
he's
best.
telling this story to Seth.
Seth. Right. So this is according to Donna Serafina when she's talking about what the things that Seth had told her. Now, besides the fact of having a reading, right? This was just obviously probably conversational stuff that they were discussing in regards to Sebastian. But anyway, so in preface to that, and only because this is where my brain was thinking, okay, we all know what happened with Gannon Stouch too, last dinner. But anyways, so all I'm thinking in my head is Katie, Seth had said, actually another thing Donna was talking about, how Katie was a drinker, okay, alcoholic type of thing, and that she would piss on the bed. She would become very volatile, angry, like whatever, meaning the portrayal of what she comes across here, right? So in my head, I'm just thinking, okay, this lady's obviously in a deep depression of some sort. Her marriage is failing. Christopher Proudfoot, regardless, as at the scope of his personality, he's an a-hole. Okay, he's a narcissistic a-hole. Bottom line, how 5 women managed, how he got 5 women to marry him, and again with other ones claiming abuse, and Nina's the one that came and spoke out about the abuse to her children from Christopher Proudfoot, and in a sense their relationship and his, whatever, except okay. So all I'm thinking in my head is, okay, Katie is, according to Seth too, he was the actual caretaker of Sebastian. Katie was away in the whatever it was army, and she didn't basically seem to give a shit so much about being a mom as much as she cared about more about her job and stuff like that. So according to Seth, he's the one that really took care of Sebastian. And when they got divorced or whatever, and then Katie ends up moving to Hendersonville, Tennessee. Well, Seth is in California, whatever, and he moves there so he can be close to his son, right? And something about Christopher Proudfoot helping him get a job, and that's why he was like a deputy sheriff or something for Davidson County, and he lives in Clarksville, like about an hour away, less than an hour away. So getting back to my point, So to me, you have this mother, possibly, this mother that's in a depression. She's basically watching her marriage fall apart. And she basically is giving Sebastian this fun day, right? Pancakes, don't normally make them, but you know what? On this day, I am. She basically does all these things with him. And then just miraculously this night, he just disappears, right? And the only person that has the story is her. Now, I could be totally jumping the gun on associating why would any parent ever consider taking their children and getting rid of them? Well, there's tons of cases to prove that a lot of parents do this to their children because the man becomes more important than the child. So on that one, Alexza, and I could be jumping the gun, but I'm just kind of associating if Katie had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, right? Did she portray to Chris that he just disappeared and he's just following the lead, or did he actually have an involvement? Okay, but regardless of that part, do you think that that's something that could make sense of something that Katie specifically did to Sebastian, regardless of Christopher Proudfoot, that because her marriage is falling apart, Sebastian's a thorn in her ass. Basically, she has to deal with his shit all the time because he's, or is she this doting mother that has obviously that just loves her son so much and, they don't have cameras or anything, but, doting mother that's just taking him for a big fun-filled day and oops, he just disappeared.
I honestly think that was probably planned. And like I said, I think this was a conversation. They probably somewhere, somehow, they discussed a life in where you have to get rid of the child. This child couldn't be in order to be happy, this child cannot be in the equation. What I don't understand is why not just give him to the dad? That would have been the easy thing. Just
But
bring
he's
it to the
supposed to move with
dad.
his dad. So that's what I don't understand, Alexza.
But then, I guess it's the mother guilt, right?
But why would you take your son's life? Okay, I know what Melissa's going to say here, but why would you take your son's life knowing that within the next couple months he's going to go live with his dad?
Because some people are sick and she wants a permanent solution. And she knows that even though, physically he's going to go live with his dad, that she still has to do things with him. And as long as he is alive, he represents an issue between the husband and her.
And little Faith coming and moving in.
And that's why the husband, because the husband probably didn't even want Sebastian. He's probably like, no, like get rid of him. And he probably always made it clear that he was like on his way of everything. And she is the type of those women that they put the husbands first. And if the marriage is really like they said that it was in the rocks, there is your answer. Now we know why Sebastian.
Well, I think that's definitely a thoughtful motive for why
that's the motive.
Sebastian
Why
disappeared.
would he disappear? Because if it was an accident, why not call and say, hey, he fell.
Right.
And
why? So again, she didn't mention no thud or noise up until what was it again, Melissa? Fifth interview?
The fourth, yeah.
On there? Yeah. So
I think fifth.
Fourth where she says there was a noise,
Yeah, so,
and then on the other one she says
noise, and then just a thud. Just a thud, right? And we would have saw him go out the window. Like we would have heard him go out the window. He, and we would have screamed. Anyways, because I'm just going through these things. So
I think okay, so now let me ask you a question for both of you. Do you think they're both involved, or do you think she did it? And
go ahead, Melissa.
You didn't know.
I flip flop on that because sometimes I think she did it and he's covering up. And other times I wonder if he didn't somehow make it back in the middle of the night to take care of business with her and then go back. Because at one point in one interview, he says he arrived at 1 o'clock. And then in another interview, he says he didn't arrive till late afternoon.
Right.
So It's like, did you sneak down? You know the way. Did you sneak down here? Or did she really do it by herself and you're just helping her cover it up?
So how does this relate to the video of the light of the flashlight?
Well, that's a separate. Okay, that will be a separate entity on that one. For that question, because that's like a whole bowl in itself.
Yeah, but
To do.
in the short version,
Well,
wouldn't that be tied to this?
well, bottom
Like,
line
what are
is,
the chances of seeing
well, we don't know
light?
if. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, wouldn't it odd that the day the child goes missing, there's two weird lights, flashlights in the area?
Considering that, okay, now she does explain the flashlight. So Katie was asked, like, because it was so dark outside, basically thinking that Sebastian's a runaway, would he have taken a flashlight? That's when Katie came to talk about the keychain flashlight that Sebastian she couldn't find in his room. So she did explain that about why, because she was asked about if he would have taken a flashlight. And she's like, well, I mean, he has this little keychain flashlight that he always plays with, and they couldn't find that. Okay. So that, again, it just boils down to is this. Okay. And this is where I want to go with this. If he was talking to someone, Alexza, right? So he did have more internet access via his dad, Seth, okay? His phone was in the kitchen, okay? Plugged in the kitchen. If Sebastian had anything to do with someone coming to pick him up because Sebastian decided to, you don't think that phone would be in his room and that there might be a message going out? But no, the phone is in the kitchen. The mom's saying that no shoes, all the shoes are accounted for. At first, they don't tell you how many, but I think because Seth said it, about the 3 pairs of shoes or whatever. And then the mom said that they were all accounted for. Okay. So to me, if the phone is in the kitchen, this ain't no child talking with someone that, hey, let's play tag outside with flashlights. Oh, hey, come pick me up and, abduct me away, and it doesn't match with anything about Sebastian just leaving the house on his own. No kid is going to run away. Don't take their shoes, money, snackies, knapsack, any sort of jacket, clothing, anything. And they're just going to walk out the front door, and they're going to lock it behind them, because that's what he always does is just lock the door. So that doesn't make sense at all. Right. So the flashlight video, we know that Seth and Christopher Proudfoot and Katie were called into the LE because they wanted, okay, this is according to Seth and Christopher, that they wanted to basically show them from the 9th of February, daylight time, and to the timestamp that stuck on February 23rd, which is a Friday. So the time is stuck, right? But the actual video footage is from the 26th, okay? Knowing that there's a stuck timestamp that happened. Apparently it worked fine the next day after that, but whatever. Okay, but anyways, so they're called into the the station to watch the video, and that they wanted to make certain that they understood that these flashlight videos are not actually flashlights. And this is from a house. This is from a garbage can up on Honeysuckle over there. And whatever the third one was, Stagnant or whatever. Okay. So they had talked on lives about what they were showing. And they were told that this happened around that the garbage truck comes in front of the Sebastian's house at 5:12. And that we're told a couple things, that the portion of the garbage truck isn't seen. It stops right before we see it on that video clip that comes out, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Anyways, so I decided to look at this properly myself, knowing that other people have been looking at it. Mob Crew, Pincho, Paxton did a 3D model version. So I decided to look at it for myself, right? Actually spend time, because once they said that it was a garbage truck, meaning that the lights were explained to them, that they were shown this. Okay. So a lot of people still didn't believe it. And I personally thought myself that, okay, you know what? If Ali's telling them this, why would they ever, and this is opposite of Jennifer Coffindaffer or Mob Cruz or other people's views, okay, because they think differently on this at the time. Why to me would Ali bring them into the station to bullshit them so that they could feed out this narrative to the public so that they can hide the fact that this video has something to do with Sebastian? First of all, let me ask you that. Do you think that LE would do something like that? If they don't want people looking at this video as a flashlight video, but it might have something to do with Sebastian, would they call them to these stations, you think, and then portray this image that it was at 5:10 in the morning, and that it was a garbage truck and it's not flashlights?
I mean, can they be capable? Have
Yeah.
there been cases where Ellie says, like the Brian Kohlberger? I'm pretty sure they knew that was a 2016 car, but they were like, "Oh, we don't know, we don't know the make," because they were trying to get
Right.
information to see what. So I think sometimes they do use people to push their own narrative, Ellie.
Right.
But I think in this case, the best thing to say is don't say anything. Ignore the video.
Right.
It's the garbage truck, and that's it. Why are they going to use them? The grieving parents. Why are they going to use them? In
And
this
why would
case scenario, doesn't make to me. It wouldn't make sense.
Well, this was my thing. They, according to Seth, they literally showed them, and don't ask me why February 9th, but they showed them a daytime version, he said, of February 9th, and this video that was stuck for the 15 minutes that they watched it at, through, what time was it? 3:11 in the morning on the 23rd. Okay. Just meaning the timestamp was stuck. So that seemed ridiculous in our heads, right, Melissa, about that? When we were talking about it, just seemed
Oh, yeah.
absurd. Okay. So I took after mine and Melissa's live, I went and I grabbed all the 3 videos myself. And I'm looking at the camera angle. And I realized that in going through Google Earth and Google Maps, that the camera angle actually isn't pointing quite up the street. Like if I looked at it if I was looking at Google Earth and I was looking at the camera from just before the cars of that house, it will look like it's pointing straight up. But when you actually move a few steps on Google Earth and then you go to the camera itself, you realize that there's the light that's given the direction of the camera angle. And so just taking the baseline of that just for at least, like a close proximity of where it was facing, it was clear to me that if you're looking at the boats and the cars and you know where those houses are straight above, that they're trying to claim, like SF is trying to claim, like some guy put out his garbage with a flashlight 5 minutes before, blah, 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 blah. But anyways, if you're looking at these lights, so once I actually spent time looking truly at the lights, to me, they are absolutely, for me, coming across the street in the Proudfoot neighbor common area, that to me, one's capturing the floodlights on either the beginning of the house or the end of the first house. It's like, meaning the Proudfoots is next to this home, in a sense, looking at it from the backyard. So you'll see like the neighbor's house and then the backyard of the Proudfoots. And so if I even believe, just when I was looking, that when you see the boat kind of cut off here in the picture, right? Because that is the full size screen that they're showing of the monitor. So if you can only make out the top of the boat and kind of go across on that same angle and use the angle that I saw that the camera was facing in, it makes sense that it's aligning with the floodlights coming. I'm not going to say it's the garage, people, okay? That was just an interpretation by Pinchot, but there's no 2 lights near on the garage, but I believe it's the same house area regardless. So the way I see it is 2 floodlights that are in the left-hand corner. This light that comes, that would me simulate somewhere around Sebastian's backyard area that it's moving downwards, or I don't want to say, but yes, in a downwards motion, but angled, like as if it's more like angled, but kind of coming towards you. And then there's this other light, which I believe is totally stationary. I don't even believe that it's another person. Could be wrong, but it's more comes off as a square than versus a circle light. It comes off more like a square. So I take that one to be stationary, because obviously when Nick Perez is taking the thing, he's doing it by his hand. So he, just like anyone, they could easily just slightly shift it and make it seem like it's moving. Anyways, when you watch the actual full video of it, it just looks like it's stationary.
And what does Chris from the mob crew think? I haven't seen him, so I haven't seen him in ages. But what does he think? Usually he's very good at that stuff.
Okay, so basically I went from saying that, look, okay, if Ali's taken this and they're telling the family, like, you guys are Fruit Loops, seriously, like if they're literally coming out telling you that it's a trash light video and that they've shown the family there, why is everyone disbelieving them? So I wanted to go look at it for myself. So at this moment, I'm under the same impression as mob crew, Jennifer, and whoever else thinks that it's flashlights, because in the totality, something happened to Sebastian Rogers. We don't know exactly what time it is. We can probably start at 7, right? So we can
But
start.
the time aligns, with the light.
But right. So here we have this fun-filled day, and then Sebastian's flashlight is missing. And I don't care what people say, because I think that if we don't know enough about flashlights, we can't tell you how much illumination this little keychain flashlight is giving when it's in the dark versus towards it. So that part I could care less about how big that flashlight circle is or whatever, because obviously we're getting.
So his flashlight wasn't found? I didn't know that.
No. Well, according to Katie, that when she was asked if possibly Sebastian, because of how dark it was, when she was asked about the flashlight, if he had taken one, she, like, the whatever flashlights they did have, no, but she said she could not find his one that he did play with all the time, which was his keychain flashlight. So then this flashlight video comes out regardless, right? So it just becomes, in a sense, is that you have Ali telling Seth and that this is a garbage truck video, in a sense. Not that a garbage truck is fully in view, but it's like up there on Honeysuckle, way up there. But the thing is that, honestly, that doesn't even align with the angle that the camera can see. It, like, meaning, how can, like, for me personally, and I know you'd have to watch again, but how can you take floodlights that you can clearly see are like a floodlight thing, and then all of a sudden have these lights on Honeysuckle that would be higher than the floodlights, but yet on the actual video you got floodlights, and the second light, subject 2 or whatever you want to call it, is lower than the floodlights coming
and
out.
it moves. At one point you can see it moving too.
Right. And so my thing becomes this, is that where do we find an answer here? Because we have to, right? Again, 7 o'clock, perhaps 7:30. Anything after that is just Katie's story. Did Sebastian disappear on the 25th? Did he not? 9:08, the neighbor sees the light turn off at 9:08.
No, but it can't, because the 25th, didn't they see him at the having dinner? So they
No, but that was earlier. So in a sense, we can confirm that Sebastian did make it home. Okay. But then it becomes about the rest of the night. That becomes Katie's story. So where did they get the fact that Sebastian was last seen on the 26th? Because the last time that we know of as people perception, right, is that, as far as we know, at best, the last sighting of Sebastian was him taking out the garbage. Anything past that now becomes Katie's story. Why did she input a noise?
I think it's because the day that he was found missing. I think they're going by that day.
Well, yes, but in the equation of it all, though, Alexza, is we only have Katie's time. So
I know.
But did he disappear on the 25th, or was it her time?
Would it matter if he disappeared on the 25th at 9 p.m. versus the 26th at 2 a.m.? Would that really matter?
Well, I don't know. You know what? like for me, it's all about the truth of it all.
No, I know. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, I am being a little cynical.
No, but
I
I know
think
what you're saying.
Yes, it would.
elite purposes, yes, because then you can see where this person was at that time.
But it would matter because if people are looking at their cameras for the 26th, right, and he disappears on the 25th, you're not going to catch it on the 25th or on the 26th, right? Because he disappears on the 25th.
I don't know. I think people would go back and look
Well,
from the
that is
27th.
But, Sonny, I come across on Nancy Grace. Remember, we watched it, and at the very end, kind of, sort of at the end of Nancy Grace, kind of in the middle, I guess.
No, I don't.
They stated that they have lights on the outside of their house, Katie Proudfoot, and they're not generally on at night. But remember, Chris corrected her and said that they have floodlights on the side of their house that stay on all the time. I think it's either the house right next to them or their house where those two lights are.
No, it's not theirs. It's
It's
definitely
the
not.
one next to them, I think. But
yes, it would be the neighbor's house, if anything. And the reason why, first of all, is because their house is lower than
The neighbor to the right, like if you're looking to the right of the house, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. So with that being said, first of all, take note that Christopher Proudfoot answered that. And yet he wasn't home, but he jumped in to answer that. And then she's like, oh, yeah, I forgot. So he hasn't been home since February 1st, of course, as he says it, early February, even though we already called him out on the February 1st thing. But anyways, so you haven't been home since February, whatever. And then you jump in and take over that conversation about the lights, because she's asked about the lights outside, and she basically says that she has solar lights that they don't have. They don't typically turn the floodlights on. And then Christopher Proudfoot just takes over and says, well, there's the two over the garage that are always on. So that's on the garage side of things. That's why those lights would not make sense, Melissa, to being the Proudfoots at all, because they're on the left side of the house, left side of the house on the garage side. It's not going to be kind of how you see it in the picture where the trucks are here and the angle to where those lights are is definitely not past trees and onto their garage at all to me. Okay. It's more coming either at the start of the first house of the one that's on the, beside the Proudfoots, or it's at the end. It's not in the middle garage. That wouldn't make sense. Those are single lights. Here you got two little balls, one, two, like your typical floodlights, whatever. Anyways, my thing is this is like, so what are the chances? Like I said, this kid has this fun-filled packed day. He disappears on a day that he has his fun-filled packed day. A flashlight is said that he took his flashlight. Now, I don't want to say that it was taken because Jennifer Coffindaffer said she confirmed that it wasn't. So again, if he played with this at his mom's home, like maybe, like who knows? People are running with that, but I'm not going to say one way or the other. Some people are saying that Seth had said it was broken, because I know Sharon Parker just said that, and other people are running with that. And then Jennifer Coffindaffer, when she was on the live, said that she had confirmed that the flashlight was working. So I'm just going to leave that alone regardless. All I know is that a flashlight is missing in a sense. And all of a sudden there's this flashlight video that's out there. It doesn't matter. So the timestamp, I don't know why people are running with 3:00 though, because I think it's because Nick Barris had come out and said at 3:00. I noticed that he didn't answer my question when I asked him it on Facebook. I asked him where he got 3:00 timestamp. Sorry, 3:10. Let's be specific. The clock is stuck at 3:11 on the 23rd. So I don't know if he didn't do his due diligence, and he just said 3:10 instead of saying 3:11. And I don't know if he just didn't do his due diligence on there, but this whole timestamp has been placed around 3:00. And yet, honestly, this is where the clip comes in from JLR and Bobby about the timestamp and her knowing that neighbor that has that camera, and right. And even the neighbors don't believe it's a garbage truck. Right. So the person that owns it and the other neighbors don't believe at all that that's some garbage truck video of whatever. But
But that's what
anyway,
I was gonna say. But wouldn't I mean, because you have dates that your garbage comes. So if
right.
you ask my neighbor, you know that garbage here comes on Tuesdays, recycling's on Tuesdays, and garbage, and Friday is just garbage. So you would have a record of that. And also,
Well,
my other question is, I mean, you could tell unless he rented a car under a different name or he used a different car. Is did they download the GPS on Chris's car?
yeah, of course. Like, or we
So,
think
but
that
I
they
mean,
would.
he could have used another car. That doesn't
Right.
mean he's not guilty.
Right.
You could use
Exactly.
your car.
You
You
know,
could use your cell phone.
I guess that's one of those things is that he would have had to have placed his phone there. So don't forget as well, Alexa, that they're on a phone call for 2 hours and 15 minutes, not
And
3
they
hours.
did they were they able to prove that they were on the phone?
Well, according to Chris, all that information has been,
But then
right?
again, you can
We
leave
don't know what they
the
said.
phone connected, right?
Yeah. Well, that's just it. We don't know. We don't know what the conversation was. We don't know if it was a cover-up conversation about Sebastian at this point,
Or was
and
he
that,
driving to get to her to cover up or to
well,
help?
again, he says that he was, and this is just taking it with what Christopher's saying. He's saying that when Katie got the call or seen that Sebastian was not in his room, she called Christopher, and then it's that part gets a little bit hairy as well because they tell it two different ways. But anyways, bottom line is, they were called at 6:33 the LE. He's saying that he was on the phone almost most of the time till he got home at 1 in the afternoon with the LE, with the sheriff's office or whatever, that he was speaking to him. So, I mean, that can obviously be confirmed, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And
So
so,
now, quickly, and Jennifer Coffenheffer, what does she think? Like, did she tell you what she thinks?
yeah, go ahead, Melissa. I need to go pee.
Okay. Say that one more time.
What did Jennifer Coffenheffer think about that?
About the time being
about the
stuck?
case.
She
No,
doesn't think it is.
who does she think that did it? Like, does she think that they did it? Do they think that they're not
Oh,
guilty?
I don't remember her saying one way or another who she thinks did it.
let me
I
put
think
it.
she's leaning more towards mom, but or third
Yeah, but
party.
she's leaning towards them too.
Yes. Yes. I mean, you can just honestly go to her channel and recognize where it's getting leaned towards. And you know why?
She has a
Again,
YouTube channel.
pardon?
She has a YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's called Break the
Oh,
Case. Yeah.
I didn't know.
And she's done a video that we've showed parts of where she talks about the thud. It's a red flag video that she's basically done. Which, obviously it's the red flags, right? Kind of like what we're talking about here
Yeah,
tonight. All these red flags. Like, if you're so innocent, why are you lying? If you didn't, if you're truly looking for your child, why are you not showing that to us? Why aren't you showing these emotions that you would expect, or these things? Like, why are you pulling Sebastian's picture off your vehicles? Same with, and kind of like what that mother's cousin said or whatever, in that 5D one that I played. Like, why are you trying to take away from people that are searching, or trying to put Sebastian's awareness out there? Why are you shutting down your Facebooks? Why are you pulling his picture off your vehicles? Because you're scared that some troll is going to come attack you because you have Sebastian's thing on there. Why are they making it about themselves? Why aren't we seeing the, fight for this child, but yet we're seeing it from Seth Rogers, right? It's two different. God, somebody outside smoking weed. I can smell it. Anyways, no, I'm sorry, no offense, but spent a good chunk of my life back in the day with a certain ex, and that's how our lifestyle was back then. Now I can't stand the smell of it. When I smell it, it's just trigger. Remember, we talk about memories and stuff. Instantly it takes me back to when I was with Dion, and that's all he did all day was, smoke his marijuana and pot all day long, which I did too, don't get me wrong, but not like him. It's just one of those memory triggers when I smell it. But anyways, so why are we seeing Seth do what a parent would be doing? They're still tearing up. They're still fighting to find Sebastian. And then you got, what is deemed as, Katie and Christopher like couch potatoes, saying, oh, yes, but you don't know what goes on behind the scenes and what we're all doing and stuff like that. Shut the front door. Okay. Shut the front door. All they're trying to do to me is portray what we already like, sell us like ice cubes to the Eskimos. Sorry, not buying it. Don't sit there and try to portray like you're these desperate stepdad and mom just begging for people just to bring Sebastian home. You're not yelling from the rooftops. You're not giving what seems like two shits about whether Sebastian whatever. It reminds me of when it's like, well, you got no proof and type of thing, and we've kind of like probably outsmarted you, and case is gonna be like in the books of all cases, and almost like Christopher Robert going, God, we pulled this off, and it just reminds me of two people that are deny, and yet all I see is what comes off is looking as guilty for having something to do with Sebastian's disappearance. Whether it was both, one, the other one's helping, I don't know. I'm just saying the way it comes across, regardless. So I'm looking at a phone that's sitting there. So let's take out the whole that he was talking to someone to come pick him out or messaging someone to come play tag flashlight with him. Doesn't make sense. His phone's not going to be there. Let's take a kid that has no shoes, that takes nothing with him, that's going to go out the front door and not take anything but lock it, and then he just takes off. So this flashlight video obviously is only showing basically this light movement, and then you're shown on Nick Perez's one where it kind of goes back towards the house. Okay, if it's Sebastian and it goes back towards the house, okay, where's Sebastian? If it's him with the flashlight. If it's not, still, where did this person go? Right? I mean, there's all these cameras. If he went down Kellen, he would have been caught on camera if he was just traipsing away. Like, there's so many cameras and Ring doorbell cameras. So you think he's freaking Houdini and he just managed to go like doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, oop, camera there, So it's strange. Melissa, go ahead, put your thoughts to Alexza or anything. I'm going to go to the washroom.
Okay, so while you guys have been talking, I have made this. Let's see. I don't know how to add it up here.
Here, send it to me.
I'm give me like 2 seconds here to pull it up. All files. Come on, Melissa.
Are you sharing it with me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But like through StreamYard, not through Facebook, right?
Yes. There's StreamYard. I just got to go down here to it. I just yep, there it is. Okay. So I just tried to present it. Did it go?
Yes. No, not yet.
Okay, from my computer.
Melissa doesn't know what sleep looks like.
No, I do not. At least not in the last couple days.
He's been working on this, her PDF file, 37 pages. Yeah.
Open. Yeah. Okay. Is it still not going? Because if not, I'm just going to send it to you here on Facebook.
It's not.
Okay, so let me just send it to you over here on Facebook. It makes more sense that way anyway. That way you can have it. Okay, so this is the progression of the noise. I went back through all while you guys were talking. That's why I didn't seem like I was paying attention, because I wasn't. I was going back through all of the interviews. Invalid file type. Okay. So this is the progression of the thud or noise.
1 second.
Let me close that out. Okay. So on day 21 in the Duchess interview, she basically didn't hear anything at all. Nothing out of the normal. On day 22, though, he was doing something in his room, because about an hour later, I heard some noise. So this would have been about 10 o'clock. And she said, I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep. So Day 21, she's thought about it to the point she's made herself ill and she can't think of anything. Day 22, he's doing something in his room. I heard some noise. So then day 24, on Smiley's World, when asked about the noise in his room, I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff in his room, which is not uncommon. Hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep. On day 29 of being missing in Nancy Grace, at around 10 o'clock, she heard a noise, and Nancy Grace asked her what that noise sounded like. Katie Proudfoot said, just a thud. Bubba, did you fall out of bed? He answered, no, ma'am. And I said, well, you better, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep. So that is the progression of thud or noise. So what do you make of that progression, Alexza?
I guess. Hold on a second. Just give me 1 second. Well, it's basically what we spoke about it already, right? That she, first she doesn't say anything, then she says the noise, right? Then later she says that she heard, I wonder if going, when you do something and then you start recalling things. I wonder if she went back and she said that there was at one point there was a noise. And that's why they're trying to cover it up. And that's why they're making sure to make that they say, oh, there was a noise, a big noise, but it was just a thought. You know what I mean? I think that's how I take it.
I mean, for me, I think the most important part of this, like I could have understood if because pretty much the one thing that stays the same with this thread, except for the top one, is you need to go to bed, right?
Yeah.
For me. So that to me is the true part of the story.
Yeah.
The thud, what got me is when they ask her on the Duchess interview, I just want to know if maybe thinking back on it, is there anything you can think of that seemed off or out of the ordinary prior to him going missing during the night before you noticed he was missing? And she said, I honestly didn't notice anything that was like, oh my God, that's weird. I mean, we had a really good day. He wasn't in trouble. We all went to bed. Good note. I don't know if maybe he just wasn't saying something, but nothing. And I've gone over this so many times, I'm ill. Like if you've gone over it so many times that it's made you ill and you didn't catch a red flag, then how the very next day did you go, oh, there was some noise? And then 2 days after that, it went to, well, I'm not sure what it was, but it sounded like he was messing with something. Then to progress to a thud. Like, are you trying to cover up your tracks?
Mm-hmm. I think that's what it
Like,
is.
I don't know. For some reason, my brain wouldn't shut up, so I had to go do this. But I've been up for, I don't know, 24 hours at this point or more.
Oh my God. Get some rest.
I do. I need sleep. But it's just, I got tired of trying to scroll through them and figure out exactly where they were. So I just went ahead and copied the day, what interview, and what was said so that we could see the progression of how this came out. What do you think, Sonny?
To me, I can't understand hide nor hair why, first of all, Christopher Proudfoot keeps taking over and over talking her, and she, type of thing. Like he wasn't there. It's Katie. Like he knows certain things because obviously if he's talking to her on the phone and stuff like that. But as for the whole timeline, like I said, I mean, he's regurgitating information that she's saying, and she's sitting right beside him. And I remember to a specific time where Katie was sitting right there. A question was asked. I think it's on the same one about the restraining order about Seth or something like that. Christopher Proudfoot freaking answered the question and said he can't answer that because he doesn't know. And yet Katie's sitting right beside him who could have just simply answered it. So I find that whole part just to be weird and twisted with how from the get-go he's just taken over the story like it was his own. As for this part, yeah, I'm sorry, but when you're literally your whatever fourth, fifth interview in and you have not even brought up the noise at any point, and then you insert it, I instantly, when this happened, I remember going, oh, suddenly this detail comes out that we've never heard about yet, and then it turns into just a thud. And so yeah, it's things like that that go, is that even true? Is this just an insertion or is it true? Because to me it seems off.
I thought that too. And up until today, I thought, oh, she's just making this up. Keep in mind, all of these statements are from her, not from Chris. But when I was watching one of these lives today, somebody said something that made me stop in my tracks and sit here for a minute and go, could this noise be some sort of scuffle for a third party?
Well, I've always thought about it at that point as coming out of a window, like maybe like the windowsill dropping or something. And perhaps, I mean, perhaps, but I just kind of find that hard to believe because of the fact of the only time, like according to Bobby as well, from that there was no cars that went through. Right. So everyone's trying to claim about this 3:00 time slot, which to me, we ourselves can't put a time on exactly when Sebastian disappeared. But yes, there was always something like she didn't go check on him. She didn't, she was talking with Christopher at the time. This part of the story is where I don't know what to believe out of them, what or not to believe. Could something have happened during that time? Okay, but there's a screen on the windows, okay? A screen before getting to the window. So somehow this person entered the area, even though there's the cameras are like according to like the neighbors and everything that there's no car there. So all we have is a flashlight video. So you're trying to make sense of a person coming in at that point, perhaps, but how?
Well, I admit it gave me pause for a moment. I had to sit here because you and I were talking earlier, Sonny, about if it wasn't her, what could it have been? What are our other options?
If she's in
we
the
were having
living
that conversation, and I'm sitting here going, is it possible? Let me go back because I told you that third party was low on my list. And so I removed Katie from the situation, like we were talking about. And I'm like, could this be possible? And I don't think it is. I think I still come back to her, even with this, even with
back to the home.
giving that thought. I gave it pause. I mean, I thought about it, but I can't, like you, I can't make it make sense.
That's the thing on Alexza. That's like the huge question here is if his phone's sitting on the counter plugged in, right? How do we, what possible then scenarios could we possibly have to
That's why nobody showed up to pick him up, because you would need that phone to know when that person's outside.
Right.
And you would have found a record of that. So
right. So now Alexza, just to add to this, if you guys know what Seth said here. So Seth was kind of pissed off because they didn't take the Proudfoot's digital devices or anything till like 2 weeks later. Okay. They actually didn't even take the camera footage from the neighbor across the street, right? Until basically the neighbor goes down and says, like, don't you guys kind of need this, type of thing. And so then on top of that, what was I going to say about Seth? Shit, what were we just talking about, Melissa? Even my brain's getting tired. We're just talking about Seth.
About
Oh,
the
they didn't-
devices,
oh,
the phone and everything that being
yeah.
taken.
But the reason why I came to find out about that was because when the LE took Sebastian's stuff, Seth said to this day that Sebastian's laptop was never taken in, and yet they took his tablet that wasn't even used since like 2021 or something like that. But to this day, that Sebastian's laptop that he used more than his tablet is still sitting on the table exactly where he left it, and they never took that.
That's bad. That's bad. So why doesn't he? Well, I guess he doesn't have access. I would have taken it to there and say, "Hey, here's this."
Are you talking the one from Seth's house, or are you talking the
house.
one from the Proudfoot's house?
Seth's house.
Okay.
Seth
I was like-
literally said that laptop is still sitting on my kitchen table exactly where it was left when Sebastian disappeared, and it's still there. And he's like,
Might
why
be
would
worth-
they take a tablet that he hadn't used hardly ever, or at least since 2021 or something like that, and he's used his laptop more recently, of course, but yet they didn't take that. So the reason why he found out that the digital devices weren't taken from the Proudfoots, like when I say that, I'm not talking about the phones, because the phones were like a couple days later, that the phones were actually taken, like, taken for download. But because Seth accesses through the gaming system or whatever, like his TV, like, and stuff like that. And then Christopher Proudfoot says, oh, well, Sebastian's Xbox or whatever it is, or PS, well, I think it's Xbox, is over here. Why don't you come use that one? And then when Seth went to go pick it up, then he's like, that's when he learned that, wait, they haven't even gathered the digital devices from the Proudfoot yet. And this is 2 weeks later, and you're just like, so it's stuff like that that reminds you somewhat of Delphi, like what you think that would have happened didn't happen,
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
So crime and conspiracies been talking here. He didn't jump out the window. I agree with you on that. He didn't, but I had to think of it just in case. He said Sebastian didn't have a phone when he was at his mother's house. It was a calculator. Yes and no, it was a calculator. He did not have internet access, but he was able to call the people in his contacts. So it was a phone.
It was a phone.
And a calculator. He was a calculator, games, and a phone that he could call certain people on.
Yeah.
His laptop was a Chromebook issued by the school. They did not need to take it to know what was on it. Incorrect.
Yeah.
The school, because of the classes that he was in, did not provide him a Chromebook. It is a laptop that was given to him, I believe, by his father, Seth. So that came out from both Seth and Christopher Proudfoot. He did not have any electronics at school. And see through, no matter who has a missing child leaves the home, and no mother who has a missing child leaves the home unless she knows that child isn't coming back, in my opinion. And I have to agree. But I just wanted to address that because misinformation, like his laptop was a Chromebook and issued by the school, that's misinformation. So you're going to say that, other people are going to see it, and then they're going to spread it. And that's not the facts of the case.
Well, he did, if I'm not mistaken, he did have, and this was, I think, when Christopher was talking about it, that he did have, I believe that might be correct about the Chromebook was issued. I feel like
He
that
did, I believe, in Smiley's. I'll go back and see if I can
I was
find
gonna
it.
say, you didn't find that. But as for the whole, he didn't have a phone, completely 1,000 billion% wrong. That's been talked about by both Christopher Proudfoot. It was a phone. It was an absolute cell phone that only had the abilities for him to use to talk with any of his own contacts. And he had FaceTime Faith, his sister. But he only had access to the calculator. I think his pictures, there was 3 things that he had access to. His list, that was only of whatever people, family members or whatever. and the calculator. So that is completely false on that. And that's just the thing, right? I mean, you know, I don't want to speak for other people, but you know, we go around as YouTube creators trying to find the most factual information to put out there, and try to take away from mistruths and information, again, because they came out of their mouths, Christopher's, Katie's, Ellie's, and stuff like that. So when it comes to the factual stuff, if we make a mistake, absolutely, we'll actually own it. But that right there is absolutely false information, 1,000,000,000,000% that he didn't have a phone. Clearly, they've talked about it through Seth and through Christopher Proudfoot and Katie when they literally talked about the phone. I just, like, Melissa would all have it in her, you know, a thing like that. So that, just to clear that up. No, he had a phone. That's the thing, right? He literally had a phone. So again, I'm not going to sit here and go search for that clip myself right now, but he literally had a phone. You can hear Christopher Proud. They literally said what 3 functions he could use on his phone, and that they didn't allow him to access certain things on that phone because of, like, the internet, for instance, right? Like maybe at his dad's house he did. Obviously, if he's able to watch Minecraft video games on his phone, right? Obviously, you need the internet to do that. So this is where Christopher Proudfoot, when they're talking about the phone, literally says, when they ask him about the information, like, did the same thing basically apply with Seth? And then Christopher basically had said, and I don't want to quote it word for word, but basically said that no, like what we do here and what Seth does at his house, right, aren't necessarily the same thing. This is what we do here. This is the limited access. Many times he didn't have a phone. Crime and conspiracies, that's one argument I'm not going to actually have, because they have not said that. That is absolutely false. So we'll fact check that and then come back and then tell me exactly where. Actually, if you got time, go ahead and tell me where that they've said that he didn't have a phone. And I'm sure Melissa can pull up where they said they were talking about his phone, or maybe not.
They did say that, Sonny. They did say that, but they did. But crime and conspiracy, you are taking it out of context. What he said, and I will quote Christopher Proudfoot on this, he said that Sebastian did not have a phone that would access the internet. The only thing his phone would do is a calculator, his contacts, and to play games. That he had a phone, it just did not have access to the internet. That was in the Duchess interview.
So I have
in
a question.
Smiley's interview, he tells you that he did not have a Chromebook for school because he was in the special classes. If you'd like to go look at that, I can gladly drop the links and you can go watch it.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If you're saying that the phone he was using to contact people, that means that he had to have Wi-Fi.
No.
How can
No.
you contact somebody on your list without Wi-Fi from your phone?
Not like a list like on the internet, like his contact list. Like he could call his mom, he could call his dad, he could call his grandma, he could call Christopher,
Faith.
There was like 6 to 8 people that he could contact that were in his contact list.
But the thing is, was the phone connected to the? So they just
No.
had a phone plan. There was no internet.
Correct.
They had
they blocked
parental
his
locks
access.
on the phone.
Okay, so it didn't have internet, but it had a phone plan. Okay.
Correct.
Basically, what Christopher Proudfoot has said basically is that, look, there's we have strict rules here about the creeps of the internet, and we don't want Sebastian being like, because of him being autistic and whatever, that they don't want him to be the product and of like the internet stuff and the garbage and being prone and being a victim to that stuff. So we're basically put the phone on lockdown. This is what the 3 things he can access on his phone, and that's all he can do on his phone. Now, when he was at his dad's Seth, different story. According to Seth, so Katie will tell you that Sebastian barely took his phone with him, right? because he couldn't really do anything on it. Whereas Seth had made a comment that Sebastian was always on his phone. Why? Because Seth obviously allowed him to connect to the internet. So in order to watch videos of Minecraft on YouTube, you have to have the internet, right? So there was two different kind of rules. One that was still somewhat strict at Seth's, but not overly. I mean, trust me, you're at work for 12 hours. You've left your kid alone while you're doing your 12-hour shift. You don't think that he's, probably doing more stuff, than what he ought to be doing? Chances are he is, because when he's at home, he doesn't have access to that stuff. But at his dad's, right? Like his dad will tell you, Seth, that he didn't he wasn't allowed just to chat with people in gaming, type of idea. Like you couldn't just go online, how you can have PlayStation online and whatever, and you're literally communicating with people and talking. He said he didn't have access to do that. But again, he had definitely more access at Seth's house, more freedom when it came.
Probably because he didn't have any restrictions there.
Yeah.
And crime and conspiracy, just so you know, and everybody else knows, not just you, but everybody, even if a phone does not have internet, even if a phone does not have phone time, like you can't call, you can still call 911 on a phone.
Yes.
It's a federal thing. All phones will call 911. So if he would have taken his phone, if he were in trouble, he still could have called 911. But again, his phone was on the kitchen counter.
Mm-hmm.
So crime and conspiracy wants to know what your thoughts are, Sonny, on what happened to Sebastian.
I'm just going to be honest. I honestly have no clue, but every time I try to possibly think, deducting from a cell phone that's left on the counter that he didn't take, the fact that he didn't wear shoes and that he's a runaway, everything always leads me back home to Katie. So not knowing if, I'm not seeing this as a runaway myself. I'm not seeing this as an abduction myself. Everything always leads back to Katie. So if Sebastian's not there and was taken away, I feel like it's because of the mother. Something happened to Sebastian. Everything always goes back to her. And I'm sorry if I'm absolutely wrong on those thoughts, but that's the way I feel after looking at every ounce of this case of what we do have for information. It always takes me back home to Katie, and I'll say Katie for sure. So Melissa, because and then we'll get off this, and then we'll just quickly we'll just touch on Delphi for a minute, just to say that we did. Sorry, but okay, your thoughts for Sebastian. That would be my crime.
My honest thoughts here are that mom did something. That's every road I go down. I keep coming back to her. I don't think he walked away. I don't think he ran away. So, I mean, none of those, we had talked about it earlier, and I kind of told you I ranked them, and whether it be premeditated, whether it be an accident, whatever, I think that's at the top of my list. More towards the bottom would be a third party or him running away. I don't see that being a viable option.
Okay. Yeah.
But the problem is, if she did something in the house, the cadaver dogs would have picked up the scent, and they didn't pick up.
Yeah. So go ahead, Alexza.
The cadaver dogs didn't go in the house, I don't think, did they? I know they went outside the house.
No.
They didn't go inside the house, and they said on, I believe it was Smiley, that they never did. They walked through the house, officers did, but they did not bring dogs in, and they did not luminol.
Didn't they? I think they brought canines in, but not. Yeah, but I want to say that, but I'm not positive. We'd have to go back and look at that. But I remember hearing this recently, and cadaver dogs were not brought in the house that I'm aware of.
I know that Christopher said that dogs were brought outside of the house.
Yeah.
But when he was talking about the inside, He said that they did not luminol and that there were several officers that walked through the house, but he never did say that the dogs came inside.
Yeah, I'd have to, you know what, that one we'd have to go back and look at again because, again, I just recently was listening to that, but now my brain doesn't
But
quite
that makes
remember
no
exactly.
sense. Why would you bring, if a child is missing from his bed,
Well,
why wouldn't you bring the cadaver in or the scent dogs inside the house?
well, because they just deemed it as a runaway child. Right? Like
Yeah, but
they
the
just
lead
went on
doesn't
the
work like that.
assumption.
You can tell a lead that, you can tell the police that I am an
Mhm.
alien, but they have to prove they
Well,
know.
that's just it. No
Ugh.
luminol was done because it was only looked at like it was a missing child, a runaway. Because according to the mother, right, their whole theory right from the get-go has been that Sebastian left out that front door and locked it and ran away. Right? But yet they had no clue why he would run away. Couldn't think of no thought or whatever. But anyways, so that was the whole basis. So basically, this house is getting trampled through by all different bunch of people. Meaning for any sort of crime scene, it's just nothing's there, right? To go back to it because now there's fingerprints everywhere. There's, like I said, no luminol test was done because, and this is where Jennifer.
Fingerprints weren't even taken, Sonny.
No.
Christopher said
Right.
fingerprints weren't even taken because
Right.
they told him that the ridges would interact with the fingerprints, I think is how he put it. But,
Yeah.
When I was listening to the 911 call, the dog that they had, the canine Max that they had, I think Max was his name, they started off by like the end of that drive, the end of Stafford. And that's why the dog went towards the pond. It was never a scent specific for Sebastian. No dog who has been scent specific for Sebastian has ever hit.
No. Basically the dogs really almost like there was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Christopher Proudfoot said like I think that there was a total, I want to say of 18 dogs or somewhere in that vicinity of the teen area of dogs altogether. And he was like naming them off like he freaking knew every freaking dog or something. But I remember in the video that they were playing, like the dogs really didn't, most of them never made it past the house. Like, so another thing I wanted to ask quickly about this, okay? Because this doesn't make sense to me. So if your child's missing and you get up at 6 o'clock or go wake him at 6 o'clock and you call Christopher Proudfoot, regardless if you believe that he says that he called right then and there or the fact of when he's talking to Katie and she's driving to the school. So you think that possibly you're going to go check to the school. So what prevented her from bringing her ass inside the school to asking him if Sebastian was there? We never, like, why would you do that? You're going to check the school, but yet you actually didn't go inside the school to check to see if your son would somehow manage to walk there, but yet you're
Would
tracing.
anybody have been there for her to get
Pardon?
inside? Would anybody have been there for her to get inside that early at 6 o'clock? Let's say
Well, it's not
6:15.
6 o'clock at this point, but I'm not sure what time their school opens at. Maybe not, right? Maybe not. But we never heard anything about, so maybe not. I don't know. The lady said that the buses get there at like 1:45, so maybe 7 o'clock is when school physically opens. Maybe it's a little bit sooner than that. I know that Bobby, the one they call, I think, Binocular Bobby, the neighbor that has like in the Facebook group and all that stuff, the one that lives up on Keller Lane at the top there. So she was talking about what time the buses came and something about like say 7 o'clock. So maybe the school opens at 7, for that. So maybe that actually is the answer there because the phone call comes in at 6:33. We've heard that when the phone call came in. So, I mean, that's probably the reason, to be honest with you, that you say that about school time. Maybe they didn't open till exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. School starts. I think school started at 7, wasn't it, guys?
I don't know what time they started, but I know when my kids were in school, the school itself wouldn't open until an hour before school started. So if they start at 8, they would open at 7. If they open at 7, they would or if they start at 7, they would open at 6. But I would think starting at 7 would be a weird time. So I would assume, and I don't know, I could go look it up real quick and see what time they start, but I would assume it's 8 o'clock.
I think the neighbor said 7, but yeah, like that, like they be there for like 7. Anyways, it's in the clipping I was gonna play tonight. That obviously I can't, it's too late for that now for you guys. So I'm going to come off of Sebastian because we'll cover that one separately and go over it again with the Bobby, the neighbor, talking about the school and the bus and the cameras where the camera footage is out there and stuff like that. It's on I think it was J for Justice. I mean, no, is my thing from J for Justice or is it from JLR's actual video? No, it's from JLR.
Sonny, I'm
Yep.
on the Beach High School website. School hours are 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., so they would open most likely at 7.
Yeah. Because I just know that the neighbor kept talking about the bus comes and picks them up, that the one mother, to something about to get them there for 7. And that's, I kept, but I couldn't say verbatim. I just remember her constantly saying 7 o'clock, about talking about buses and pick the kids going to school and the neighbor dropping them off. That would make sense. 7 o'clock. It's before then. Obviously, then I'll just erase that question because obviously it's too early for the school to be open. Besides her driving around and stuff like that. I mean, there is a lot of things that I could sit there and also put towards what would make it seem truthful as well. There are things definitely there that think like when I look at it all, what I don't like about this whole entire case is that Christopher Proudfoot has taken it over. He's said a lot of mistruth and in fact lies. He's talked about the abuse of Sebastian and stuff like that. And it's all this oddness to the case, but there are things in there where, like when just that kind of like when we were talking about first with Duchess, is that when you're first listening to Katie in that interview, you're just feeling very empathetic and very sad, right? That this mother is on there, she's crying. And then it wasn't too long into that interview, you saw this controlling, person coming through named Christopher Proudfoot. And it was just really from that point on that he started, Katie was the one that was there, but he's the one talking. And because he's such an a-hole as a person, as most people have got to notice, even like for these people that stick up for him, whatever, you know what, if you like people that abuse kids and stuff like that, and you want to sit there and stand up for that type of person, go right ahead. It's your call, your choice, or whatever. I just find that pretty pathetic that, about Christopher Proudfoot knowing his personality, and he has portrayed that to us. Okay. He has told us about spanking Sebastian with the belt or whatever, smacking him. He has told us about how he's taken away the snakes, how he's taken away his toys, and how he's this drill sergeant of a person. You can tell that he's not got this big love loss, but that's perception again, but it's how he has portrayed himself throughout this whole case and how Katie has as well. And I don't know if that's just bad judgment on hers and she's just listening to Christopher Proudfoot, and hiding behind him because she doesn't like dealing with social media stuff and stuff like that. Whereas Christopher Proudfoot, I mean, this guy's soaking it up. He's loving every minute of the attention that he's getting. He's studying, like, again, it's a case to be studied for and stuff like that. We could be totally off the mark, completely, or we might not be. All I know is that through everything, and I think about this case every time I go to sleep, I fall asleep thinking about the possibilities of a flashlight video, of his phone, of his not taking any shoes versus no clothes, no money, no this, no that. Where does each road lead? It always keeps leading back to Katie. And that's my personal opinion, is that I can't help it, but everything keeps going back to what truth or not truth is Katie not saying. Maybe she is completely telling the truth. Maybe at some point something will come through with Sebastian. But I have a hard time believing that this kid was having this amazing day and that he's sitting there at dinner time, where I'm personally not seeing this kid that's angry or whatever. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing a kid that is just like probably giving the time of his life. He's wolfing back his dinner, and he gets into the vehicle and they drive off and stuff like that. And I just can't see in my head that this kid decides to go, you know what? I'm going to run away, and I'm not even going to go call my dad. I'm not going to tell my dad nothing. So something's amiss with this whole puzzle, because if Sebastian did leave, you don't think he'd be telling his dad? You think this kid that doesn't elope, that doesn't leave, is suddenly going to go out without shoes, without anything, and just disappear into the night? Didn't happen that way.
Well, like we've said several times, Sonny, if they are innocent, they are the most guilty, innocent people I've ever seen.
Yeah. Alexza?
Yeah.
Alexa?
Yes, I'm here.
Can barely hear you, woman.
No, I'm right here.
Oh, okay. So just quickly, Alexza, did you say about who you thought? Do you think it comes back to the Proudfoots?
I think so. I am like almost certain. I do see deception in their body language. I think they are hiding something. They're not being 100% truthful.
Yeah.
There's no emotion. There's no nothing. Nothing makes sense. There's so many red flags. Every time they talk, they, instead of making a narrative clean, they put their foot in their mouth, literally. And it makes me wonder more. It makes me, they look more guilty every time they speak.
Yes. I've always believed, like, even with Delphi. So let's quickly just turn this for a couple minutes to Delphi. Delphi, the information came out that supposedly this, jailhouse bird got a confession from his friend that was in jail, that was bunking, not in the same whatever space as Ron Logan. And then he called him, basically said that Ron Logan confessed, used a box cutter, basically to the girls. And this was somewhere, I believe, was it June of 2017? Just quickly, I'm sorry, guys, that we didn't touch on Delphi more than this, but
yes, it was June.
Yeah. Okay. So my thing is this: Ron Logan, first of all, I mean, let's just say the things that were said in this letter, okay, about this so-called jailhouse confession. Obviously, the box cutter thing stands out. Yeah. What would you make of this so-called confession that is being told?
I think two things are standing out. One, because it was written in 2017, and I guess the box cutter was not. I mean, for some people, it wasn't known. One person that followed the case very closely, they said that it was kind of a rumor that maybe it was a box cutter. So I don't know, because I didn't follow the case from day one, so I don't know. But I have followed the case extensively. I thought it was with Richard Allen that we found out the box cutter. So I think when you hear the word box cutter, everything goes like, oh my God, this has to match and this has to be true.
Right.
But I think not necessarily, because don't forget that we don't know 100% if the girls were even unalive with the box cutter.
Right.
That's what Richard Allen said. But we, even the coroner, he couldn't say 100%. At the end, he said it that maybe could have been a box cutter, and I have to go talk to Mr. Steve about that, because I remember reading that the wounds, some of the wounds had like ridges. So, and I don't know anything about that. So I wanted to ask Mr. Steve, if the wounds have ridges, how can it be a box cutter? So I have to go and ask Mr. Steve about that.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken about that part, Alexza, is that the what's the person's name again that does the autopsy guy?
Warner.
Warner. I think it was the coroner. The coroner basically, I think it was said when I was watching court TV that like that the coroner wasn't sure. And then once kind of a box cutter was mentioned, that's when it was like, oh, maybe that's what the markings are, was a box cutter. So I think that was new information regardless about the box cutter. I don't recall it being something that was always out there. I can't
Yeah,
really
that's what
remember.
that's how I remember it.
But most people that answered that question said no, they hadn't heard about the box cutter to the trial, and I think that was the same with the coroner. And the coroner kind of was like,
Yeah, it could
you
have
know,
been.
like it could have been a box cutter.
The coroner said at trial that he basically had an epiphany while he was at his
Yes.
workbench,
Yeah.
that it could have been a box cutter. But the
Mhm.
box cutter isn't the main information in this. I know that's what most people are going to. Do I think Richard Allen is still guilty? Yes, I do. However, there are things in this confession and things that were written that only the killer would have known, because it was not known to the general public how the girls were killed.
Oh, it was always a
Oh, yes, it was.
Yes, it was. I was.
Oh, yes, it was.
Everybody knew.
Not the order and the arteries and all of that. We knew their throats were cut, but we
Yeah.
didn't know the arteries.
No, that's not true.
Yeah.
We knew about the arteries. Okay, that information was already leaked out a long time ago. So okay.
By the time he wrote this,
Yeah, it was in the first few days. Even
I hadn't heard it until later on.
Yeah, so it was about the sticks, and it was about the neck artery and whatever. Now, I believe this is where what's his face, Abby's uncle comes into play. So he was giving out, remember, in like text messages about the autopsy report and stuff like that. But anyways, so that stuff was well speculated about for sure, right from the get-go. Because again, there's people there that saw the girls that were putting out information of what they saw. Abby's uncle being one of them. That's basically why he left Delphi and went over to Texas or Tennessee or whatever it was, one of the two. I think it was Texas, but anyways, is because he took a lot of flack for putting out this information. He is also the one that sold information to what's his name? Chris Todd, right? And as we see, Chris Todd is freaking loving this. Are you kidding? That guy writes a book before Richard Allen's arrested called Forest of Trees. He's loving this right now. Now, in saying that, okay, so let's just go back to the point here. Okay, so with this confession in 2017 of June, right? Box cutter, never heard of myself personally. I don't recall a box cutter being talked about. Not, if it was very little. We always thought it was about 2 knives, that were used and stuff like that. That one perhaps was left at the crime scene and But anyways, so at the end of the day, because, well, one thing that's bugging me is, so what, you're telling me that the defense had no knowledge of this confession whatsoever, that the state just kept it from them? We don't know the answer to that either.
Yeah, we do.
Well, from anything
they say it several times. They say it was in and I've got it pulled up. I mean, they say it multiple times over like 100 freaking pages here that I've got. That it was in discovery. I've got all the court documents. It was in discovery, and they state it multiple times that they got it in discovery. The state had it, that they had it in discovery, and that it only became relevant because they couldn't use the third-party defense. It only became relevant when the doctor got up on the stand and changed his testimony and said that the epiphany at his workbench is the reason that the box cutter came in. But they state multiple times that it was in their discovery packet that they had it.
Did defense sustain that, or prosecution?
Yes, I've got the defense paperwork. I've got everything that was filed.
Yeah, but the box cutter also became popular because Richard Allen confessed it and said that he
Well,
threw it right at work.
Yeah. Now I was just gonna say the only reason why I say that is because when I was listening to court TV, they were saying how that they weren't sure. Like, is this something that the defense had? Or, and they were saying like, well, they like as if they don't know the answer yet. Like was this in the discovery? But it was almost like that they were saying in like court TV about it being, like that the state knew about it, but the defense type of thing, and but they weren't sure yet. So that I had heard that on the court TV. So, but anyway, so that's
Okay.
why for me,
Let me, while you're talking, I will scroll through these and I will find the exact motion that was filed, and then I can tell you what
yeah,
motion
okay,
it was that it's in, because it's in several of them.
okay. Sharon saying, or see if you're saying I've never heard of the box cutter. So going back to you, Alexza, on this. Okay, I mean, the box cutter, it's not a normal thing we hear about for a crime. Normally it's a knife, a blade of
Yeah.
something, not a box cutter. So we're seeing the word box cutter in here, and we're hearing that, about the confession, like with Richard Allen, box cutter, whatever. Okay, so what do you think personally of this
I
confession?
personally never thought that it was Ron Logan. I don't think he fits the profile. I think in this letter, one of the things that I told you, I don't know if I spoke to you about it, but I think one of the things that catches my eye, again, not a statement analysis, I'm not, but I do know words that I'm able to pick up. And he says the younger and the older one to describe Libby and Abby because I guess he doesn't want to name them. I'm pretty sure he knows their names.
Mhm.
But I guess let's give them benefit of the doubt because it's June 2017. Maybe he doesn't remember the names, whatever. But how did he know? So he doesn't know their names, but he knows their ages, that he's able to tell which one is younger and which one is older.
You can
To
clearly
me,
tell which one's older and younger, though, looking
how?
at them.
No, that's not true.
I can.
No, because
One's tiny and one's bigger.
I have kids in my kids' school which are older than my kids, but they're tiny compared to my kids' height.
I'll agree with Alexza on this
And
one.
you look at a kid, and those kids look like they're in, like honestly, in like 4th grade, and they're in 6th grade, and you go, and they're 13. So that I don't think you can. I think we can deduce when we see somebody. Usually, the bigger
Yeah,
person
you
is
just
older, but
instantly
it's not
judge.
a fact.
Yeah,
But what bothers me is that he doesn't use
I
their
agree.
names, but he goes the older, the younger. How would he know that? That to me sounds like a verified fact. Why not use the bigger one, the fatter one, the
Which most
skinnier
people
one?
would use.
That's what most people would say. The bigger one, the
Thin
smaller
one,
one.
the fatter one. Yeah,
But
most
the
people would
fact that
use.
he uses that wording to me, I just looked at that letter and said, "This letter is made up. No way, no way that you're writing in from your brain to your hand, and you're writing and you're going and seeing the older, the younger one. No way. You would have said the fatter one and the skinnier one, or the bigger one and the smaller one.
Oops. If
But I
they
think if you're writing a confession, you would know the names. You know about the box cutter, but you don't know their names.
right,
That
well,
to me is
Okay,
a red flag.
so I'm going to go back for just a second here. So on page 13 of the motion to correct error, it said Ron Logan's confession to Ricky Davis before May 15th, 2017 is newly discovered evidence entitling Mr. Allen to a new trial. Dr. Kaur was a forensic pathologist, yada, 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 yada. Okay. Ron Logan's confession to Ricky Davis, as reflected in the tip in the Orion database and made a mere 3 months after the girls were killed, was detailed. Law enforcement followed up on the tip. Defendant's Exhibit 4B, as attested to by Matthew Hoffman in Exhibit 4A, accurately reproduces the handwritten notes taken by Indiana State Police First Sergeant P. Hansard about his interview with Ricky Davis on June 21st, 2017, at the Newcastle Correctional Facility regarding Ron Logan's confession to Ricky Davis. Those handwritten notes of First Sergeant Hansard are attached to the Indiana State Police Detective Wolf's lead narrative summary sheet as it is provided to the defense in discovery.
Okay.
Page 14.
Okay. Hey, quickly, Melissa, put yourself on camera for a sec. If you can, just for a sec. It's a test. Okay. So just in chat, how old is Melissa? How old is Alexza? And how old is Sunny? Okay. So put your thing. So this is like a, like little test here. So how old do you think Sunny is, Alexza is, Melissa is? So Sunny, age, Melissa, age, Alexza, age.
21.
Of course we are, Alexza. We know we're still.
But see, Alexa, you can't tell in this picture that Abby looks younger than Libby.
I can.
We know because we know.
I can. I can tell you, but I can tell many other things by looking at people. But a lot of people, but just because you're smaller, it doesn't mean that you're younger. or
Absolutely.
older. You know what I mean? That's what I was trying to make.
Yes.
Yeah, I can tell but she's also a year younger. That's not a big difference.
Yeah.
It's
a
not
year.
like
Wait,
6 years.
I absolutely get that because, I get what Alexa's saying because this happens all the time where I'll totally have somebody's age off thinking that they're younger or older than what they are, and just meaning instantly judging. So judging instantly, I'd be like, yeah, Abby's the younger one and Libby's the older one, but I could be totally wrong because, again, we just sometimes think that by the looks that person happens to be younger, even though she could have been older than Libby. And, so I get what Alexa's saying there for sure, about that, because it's just, we kind of just judge, but usually people don't say the older one and younger one as much as they would usually say the heavier,
bigger and smaller.
bigger, the heavier and smaller. So that to me, I can see why that would stand out to Alexza, for saying that, because people don't usually politically correctly, they'll use heavier, right? Because when you're defining someone, like even if I'm defining someone from this day, sometimes I usually do say, like the heavier set girl. I don't go the older one. I'm just usually try to identify it by saying, like the heavier girl with the brown hair. Anyways,
I guess I never thought about that just because I know their ages.
Yeah.
So I never thought about somebody who wouldn't know their ages, say the bigger and smaller. So yeah, I can see what you're saying there.
You're more receptive and you pay more attention to those things. You know what I mean? That you're able to pay attention to body language and you're able to kind of see things that maybe the normal person wouldn't pay attention. You know what I mean? Maybe because you guys are in true crime, you have developed that.
Right.
But most people won't do that. Like most people, you see 2 kids, you wouldn't know.
Yeah. So nobody seems to be answering our question, so I'll answer for you. Melissa, how old are you?
Oh, did they answer? How old?
No. But I don't got 10 years.
42.
No, but wait, did they answer? How old? No, they have to say first before we say it.
Well, I know, but they're taking forever, so we ain't got forever.
No, because she wanted. No, everybody, just put. Come on, I want to see this. Just put it in the chat. You don't have to go
one person.
One person.
The oldest to youngest. There we.
Okay.
Patricia Burns.
So go ahead, Melissa. How old did you say you were? And
I think I'm 42.
Okay, you think you're 42. Alexza, how old are you?
Not. I'm 43.
You're 43. Okay, 43 for Melissa.
I am 45.
45. Sunny and Sharon, you're wrong. I am 55. So that just goes to show you, right? Sunny is the oldest. Some people knew that. Exactly. I am 55 versus 45 versus 42 on there, right? But anyways, so it was just the point of exactly like for all my life, regardless, I've always looked younger than my age. My twin sister has always probably looked older, more like my sisters, you would probably guess more so in saying that. Now, in saying that, in all fairness, I mean, I do use the freaking, what you want to call it, softening screen, whatever you want to call it. But, anyways,
you don't have makeup too. I mean, makeup. I have red lipstick and everything. So
but yeah, so it was just one of those things. But
yeah.
typically, when thank you guys, by the way, and so thank you. Excuse me. I'm sorry. This one was for me. Go on. Go on. No, just kidding. But anyway, I was just gonna say, it to use the word, like I said, do it myself. If I'm trying to describe someone, I'm using like a weight type of idea. If I know that one is thin and one is heavier than the other, I'm definitely gonna not be saying, well, the older one did it. I'm gonna say, yeah, the
bigger
thicker
one, the smaller
one. Yeah, and thicker or smaller is probably how I would have described it, type of thing. Not, the older one and then the younger one. If you had no clue, I just so to sum this part up, I feel if they had it, that like if they had this and this information, why didn't they go down the Ron Logan route instead of the Odinism crap? If they had this information, like regardless, why wouldn't they have taken this and ran with it? But no, they're doing it after the fact, because they lost their, in a sense, like he was found guilty. So now they have to look for another avenue of new evidence and this and that. If they had this, they would have cared about this shit a long time ago. They obviously didn't give two shits about it because they would have used, if this was so important. So at the end of the day, obviously there's some oddities to this confession, but would I override this with the fact that Ron Logan has a receipt, he's on camera at a store at a certain time, and stuff like that. And I think about the fact that FBI put so much emphasis on him, and yet came up with nothing. And yet
he was put in prison too, and he was tortured.
well, right. I have a hard time believing that some old fucking fart about, Ron Logan, whether you guys think he's an asshole abuser, whatever he is, that he's literally gonna make them cross a creek or whatever, because remember the what, and that he's gonna kill them on his own land. I just think
why would you leave the bodies in your own land?
absurd.
I put it in my neighbors. I'll go to my neighbor and be
I'm
like,
sorry,
okay.
but that's
Well, according to his confession, he attempted to move the girls. But like I said, I still think Richard Allen is guilty because he's the one that was on the bridge. Like, he's the one that was coming up behind the girls. But I can see where they're coming from with this. But Alexza, I got a question for you. It clearly states, here's another one where it says this was all included in discovery that was provided to us by the state. All of this information. So if it was included in discovery, right? When you go to court and they say no third-party evidence, which is what Gall said, right? So you go to court, as soon as they say box cutter, either A, should that not open the door to this confession? Or can they not, essentially, are the attorneys going to file for, because they didn't object to it, can they file for, I'm too tired to think of it, ineffective assistance of counsel?
But the thing is, from the beginning, they didn't say this. They started saying Odinism, and they put the whole Odinism into it. Because if this, I mean, in my opinion, I always think they should have used a third party regardless. They should have put Keegan, whatever his name is, and they should have went with that. Because I think they had more chances putting the doubt. Because it kind of like, what are the chances? He talked to them, and then the girls went missing. But no, they decided because they wanted to go and they wanted to go with the signatures, and it goes back, I guess, to to Robert Ives that he said that there were so many signatures being. I haven't spoken to him. I want to, now that it's over, I want to go back and speak to him. Being the branches. So that's why the court didn't allow them, because they were like, you already are on the Odinism, and now they create this whole thing that the guards were threatening his life, and they had patches and they tattoo their face, and there's Odinisms everywhere. And I get it, Delphi. There's a lot of, I mean, people never heard. A lot of people have never heard Odinism before this case, and I get it. But in Delphi, it's very popular. This is something, a practice that is very mainstream. They found it.
If I had my choice between this line, that's at least what you would deem as more normal thinking, right? If I had this line to choose, or the Odinistic line, and you had this information,
Yeah,
I would this to me could have caused probably maybe a split decision type of thing, because you got basically two people, one putting himself there, one basically sitting there, admitting to it. They can't find his phone for that one particular time. I mean, everything, right? He placed himself there. He literally placed himself at the crime scene during the time. And of course, but then you have this, which the box cutter in itself, the wounds, the arteries, this would have been a way better fight to me, is to have these two go at it.
Can I be devil's advocate?
Yeah, of course.
Did he say this because he really believed this? Or did he say this just to make sure that Richard Allen's confession matched?
Say that again. Wait, explain that one.
Did the forensic pathologist, did he mention at the end that he believed that it could have been a box cutter? Did he make that comment because he really believed that? Or did he make that comment just to cover the bases because Richard Allen had said it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And obviously, he was helping the state.
Right. But your thoughts on that?
Was it a thing to kind of cover for the state and say, and put that, because there wasn't a lot at that point. We didn't know which way it was going to go.
Yeah.
And I think that was maybe his way of trying to help and sealing, because even the way at the end that he puts it, I think in my
and then this comes out.
And this falls, and then it goes, could have been a box cutter kind of thing. It sounds like again, when you're telling the truth, you don't need so many explanations. You just tell the truth. You know what? I was in my garage doing some stuff, and then I realized could have been a cut, but that sequence, when people put too much sequence, you go, I don't know. Some people talk like that. Some people don't. Who knows? But I always wondered, did he make this comment just to make sure that Richard Allen's alibi, Richard Allen's confession matched?
Gotcha. What do you think, Melissa?
Alexza, you're fired.
Yeah.
I don't like you anymore. We ain't friends. You make a good point. I don't know. That's a really good point.
I started thinking I didn't even think when it happened, but then when I saw this, I started thinking, and I asked my husband, because my husband is my guinea pig with this case, and if he doesn't think so, and then he started thinking, and he's very logical. He's nothing like me. I am sometimes irrational. I go like a cow, I'm like a wild horse, but he's the opposite. And he was like, you know what? He goes, you make a good point.
Because I mean, Richard Allen's confessions were before his epiphany,
right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you make a good point. I don't know. I just, for me, I still think it's him, just because he's on the bridge. He put himself on the bridge. He was in the same clothes. It was the same time. Do I think these confessions have a lot of detail in them? Yeah, I do. But there's also one major detail that's missing out of them, and that's that in none of these confessions, and there's several pages of them, does it ever say that the girls crossed the creek. And in fact, it just says that he walked them through the woods to his property. It does not say that he made them cross the creek. So, I mean, there were a lot of things in here, like he knew where the parents worked and he knew the dads and stuff like that. But none of that overrides the fact that I see with my own eyeballs Richard Allen on the bridge coming up behind the girls moments before they're kidnapped. And that is literally all they had to prove, is that he took them off the bridge to get this conviction. So I don't know. The box cutter, I don't know. That makes me wonder. Would there be a way to prove that, though, that he changed it because the state told him? There wouldn't be a way to prove that, would
I
there?
mean, I'm sure he had, and this is where I'm going to, because I mean, my aunt is a forensic pathologist, and she cannot believe two things in this case: that there's no time of death. How can there not be no time of death? I mean, there's always a time of death. Even with people that have been dead for years, you can give them an approximate time of death.
Why can
So
they
there's
tell
no
us
time.
when a mummy is dead?
I
You know?
know, time of death, and number two, there is no specific weapon. And she's like, how can that be? You have to have the specific weapon. So I'm sure in those notes, in those preliminary reports that he did, he had to have. But see, no, because he said that when he had that epiphany, right? When he was doing so we don't know when that epiphany happened. It wasn't when he did the report. So maybe did he say that epiphany happened because they knew, they knew that it wasn't in the report, and that's a way to clear it and say, hey, that's why it's not in the report, because that was an epiphany that it happened later. I mean, in going through
But would that not open up the door to these confessions? If he says box cutter at trial, wouldn't that have opened up the door for
no,
these
because they didn't
confessions?
allow third parties. So that was a no.
Right, Ron
They
Logan.
weren't allowed
Yeah.
to come in because the judge said no. I don't know. I just don't. I never seen, and even it wasn't what I did, but in the cases that I handle, never in 16 years have I ever seen a case that didn't know the weapon.
I tell you what, my number one fear in this case is that it's going to get overturned on appeal. They're going to have to do it again. They're going to bring this in, and the guilty man is going to get off, and that terrifies me. Absolutely terrifies
I
me.
don't know if he will get off, but I am afraid that all this is going to bring so much noise that is going to make the court feel like they have to give him another trial. And that's the part that scares me. I think we should be able to recreate everything, but I don't know. I am just petrified with this case. It's like
This case has been an absolute fucking mockery from the get-go. And honestly, am I in a sense, is there part of me that's amazed that it came back as guilty, knowing how many fuck ups there were with this case? Yes, I would, but for me, I was just going like, you know what? It's kind of one of those things. Let's peel away the onion. What do we have here? We got someone that called in, basically, said that placed himself there. The 4 girls, whatever, had seen him as he was coming off. So, but he placed himself there on the bridge during that time, to his timeline. On top of that, again, right, the whole down the hill confession, the white van stuff, regardless, to me, it was kind of like every reason to me why they saw, or I guess they found him guilty, was really self-confessions. Was he in this sort of, mental state or whatever it was that they were trying to say, as he's calling his wife up, saying that, he did it. He's telling, details to this doctor and stuff like that, Dr. Walla. It's just one of those things that, like a vehicle with his exact type of car drives by the Hoover store camera, and that's what it becomes to me, right? And at the end of the day, you're just hoping that the jury is doing the right thing with the information that they have. So do I feel like Richard Allen murdered those two girls versus, say, Ron Logan. I do. That's how I feel. I also believe that regardless, it's kind of like our own lives. What will be, will be. Things will go a certain way because of whatever reason, twists and turns in these cases, and we know that lots of times that there's the improper justice, and some person gets put in jail for 30 years that didn't do anything, and then later on there's DNA evidence to show that they did, and that and stuff like that. Yes. But I'm just kind of one of those ones that I will let the process do itself. I feel like when Richard Allen was found guilty, it was by his own doing, really, his own admittance. I just try to take away the bullshit and deal with the stuff that's of the reasons why it was Richard Allen, and not just because it was like some circumstantial, because he put himself there. He literally say confessed, not once but multiple times, and that's just not a normal thing to do if you're so innocent. But when your lawyers get at you, obviously, right, your wife doesn't want to believe you did this and blah 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 on.
But at the same time, it makes you afraid, and I think that's what Melissa was going to, and a lot of people feel the same. Is what about if they decide to give him a new trial and
Well, that's
he
just
is
it.
gonna walk away?
If
He
that
already knows
happens,
he's guilty. You know what I mean?
if that happens, again, we got no control over that. The system will play out. So is it fair? Or does somebody feel like that's fair if that happens? Because there's a lot of people that believe
families. I mean, you're not gonna put
yeah.
the family through that again.
Oh, absolutely. My only thing I ever want is that the proper persons, like anyone, right? You would think that the proper person is put in jail for the crime that they committed against somebody. And that's the whole thing to me. And that's what I look at, not being an expert in, of course, evidence and all that stuff. I'm just talking about as a regular human being looking at a case, and you're listening to what is shown to us, the facts, and stuff like that. White van, and now they got this whole 10-minute time of the white van, at 2:44 or whatever it was seen on the thing. I mean, they literally had to drop the whole that he didn't get home to 5:30 shit with that part of it. But at the end of the day, it's just at the end of the day, what will happen regardless. So whether that it gets overturned and somebody that people think are guilty gets turned free, and all of a sudden Ron Logan, whatever, who knows? That's totally out of our hands, and that's in the hands of the court and what they decide. So I just go with that, whether it's fair or whether people think it's fair or not. I'm not invested in that because it's going to play out like our lives do. It's going to play out the way it's going to play out, whether that be good or bad. It's still going to play out the way it's going to play out regardless. So I'm at the, just wait and see what happens will happen regardless, whether it's right or wrong, whether we feel like it's fair or not. It's still going to go its certain way, and we'll see how that
I
plays out.
think you feel like that. I think it's because maybe lately you haven't been as invested in this case as other people have been, or maybe, you know what I mean? Even though you were invested for so many years, I think it got to a point that you just had it, and you were not. That's my perception.
Yeah, no, for me personally, again, it's because for me, I live in the world that even in my own life, that I can sure change courses of certain things, and there's certain things that happen, and then hindsight shows us, all I know is that you could be homeless today and then have a freaking mansion tomorrow, because we never know what will happen in something. So I'm not going to sit there and put my time into into this case. I'll see how it plays out, because this case has meant, of course, a lot to the channel. All I wanted was justice. So do I feel that Richard Allen is responsible for Abby's and Libby's murders? Absolutely. Do I think Ron Logan had anything to do with their murders? At one point, I thought so. And who knows what else with Kagan Klein and all that stuff. But I personally am satisfied with the answer I got, which is allowing me to move on because it's not my burden to keep, like, it's the family's burden that has to deal with this. Unfortunately, they're the ones that are the victims of the girls and going through this trial and all that stuff. But for me, I wanted to get to the point of not dealing with the shit show of Delphi people, and the creators, some of them that are really shit creators in Delphi, and just, it's kind of like with the Sebastian case, right? You have all these effing tards that are just out there just to try to blame the family, say this most ridiculous conspiracies beyond belief and whatever, right? I just needed to get to a point for myself that said, am I satisfied with this case and with this answer? If it changes down the road, what will be will be. I can't change that. It's going to happen regardless of what any of us say, whatever transpires later on. But I know with me personally, I've removed myself mostly from the Delphi case because I feel like I have the answer. And I feel like the family has the answer to the truth. And I think this is just another, thing that's going on that so many people are believing that Ron Logan had something to do with it. Chris Todd's loving this because now it's like the re-resurrection of Ron Logan yet again, and all this stuff, even though FBI couldn't pinpoint shit. They literally wasted so much time, in a sense, as we thought, or have always thought, putting it towards Ron Logan, and yet they didn't have nothing.
And also in there it said that he burned his clothes in a burn pit in his house. His house was searched. You don't think they would have found that he recently had done something? And that would have been a huge red flag for him.
I mean,
they didn't find anything.
They went over him with a fine-tooth comb. Why? Because he lied. Yeah, he lied about where he was. So they literally, like Jennifer Coffindaffer and that, absolutely believe that Ron Logan had something to do with the girls' murders and stuff like that. And again, you know what? All I ever wanted to feel with this case is, did we get to the truth of it? I'll never say that we ever got to the full truth of this case, but do I feel that after Richard Allen's confessions and him putting himself there, and him wearing the same clothes as the BG, et cetera, was that enough for me, in a sense, with everything that they had? Excluding this whole mental health issue bullshit of like, well, he was going through a psychotic episode. He was just, saying these things, but it wasn't true. Fuck off with that shit. Okay. I don't believe that at all. Okay. Everyone tries to claim mental illness shit for everything.
Yeah, that was just
and,
out.
And I just try to, just as a regular person looking in, where does the truth lie? Does it sound right to the ear? His like I said, placing himself and all the stuff that they had to back that up, in a sense, I felt satisfied with the answer. I felt like this is where I wanted to get to. I'm done over Delphi. Does it take away how I've felt about the case and the girls and the family? Absolutely not. But I'm over Delphi. I've spent since 2020, since the Suzanne Morphew case, since 2020 with this case. It is exhausting. It's a burnout. And honestly, I don't think that we'll ever fully know the truth of everything with this case. Why? Because of all the lies, bullshit, fuck ups, whatever. So I'm just going to let it play out the way it's going to play out.
I think we will know if he decides to write a book. Or the family. I think we will know if he decides to write a book. I don't think he will.
Richard,
I don't think so.
So, Melissa, okay, so we'll just finish off here, I guess, with Melissa quickly. Melissa, your thoughts on this part? Like, I know that you just said that, you're afraid of this and that. So do you kind of feel like he's going to get an appeal?
I am. I'm afraid he's going to get an appeal. Does that change the fact that I think he's guilty? No. I still think he's guilty. But I am scared that this is going to be enough for the court. And I've said it before, back when the trial was, they were they ruled out the third party evidence. I said that's going to be cause for appeal. And when they put him in prison, I said that's going to be cause for appeal. Stop. You're handing him appeals. And I really feel like that's what they did by not allowing at least third party evidence that he's going to get an appeal. And then we're going to have to do it all over again.
Right.
And that doesn't give justice to Abby and Libby, because me personally, I think they've got their justice. I think the right person is in jail. He put himself there. He was wearing the correct clothes. His timeline matches. The witnesses' timelines match. The only thing that doesn't match is Brad Weber's van. And that only doesn't match by like 14 minutes. And or they said about. They didn't say exact. They said about this time. So, what's about? Half hour? That's what I think. If you say I'm going to be there about 5 o'clock, I might be there at 4:30. I might be there at 5:30, but I'm there about 5 o'clock.
But they said it was only 14 minutes. So those 14 minutes can still be, they can, I mean, those 14 minutes don't kill the timeline. It's not like it's an hour. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that because everything is being based around when the phone stopped movement, right?
Yes.
But yet again, technology is only as good as, do you know what I mean? It's kind of like sit there and
But
put
the phone only registered a 10-foot elevation and decel. Well,
more.
that's bigger than 10 foot. Right? So, the phone isn't exact. And
I know it's not.
I feel like Richard Allen is guilty. I feel like the girls got their justice, but I am absolutely terrified that it's going to be overturned.
And also this guy, let's mention that he failed the polygraph test. That he failed, the polygraph test when they gave him the polygraph. He failed it. So that shows you the character. I mean, we don't know the questions. Like a lot of people are going in YouTube and they're like reading the polygraph, and it's so funny. Like, no offense to anybody, but I mean, you're gonna say that you know how to read a polygraph, you better know how to freaking read a polygraph. Because a lot of people are just going by negative and positive, but in there, they're not counting. First of all, what questions were they asked? Were they baseline questions? Were they relevant questions? How many times were the questions? Were the questions asked? Were they?
Alexa, is it true that in some because I don't know much about polygraphs, and I heard somewhere that some polygraphs, when they're read, negatives are good, and other times negatives are a fail. So sometimes negatives are a pass, and sometimes negatives are a fail.
I always see negative as bad, and also the category, because it's all, for example, you have cardiovascular, you heart rate, you have your breathing rate, you have what they call what is it called? GSR, the galvanic skin response, which basically means that's how we go about it. Is when you get there's energy. We're made of energy, and when you get nervous, your central nervous system starts firing more energy, and that energy becomes sweat. So people start sweating. That's when you see at the airports when people do illegal, they bring illegal stuff. How do they get caught most of the time? Because they're like sweating. They're nervous, they're fidgety, and that's how they catch them. It's the galvanic skin response, which is basically the energy that we have in our bodies, so the sweating. So we don't know all those categories. What category did he fail? Questions were they asked again? I mean, I've seen people fail in their name. Like you ask them, can you please is this how you spell your name? And the person says yes, and then because the galvanic score goes, they get a negative. So that's why
I've got the results in front of me, but I don't understand how to read.
you get the negatives. See, anything negative, like usually with this had to be somebody who knew what it was doing, because that's a raw report. Usually when you get a polygraph, you have to get a report and then you get a chart. either a chart or a bar that tells you, and then the questions and how many times were they asked, and then which category, cardiovascular, heart rate, the galvanic, which one. And then you get the negative, anything -6 and below, it's a fail. +6 and above, that means you pass. But like I told you, I have seen with my own eyes, because of, we're in the interrogation room because I did that. Not the polygraphs, but I would be observing body language, and they would fail with their own names. And I'm reading, and I know that's their name because I have it in front of me. But people get so nervous that they start
Yeah.
sweating, or they start getting nervous, or you do the movement. So that's why the polygraph is not accepted in court.
Yeah.
Because it's not 100% science. But
Now, what would you, let me just ask this, and then we're going to get heading off. When people say Alexza, and I'm seeing, I think Crime and Conspiracy says like evidence for RA. Okay, confessions are evidence. Him putting himself there at the same time is evidence. That's not just that's him calling in and placing himself there. So when people say that there's no evidence to convict RA, that makes me laugh, to be honest, because yes, some of it's circumstantial. Yes, it's about tying it together. His bullet, the bullet that was there, and then, a vehicle, whatever. But it's his own words and his own placement during the crime that literally pretty much has done the conviction of Richard Allen. But when you look at the totality of it, right? Again, so when people say that there's no evidence for Richard Allen, in a sense, what would you say to that?
No, of course there's evidence. That is considered evidence. Evidence that he put himself there. Me as a criminal analyst, that was the biggest red flag for me. And I told you that day one. And I said he went there because he wanted to make sure that because he knew they saw him. So I will open my mouth and say, hey, I went and I said it before they come to me, because if they come and get around to you, you will be a suspect for not coming in. So he was like the nice guy. I came in and, I think I was kind of dressed the same. Come on. You were caught on video. Your car was caught on video at the same time. And there were more things that we couldn't prove, but I'm pretty sure in the background they were proven. I mean, if he had a portfolio, that's something easy to prove. Did he log in on that day? Because when you log in to watch your stock, you have to log in, and it gets logged in.
Yeah, but that phone is missing, Alexza. That's the only.
No, but still, the website should be able to tell you how many times you logged in.
That's the only phone out of like 10 years that's missing.
He keeps 23 phones, but the only one missing is 2017. That's a big red flag. A red flag. It was the thing with this evidence is that the evidence wasn't put here, and there was no DNA, and the bullet wasn't anything that it was 100%. So I get the bullet. I flip flop it back and forth with the bullet. Sometimes I'm like, yeah.
No, but
still, what are the chances that your gun, one of your, ends up being in the middle of the two girls that get murdered, that you are in the video?
It's his confessions.
Substantial. It's all substantial evidence, but it's still evidence. And apparently 12 people that didn't know him, didn't know anything about this case, found him guilty.
I feel like when we're listening to unbiased lawyers, not the defense ones that are so pro Richard Allen, but when we're listening to unbiased lawyers speak on this case, they will say confessions. That's why they wanted the confessions out so badly, because they were so damaging. So when I had watched multiple lawyers talking about it, just trying to give like the voice of reason in a sense, it was like basically you confessed, and not only did you confess once, but like 61 times or whatever it was, you're screwed. You're pretty much screwed. And again, so they tried to go down the route of during these psychotic episodes and stuff like that, that somehow all this shit just came to his brain. And I get it, that shit was out there for sure. And, like that was out there to the public. But again, he put himself there during the time. They tried to retract that. He put himself as wearing the same clothes. In fact, he actually added that he was probably wearing
one confession. Who does
right
that?
at 2:13, right? Obviously, like I said, I think that's when the video was recorded of the bridge guy. Ron Logan is like 6'1", right? Okay.
And he was recording camera at the pizza and then at the dumping site.
I was gonna say, so it's one of those things that, I get that people can think whatever they want. This is only my personal opinion about what I am satisfied that, and I think that unless we're calling the jury a bunch of morons, that all of them came together, looked at the evidence and the circumstantial evidence, and came to the conclusion that Richard Allen was guilty. Do they get it wrong? Do people get it wrong sometimes? Absolutely. But I think that this case really, really, really was under scrutiny because it was so important to really look at the facts of whether Richard Allen's confessions and him putting himself out there and with his own words on his clothing and how his wife said, right, Melissa? His wife said that, well, you didn't tell me you were at the bridge.
You didn't tell me you went to the bridge that day. But you know what? Not only did 12 people go back there after hearing everything in court, they went back there with their hands tied. Like the defense had, in my opinion, the defense had their hands tied during trial. They weren't allowed to bring up third-party evidence. They weren't allowed to bring up other confessions. They weren't allowed to bring in Odinism. They weren't allowed to bring in basically any kind of defense whatsoever that they wanted to bring in. Do I believe in their defense? No, but I feel like they should have had a right to give it. So the defense had their hands tied behind their back, but
they did.
That being said, the jury went back there and they deliberated and deliberated and thought about it, and they came back guilty. And I have to agree with them, not just because I want to have faith in the jury, but because he's guilty. I mean,
with the other ones, Melissa, I mean, in all fairness, the defense was trying to bring in a whole Odinistic theory, but there was no proof that any of those other people had anything to do. Like there was, there's a difference.
No nexus. That's what the judge said. There was no nexus.
Yes, you're right. And same with Ron Logan. Meaning there was nothing to correspond. So I know that the whole purpose of this was, look, we don't want to dilute the jury, fuck with their heads and bring out this theory when there's nothing there that tied any of those people to that crime scene. And yet with Richard Allen, he's the one that said he was at that crime scene or whatever. I mean, on the bridge at that time. He's the one that did confessions. There was no attachment. So I can understand the judge's ruling in that. Now, if this would have come out, I would have thought of this as totally different myself. Because this, I could understand having, where, hey, look, this is this, about, but of course, Ron Logan's dead now, right? But anyways, at least this.
But why didn't they try it though? They had it.
They had it, right? So now that like their goose got cooked for a guilty verdict for Richard Allen, now it's like, let me put it this way. Baldwin and Rosie, these are smart cookies. These guys are not only smart, but
especially Baldwin.
Brilliant cookies. So this is their game. This is what they're going to do. I get it, right? I hope for the family's sake that, that it doesn't happen. But again, we have no say over what will happen or transpire. That will be up to the courts, the judges, and all that stuff. And it's going to play out at the end of the day how it's going to play out. I'm just hoping myself personally that it doesn't turn into this appeal, but I'm not going to be shocked if it does as well. But it's just me seeing what would typically happen, that this didn't work. So now, oops, let's pull out this stuff, and this is new, and this is new. This is going to give us the reason for the appeal, so instead of this whole Odin angle, so what are they going to do now? Connect Ron Logan to the whole Odinistic thing as well, tie in all these people, and yet there's no DNA left at the crime scene, blah, 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 blah. But there's all these people now instead of one person, and Ron Logan, I don't know. You know what?
But for me, this isn't new evidence. That's what they're filing it under, is new evidence. Newly discovered evidence is what they're saying. But honey, it's not newly discovered if you had it in discovery from Richard Allen's trial, and I'm not even an attorney and know that.
But let's for Delphi. Okay, just quickly on our way out here, guys, because it's 12:18. You guys, it's
like
3.
5 hours. Almost 6 hours. Holy crap!
Yes,
my butt hurts.
I know, right? Totally never. I expected a 3-hour live, not 6-hour live, because Sebastian's case is so whatever. I mean, Delphi is too, and I know, like I said, people like Chris Todd, they're ecstatic now. Freaking watch his book start flying off the shelf now. With what was before, it was like. Anyways, there's certain people that are absolutely ecstatic with this information, regardless. We all have our own opinions, our own thoughts on this case. I just, for myself, in my heart of hearts, you just want always the right person with the person or persons involved, that the victims truly find their justice from their graveyard in this case, and that the families, I don't even know what to say about this case. Okay. The families have been through hell and back, and it's only going to continue, it looks like. Maybe they might be, it's just going to play out, I guess, right? See how it plays out. Anyways, our final thoughts quickly on Sebastian and well, whatever you want to say for final thoughts, to be honest with you.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you next.
Okay. Well, I mean, Sebastian is still going. I mean, and Sebastian and Brian Koberger, I guess this is, we'll get more information, and we're going to see the trial with Brian Koberger, and I think we're going to start finding more information as we go. So I'm curious to see whether the judge is going to allow this. Sebastian, I just hope there's something that they're able to link, and they're able to find him in whatever, and they're able to find whoever did this to him. And with the Delphi, I mean, I feel a little bit torn, because I thought this nightmare was done and we were over with. I knew that we're going to do, and they were going to appeal. I always knew that. But I am just afraid that the courts are going to feel pressured, and they're going to have to do an appeal. But I mean, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
It's not happening.
Hey,
tomorrow,
Alexa.
so. Mm-hmm.
I swear your face froze for a sec like this.
Yeah, well,
your face froze for a second. It looks like you're sticking out your tongue with your eyes closed.
Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, I gotta go, because honestly, I am.
Yeah. I know. Okay, so you head off. Melissa's going to head off right behind you, as well. We're all going to head off, but you go ahead, Alexza. Love you. Thank you.
See you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, maybe we can pull her again next week again. We'll see. Melissa, your final thoughts.
I just, as far as Sebastian goes, I'm praying that the news comes in the next couple of days that it's not his body that was found.
Right.
That it's not him. I hope we get something.
Can you quickly explain that? Because most people don't know what we're talking about with that.
Okay, so earlier today, in Harriman, Tennessee, which is approximately 150 miles from what I can tell from Hendersonville. There were human remains found this morning. And give me just a second. Let me pull it up here. So it says the Harriman Police Department, with the help of the TBI, is investigating probable human skeletal remains found behind the KFC in Harriman. District Attorney General Russell Johnson shared that the remains were discovered by utility workers performing brush and tree removal on January 24th. The medical examiner is going to be doing an autopsy once the remains are recovered. They have a trained archaeology crew on site recovering the remains. Johnson added that the TBI to work with Harriman Police Department to identify the remains and determine the circumstances of the individual's death. So hopefully this is not Sebastian. I pray it's not. Prayers to whoever that person is, to their family.
Dolly Vision spelled his name wrong. Dolly, fix that shit on your thumbnail. He's spelling Sebastian's name with an A.
He did, didn't he?
He did. He spelled it S-I. For me, that's a pet peeve with Sebastian's name, is when people just totally butcher it on there. Not to say I haven't butchered names in my time, but Sebastian's always sticks out to me when somebody spells it wrong. But Dolly Vision covers his case all the time. And you got S-A-B-A on there. Fix that shit, Dolly. But anyways, so Crime and Conspiracy says, I heard this. It wasn't Sebastian. Have you heard anything about this yet?
Yes, I have. I just Googled it, and the remains have not been identified yet. So there is no way to know that it is not Sebastian, because what I just read you was the latest report.
And how long ago was that?
Earlier today.
Okay. And chances are we'll hear more about it tomorrow. Again, Crime and Conspiracies, like I said, I'm not sure if you've seen something where it's saying that. If so, like I said, you could, well, you know what, we're going to be getting off this live, to be honest with you. So if you saw it somewhere, but I mean, I don't feel like it's going to be, but what's your gut on this one?
I think it's a little too far away at 155 miles. If it were 20 miles or 30 miles, maybe. I feel like 155 miles is a little too far away. So I kind of feel like maybe it's just, I really just don't think it is. But I will continue to pray that it's not until we know for sure.
Yeah.
And my prayers to whoever that person's family is. And really my gut is telling me it's probably just a homeless person that succumbed.
Yeah.
But, we don't know that. So.
Yeah. And it says Harriman, Roane County is what it says there. I'm not going to bother to play it because it was just a very quick clip saying that some remains were found near the KFC in Harriman, Roane County there. I just think it's one of those things is that, yes, there's that piece of you, I think, like we talked about quickly, Melissa, is that there's a piece of you that just wants to find answers. Like, is he alive? Is he dead? With Sebastian Rogers? Because if it was his remains, let's just say that hypothetically, then there's answers. Even that might be the answers they don't want to hear, but then there would be answers. The worst hurt.
But at least we would know where he's at.
Yeah. But yeah, do I feel like it is him? No. But there's that piece of you that just, come on, something happened to Sebastian. Is he alive? Is he dead? I'm still gonna stay with the hope that he's alive, that something happened to him. But that could be wishful thinking, but just because we don't know one way or the other, I'm going to choose the glass is half full rather than half empty in this particular case. I think there's definitely certain cases where I would feel like, no, come on, this kid, like Elijah Vu and stuff like that. But in Sebastian's case, it's still a mystery. We don't know if, it was a planned, to be taken and swift off somewhere, or some, I don't know. We don't know. We just don't know. We don't know if we truly are putting Christopher and Katie as to blame and they really don't have anything to do with it. We just don't know. It's just it just is what it seems to add up to being, just by the information we have, and it's just guesswork, really. All we're trying to do is fill in some gaps where we don't know the answers. And I really just wish that this case would have started off with Christopher and Katie and Seth being united in the search for Sebastian, and that Katie would have done the talking, and that Katie would have given us like the timeline of events, instead of it feeling like you have a controlling man trying to always take over, and over for her talking, and whether he's being just a protective husband as he sees it, but that's all we ever really wanted from this case, was just to find that there was truth and not people hiding and hiding behind cameras, doing hand interviews, not screaming from the rooftop. We wanted to hear Katie, the mother, who was the last person with Sebastian, to speak. That had happened from the start, this case would have probably been a whole different ball of wax, but that's not how it went. And so the perception, every time you look at something with this case, again, it really just keeps going back to the home. What happened? What are we not being told? Something happened to Sebastian. Like I said, you're trying to rule out the things that don't make sense, about the phone being on the counter. So why would he have been talking to somebody? You would have think he would have had that phone with him saying, like, I'm just outside. His mom's fully is sitting on the couch or whatever, lying on the couch talking to Christopher Proudfoot. So at that point, he couldn't have gone out the front door, as far as we know, in our heads, right? He's not going to be sitting there going, yeah, hey, yeah, mom, don't look over here, because he has to walk right by her in order to get out the door, and then she says the timeline of 12, right, to 6 is when he disappeared. Again, it's just everything is based on Katie. And if it would have started off on a different foot, this case, it would have been looked at a lot differently, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it's kind of like the way I look at the Delphi girls. Like I said, you can clearly tell which one's older. For me, I know them. So I know which one's older, right? So in this case, if Katie would have come out and talked, like you said, we would have felt more like, we felt for her at first.
Connected.
Until Big Mouth started talking.
Christopher.
Yeah. So that changed our perspective, just like the fact that we know the girls' age changed my perspective on, you can clearly tell which one's older, because I know. So it's like, I pray this isn't Sebastian. I truly don't feel like it is, but we just want answers, whatever those may be. And like you said, if she would have come out and talked, if she would have been the one talking and not somebody who's a loudmouth, narcissistic fool who wasn't even there, who cuts her off to either A, say the same thing she said, or B, completely change what she said to where she corrects him in a couple interviews. Now, that's not what I said. This is what I said. And it's like, if we would have done that from the get-go and Stinky Foot would have shut his mouth, knew his role, and shut his hole, we'd have a whole different scenario right now.
Mm-hmm. And again, I mean, he wants to blame Seth on the GoFundMe, but again, Christopher Proudfoot prioritized money over top of Sebastian when he made a big issue about it. Hey, you want to be pissed off at Seth for that? Great. That's not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is that a child is missing, and you're making a big deal over a GoFundMe, regardless of anything. You're putting it, prioritizing. Why, Christopher? Because it's not your kid, and you don't really care, really, but you're there just to be like, well, I'm still here to support my wife, type of crap, right? So that in itself just shows you how much he really cared about Sebastian when he made, that blatant move to basically say, well, you started a GoFundMe. I'm pissed at you now. Now we're not talking to you because now we don't trust you. And so let's go about the GoFundMe instead of the important thing that was about Sebastian. And that's the part that has pissed me off, and the huge difference. And as a parent, Sebastian is missing. It's the child. Put your fucking anything about yourself to the side, your sides, and worry about finding Sebastian. That part that's totally pissed me off about this case, because Christopher Proudfoot, right? So even if you felt like Seth did you wrong, why did you put the priority about the GoFundMe or about, cohesively working with Sebastian? Because that
And it
was
wasn't the only time, Sonny. It
Mhm.
wasn't the only time he
not
put
the
money.
only time.
He did it with the GoFundMe. He's done it on lives. He said, well, I'm not coming on a live just to line your pocket. Or if I come on your live, you have to donate. If you get any money, you have to donate it. Or you have to do this, or you have to do that. Like trying to tell people what they can do with their own lives. And it's like,
and all you're thinking,
money is not the issue here. The
Yeah.
issue is you have a stepson who's missing and has been for 11 months now, and we need to find him.
Forgot about those parts when he did that. I remember that, like with JLR and stuff like that. Like, hold on a second. First of all, we're doing you a favor, right? We're doing you a favor covering this child's story. Let me get that straight. We're doing any parents a favor when we're sitting there sharing, sitting there on our Twitters, on our Facebooks. We're helping you. Because why? Because we care that info gets out there to find that child. That's all we care about. Here's the info. Let's keep this where it is. And he's acting like he's doing the channel a favor, and making all these dictations.
We don't do this. Well, your channel doesn't do this. Okay. You're not one of the channels that is in it for the clicks and the views and all that. You're out there getting the facts out there. And so many channels are out there spreading misinformation and are out there just spreading bold-faced lies.
And
just so that they can get clicks and views. And that's just not what it's about. Let's get the truth out there. Let's find this child and let's bring him home to his dad.
But the fact that he was literally putting these conditions on channels, like, I'm not there to dude, like I said, whose child is missing? Is it ours, where nobody has to give a shit if they didn't want to? Or would you prefer that you literally put conditions on this in order for you to join a live, like you're some fucking sort of celebrity and stuff like that? Honestly, the guy makes me want to upchuck in my mouth every time I look at his fucking pugly, ugly face, every time I hear his voice open up, because he's such a narcissistic douche. Like, he is.
And then he tries to give parenting advice on top of it because, he's parent of the year. That had me pretty much boiling when he started giving parenting advice on different things. It wasn't just one way of giving parenting advice.
I know, right? The pot calling the kettle black on that one. Really? And I get it. Nina's saying something, he's saying something, but he fully admitted himself giving Sebastian a belt because he wasn't wearing a belt, meaning, again, it's one of those things. Pretty much every narcissistic person, and I've come across a few, and I've been married to one, there's again, they think that their shit don't stink. They think that they're smarter than everybody else in the room. They're usually physically or verbally abusive and controlling, to say the least. Again, all we have to do is look at the surface of Christopher Proudfoot. Now, again, this has nothing to do with the disappearance part of Sebastian Rogers, in a sense, meaning, again, it's Katie's story to tell. I'm just saying, if you're going to go out there and you want to sit there and act like you're looking for this child, their child, stepchild, whatever that's missing, what is it? Shut your pie hole, right? What was your expression again?
Know your role and shut your hole.
On this. But again, it's all these things that he's done to literally almost sabotage people looking for Sebastian Rogers.
That's like, remember when he said he wouldn't go on a small news channel? It had to be a national news channel or he wasn't going to do it.
Yeah. Anyways, she's still there. Anyways, Missy, Did I let you finish your final thoughts? I can't remember at this point
No.
anymore.
So anyway, final thoughts. Like I said, I hope this isn't Sebastian. Time will tell. As far as Abby and Libby, I hope your justice sticks, girls, because Libby, you did a lot of work, and so did you, Abby, to obtain that justice. And I hope and pray that it sticks. But again, time will tell. But I just really hope that the girls' justice sticks, and I really hope that soon we can say Sebastian is going to have justice, because
1 year exactly today, according to the last time being seen. I'm going to call it
February.
No,
January.
no. Sorry. I mean, I wasn't. So I hadn't finished that yet. Meaning 1 year, a month from today. But I kind of cut off there and said 25th or 26th, and I didn't finish my sentence on that. So yes, in 1 month, it will be a year that we know of, but it could have been the 25th that he disappeared. And then we're at a year. Unbelievable. Nothing. Anyways, don't address these girls in the chat. We know what they suffered. Don't address. I'm not sure what that means exactly.
I don't know. I said I mean above that. I don't know how that's mean, but okay.
You're mean, Melissa. Let's go.
I am mean. I'm a bitch, let me tell you. But I do. I hope the girls. I hope their justice sticks, because they worked hard to get it.
And again, it just goes to the end of it. Again, for anyone that does come across this channel that hasn't been here before, we just really want to put out the facts of the case first and foremost, and not add any fluff or bullshit where it doesn't belong. And also talk about cases like Sebastian's, or a Delphi case like we've done and stuff like that. But honestly, the Delphi case is a case that, honestly, I've pretty much put it to rest myself. Meaning, yes, will I kind of pay attention to certain things as they come out? Absolutely, right? I mean, this case has meant a lot to the channel. But me personally, I'm satisfied with what it is now. And so I can just, for myself, basically walk away from the case and go, you know what? If things change, they will change. Okay, it's beyond our control. But am I happy with the conviction that happened with Richard Allen because I feel like Richard Allen did it? I am, absolutely. Do I feel satisfied that we know the absolute truth of the whole story for Delphi girls, Abby and Libby? No. And I don't think we ever will. Like fully. So as it plays out, I'm okay. There's other cases. The girls mean more than anything to me, Abby and Libby. Baby bed, husband. As for Sebastian, again, another case. We followed it right from the day one when Aspen brought it to the attention of the channel. And just, again, this smiling kid, you can see on your pictures there, just this kid that just, you just can't make sense of it. And something happened to him. So I pray that answers come. I hope it never turns into like a Summer Wells type case where we just might never know the answer, or it might take decades or something down the road. I cannot imagine speculating about what I'm not sure what you mean by that. Those girls didn't lose their lives over those, huh? I'm not sure what she means.
Why would I say what? Let's settle it. Why would I say what? Why would I say that I hope the girls' justice sticks? Because I think they got fucking justice. That's why. Why would I say that the girls worked hard to get that justice? Because they fucking did. They recorded their goddamn killer. Lord, please forgive me for taking your name in vain. They recorded their killer. And that's what convicted him. And I hope his conviction sticks.
Yeah,
is that plain and crystal clear enough? So if that makes me mean that I hope that conviction sticks, and I hope those girls keep their justice, well then, damn it, I'll be mean.
I'm confused though, because it's not like I said anything different. I don't think. I mean, do we agree that Richard Allen is the person and rightfully? So am I missing something? I cannot imagine speculating about the little girls who lost their lives. It's been a speculation for freaking 7 years, pretty much. about what happened to those girls with 90 different POIs and stuff like that. It's no different than Sebastian's case, really. Those girls didn't lose their lives over their father. I think I'm lost on what's being said there.
How are we speculating? No. Why would you speculate over who killed them because of whatever? What's it matter? I'm not speculating. The fucker was convicted.
Oh. I get you're upset, but
so where is the speculation? He was convicted.
I don't understand why did crime and conspiracies, why do you keep saying Thor's father? Like, as if, are we talking about Odinism when I'm seeing that? I'm confused. Who killed them because of Thor's father?
Okay, so you think an Odinist did it? That's what you're saying? Well, I hate to tell you, but you're wrong.
Well, I was going to say, everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
I mean, if you want to think that, yeah, sure, go ahead. But I don't think that they were killed by an Odinist cult that randomly come across two girls. At the same time, Richard Allen came across the two girls and took them off the bridge, and they recorded him. They didn't record a group. They didn't record a cult. They recorded Richard Allen.
In your opinion.
In my opinion.
Well, I was going to say, at the end of the day, again, I know we agree on this at all, but yeah, we're not going to get into some a battle, especially at the end of the night, talking about the girls and stuff like that. It's about this, is that everyone's entitled to their own opinions, whether we agree with them or don't agree with them, in a sense. And again, you haven't been, I don't think she's been mean. In the saying, even though she called you mean, I don't think that she's been mean in her questions. Like how some people come in and troll and stuff like that, and they're just right ass dicks on there. So we're just gonna leave this one because
you just go ahead and cancel out the last 10 minutes of this live.
It's all good. It's all good. You know what? You're tired. You're passionate. It's one of those things. So I get it. Probably if I saw those and it was directed more towards me, I'd be like, wait, hold the shit. But I do it's just because honestly, people can think what they want to think. On a channel, we're just here to give our thoughts, but sticking to always the facts of something and what has happened. It's factual that RA was charged. He was found guilty by 12 people, 12 jurors and stuff like that. Sebastian, again, speculation on what possibly could have happened. While there's so many things that could have happened, does that make Katie and Christopher Proudfoot guilty or not? I mean, sure. I'm going to rate them as shit parents for sure. If someone
but
was
if we don't speculate with Sebastian, then we're not going to get ideas out there to try to figure out where he is and what happened.
I just think it's very healthy to have different thoughts and opinions for sure. And that it would be a very boring world if we all agreed on the same thing. Because that would make for a very boring, if everyone's agreed to the same shit. Honestly, what would be the purpose of anything for most part in this world if we all just agreed, right? People's thoughts can change people's way of thinking, like I did with the flashlight video, stuff like that. Not that it's factual, but it changed my thought once I actually put the time in to truly looking at where those lights were coming from, and I like to try to think I do my due diligence, but hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Simple as that. Either way, something happened to Sebastian in the case. The girl's case has been speculated about, in so many different ways. And same with the Idaho 4, to be honest with you. There's facts to the case, and then there's just fillers in a sense. But anyways, but when it comes
Wouldn't
to
be advisable the amount of notes I have on Sebastian.
Yeah. Well, okay. So that was one thing I was going to say before we did get off. Okay. Be right there, husband. Okay. One thing I did want to say is with regards to Melissa's 37 pages on Sebastian. Okay. She has literally gone over every interview from the first one on Duchess. What was your last one? Was your last one? Was it
Nancy Grace was the
Nancy?
last one at 29 days missing.
Those are the important ones. A lot of the other ones are sideshows. Okay. So anyways, she's literally jotted down time things. This is gonna, once she's complete this, in a sense, it's mostly complete in a lot of ways, but still needs completion. But it's one of those things where, once it, gets fully released properly, then people can have timestamps to go back to this live, go listen to what was said, go do this, go do that. This is like someone doing the groundwork for people, right? Where they've spent you guys know how long something like this takes. Okay. It absorbs a ton of time. So
I've been up for 36 hours, and that's
yeah.
just this round.
Well, like I said, I did mine too. I put a lot of time and effort into doing it, not only for myself, but so I could share it with the public. But then obviously, since April, things changed. You've gone very well in depth in putting down your notes to time stamps to all this in regards to those. A wonderful piece for anyone that's invested in Sebastian Rogers and can't remember where they heard something. And it's not trying to include, because Terry Lynn has taken down a lot of her stuff, and there's elevated truth, Christopher. But what was really important about this, you guys, is kind of like Delphi. Usually the truth is somewhere in the beginning of what's being told. Usually that happens with most cases. Occam's razor, like Jennifer will say, or people say, but the truth of something, regardless, whether it's after they've had time to think about things and really change up a story a little bit, or add little twist to it, or come off like, oh, you know what? Everyone's hating Seth now. Look at, oh my God, like the Proudfits are just going, finally, they've turned on Seth. And then all of a sudden they turn back off, like it's almost like 50-50. No, I'd say more in Seth's favor still, but I'd say that it more was balancing out and stuff like that, but anyways, so
Sunny, on this, I got to ask you a question.
Yeah.
So, you know how much work I'm putting into this, and it's going to be shared with you. Is there a way to release this publicly besides a live? Because this would be a really long live by the time, it's like almost 40 pages now. By the time I get done, we're probably going to be looking at about 50 pages. That's going to be a really long live. Is there a way you can release it to the public?
You know
or
what?
do you want to? It's up to you. This is for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that one, because like to sit there and try to upload it, it's not like you can just say, oh, upload it to your community page, or drop it in a Facebook thing, or upload it to Twitter without there kind of being like a certain thing you have to do to upload PDF files and stuff like that. So I'm gonna have to think about that one, to be honest with you. I'll think about that one, how you would want it released. It might be best in just a simple video where they can scroll through it themselves and it's in a typical video format, but we'll have to see. Because obviously a PDF is really cool too, because you can just open up a PDF and, scroll down like this, where the video you'd have to go back and forth. So probably PDF is the best format to release it in, with your logo over top of it, because you don't want to, when you work something on this hard, you definitely want to have your channel name on it, from other people trying to claim it like it's their work and shit like that. But anyways, we'll talk about that when it comes. I'll think about it. Okay. I think a video won't do it this justice, right? I think in the PDF format, maybe it's one of those things that if people want to request it from you, let's think about that first. But we're not going to think about that tonight. So other than that, unless you have anything else to say, I'm ready to say good night. It's been a long live. My husband needs to go to bed. You need to go to bed. Lex needs to go to bed. You guys all need to go to bed, most of you. Unless
I gotta go to bed.
Living thing. Other than that, let's see. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do a live tomorrow because I got 12 to 8 shifts all week besides tomorrow's 10 to 6 on there. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna do a live tomorrow or not. But I definitely can't do one Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday on there just because I'm on the rotation of 12 to 8s. And then I think the week after, and then I'm on like 6 to 2s, and then somebody traded me for 8 to 4. I can do more lives for the next 4 weeks after that, but we have this rotation, in our head office, because we're in customer service. So it's like 2 weeks of this, 2 weeks of that, 2 weeks of this, and then it circles back again. So, anyways, with that being said, thank you, everybody. Please hit the like and the share button. Miss Dog Lover, thank you for your donations there earlier today. Hope you feel better soon. Again, thank you to Alana for that $100 PayPal donation. Well, $100 US. I'm Canadian, but anyways, so just want to say appreciation to that. Alexa, Charmaine, love you too out there. Melissa, thank you as always. We've been covering the Sebastian Rogers case extensively together. And Melissa did attend some of the Delphi trial there, or sat in the spot for Aspen along the way. Anyways, with that being said, you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you guys for joining, and see you next time, I suppose. Yeah. Is that it? Is that it?
If I wake up tomorrow, I might sleep all the way through tomorrow.
Okay. Just sleep all day tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even talk about my stupid fall that I had today. Knees are a little bit sore still, but whatever. Anyways, I'll talk about that maybe.
Well, I would say.
No. Okay, let's just get out of here.
No more falling, okay? No more falling.
Yeah. Take care, guys. You guys have a great night, great morning, wherever you are. Take care, guys. Bless.
The world is cold. We stand surrounded. We are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without an honor, we stand and fight. And the